Chapter 1, I don't want to be John Wick. Jovovich, you can't escape, the rules are the rules. Jordani, let's break up. My mind is full of chattering, endless tingling, which emerges like a tide, drowning all reason and thoughts. In the beautifully decorated hotel room, Jordan suddenly sat up from his sleep. How long hasn't had a nightmare? After taking a deep breath, Jordanian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at himself in the mirror. Black hair and black eyes, with a European and American appearance, 185 tall, slightly thin. Compared to the previous life, he is still a little handsome now, a bit like a Hollywood star in the previous life. Creating things and making people. When I was born in the previous life, the trend of Chinese going abroad was very hot, and my parents gave me a foreign name, Jordan. I didn't expect that when I woke up, I actually became a foreigner. Jordan Jovovich, born in Belarus, is a Roma, which is a famous wandering people on the earth, gypsies. 8 years ago, Jordan woke up and found himself back in 1996. He was only 16 years old. It felt unspeakable. Fortunately or unfortunately, when Jordan first crossed over, he was in a training camp. Physical training, wrestling training, fighting training, hot weapons, cold weapons. Densely packed extreme training, so that Jordan quickly lost the fear and strangeness that came through, accompanied by the torment of life is not as good as death. The long and miserable career has honed enough tough will, thinking, soul, and a good body. In addition, Jordan's biggest gain is that he won a pass as the number 1 in the training camp. Can get away from wandering and training career, get a pass to choose a working place. Flew across the sea, from the impoverished and turbulent Eastern Europe, to the Big Apple, New York. For 8 years, Jordan had rarely dreamed of his past life. With a trace of nostalgia, Jordan put on a suit that he had prepared long ago, and looked carefully in the mirror again. Great, handsome, unreasonably handsome, perfect. Just when Jordan was narcissistic, there was a polite knock on the door. Sir, I'm Karen, the guide of the Continental Hotel. Do you have time now? Mr. Winston is receiving a distinguished guest. If you are interested, I can take you to familiarize yourself with the hotel environment. Okay, wait. The Continental Hotel is not particularly big. According to Jordan's previous life standards, it is a 4-star hotel at most, with the nostalgic style of the 1980s and 1990s, but the hotel has complete facilities such as wine cellars, bars, dance halls, and hairdressers. And Karen, who took Jordan to get to know the hotel, is a black brother with a pair of eyes, very gentle. After the two quickly visited the hotel, Karen went back to the front desk of the hotel, while Jordan came to the rest area in the lobby on the first floor. A full hour later, Karen came to Jordan's front again and said, Mr. Jovovich, since it is the first official meeting, Mr. Winston is specially prepared to be in the executive lounge and needs to lead you. Black brother Karen is really a very polite person. Jordani smiled and said, just call me Jordan Danny. It's not too long from the visit just now. I think I can find the executive lounge. After all, I'm still very young, right? Standard American humor, Jordan has learned very hard during his 8-year training career. In the United States, if a person does not know how to be humorous, he will never succeed. Even the president sometimes needs to show his humor appropriately in public. The two said goodbye, and Jordanian soon arrived in front of the executive lounge on the top floor. Carefully tidy up his clothes and hair. After Jordan knocked on the door, he entered into a huge room with a bright side. The entire executive lounge is divided into upper and lower floors, with walls, floors, etc., all decorated with glass. Going up the stairs, the second floor is a collection of glass covers. On the side close to the wall, there is a huge screen and office space. The Mr. Winston that Karen said was the general manager of the Continental Hotel. The other party is older than Jordan's imagination, with silver hair, and a calm, gentle and superior temperament on his body. The bags under his eyes are drooping, and there is always an invisible light in his aquamarine eyes. The first meeting is a courtesy handshake. As the host, Winston quickly asked Jordan to sit down. After 2 glasses of whiskey, he said, "Jordani Jovovich, trained in the Eastern European Roma training camp, has the first overall score for 8 years. The board of directors optimistic hunter, right?" Ciaudani solemnly said, "I have dedicated, I will obey." Winston smiled and said, "The glory will be yours." A very professional, serious, and official dialogue, which is also a meeting etiquette organized by Jordanian. Immediately afterwards, the 2 parties raised their wine glasses and touched them, and the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Winston took a sip of his wine and said, "Son, I'm older, can I call you Jonathan? In the West, if you are an elder, you can call Jonathan once for names starting with the letter J such as John, John, Jones, Jonah, and Jonah." Ciaudani is essentially Russian, but when translated into English, it can also be regarded as the beginning of the letter J. Winston calls Jordan Danny Jonathan, which means being close. Jordan Danny would naturally not refuse, saying, "Mr. Winston, this is my honor." After confirming the look in the eyes, the 2 sides are people who can win each other. The smile on Winston's face also became sincere, and said, "How do you feel after coming to New York? Are you still getting used to it?" Jordan said, "It's very prosperous and beautiful. I think I should like New York very much." Winston nodded, and said, "It's fine if you like it, but if you don't like it, you can't help it. This is the arrangement of the board of directors. You can adapt and overcome immediately. I'll give you a suggestion. You should change a real New York name before reporting to the board of directors and entering the file. John Wick is very good. What do you think?" Joe Danny was taken aback, instinctively that the name seemed familiar. Continental Hotel. John Wick. Misty Grass, Jordani suddenly felt that he had an old groove. Is John Wick? It's 2004 AD, do you still have a car and a dog 10 years later? FK. No wonder I always feel familiar with Karen, Winston, and others in the hotel. In other words, will you become the middle-aged greasy fat base in the future? Because of a car and a dog, he shot a street, an underground gang with a gun, and then killed him in Rome, then returned to New York, and was finally chased by countless killers? The inexplicable information came too quickly and suddenly, and Jordan was a little dazed. Winston was a little surprised, and said, "Jonathan, Jonathan, is there any problem?" Jordan regained his senses, smiled stiffly, and said, It's Jordan Jovovich. It looks more individual and easier to erect my sign." Winston glanced at Jordan indifferently and said, "In this case, I will report your information to the board. You have 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, your first hunting mission will be issued. Within 3 years, the newcomer must perform a hunting mission every month. I hope that after 3 years you will be alive and leave your legend and glory in New York. Is another exchange and mutual acquaintance. UU reading www.uucannonshoe.com. It's just that Jordan was a little absent-minded after he suddenly learned of his own future. After a while, Jordanian returned to his room on the grounds of being unwell. 8 years ago, the first time he woke up from Jordan, in the training camp, Jordan knew that his environment and organization were definitely not simple. Even after gradually starting to learn various methods of fighting and fighting, Jordan had some guesses about the nature of his organization. Becoming a killer of unreasonable feelings is also expected. But, it's important to note that John Wick's future is a bit unusual. Is this a journey into the world of movies? Will my future be a movie that looks cool but the protagonist is sad? No, absolutely not. If you want to change the future, you have been very sad in your last life, and you must have a good time in this life. In the movie world, John Wick is a dedicated, persistent, and extremely infatuated person. This is also the reason why John Wick will be sad in the future. FK, start to change from here. I, Jordan Jovovich, starting today, I don't like dogs, I like cats. Jordani Jovovich / John Wick, from the trilogy Quick Chase, Male Pig's Feet, part of his life is introduced in the third part, Eastern European Belarusian, formerly known as Jordani Jovovich, and later changed its name to John Wick, to be precise, the Chinese and English transliteration of Russian names. Karen, from the trilogy of Quick Hunting, the black man at the front desk of the Continental Hotel in New York. Winston, from the trilogy of Quick Chase, the controller of the Continental Hotel in New York. Chapter 2, I have a golden finger of no affection. The 3-day period is not long or short. For Jordan, who has been trained all the year round, it is enough to have a general understanding and familiarity with the entire city. Jordan Danny thought he had traveled through the world of John Wick's movies and became the prototype of the character John Wick. This is enough. What Jordan never expected was that he felt a lot of Stark Group advertisements in the streets of New York City. When I was in Eastern Europe training camp, the news was blocked, and Jordan was eager to come out. Became a killer, a lot of money, and then spent time in wine. This kind of life is the life that Jordanian wants. So Jordan Danny came to New York, known as the rich man's paradise, among countless choices. But now, among the information I have obtained, all indicate that the world I have traveled into is actually the Marvel world. And how sad are the New Yorkers in the Marvel world? Spider-Boy vs. Lizard Man, the love and hatred of the Iron Man and the Bald Iron King, the Hulk and hatred rubbing each other on the street, the Captain of the United States rushing into the Snake Shield, the Zeterians rushing into, the Tyrants rushing into. This is just a disaster in some of the movies that Jordan Daniel is more impressed with. Other messy things like Daredevil, Punisher, Ant-Man, etc., are constantly emerging. Besides, the most important thing is that Marvel world is a superhero world. New York City, known as the center of the universe, is home to more than 6,000 superheroes according to incomplete statistics. Shao, I am a killer. According to the agreement between himself and the training camp, he must be in New York City and work for the organization for at least 3 years, with mandatory assassination missions every month. I really want to accidentally provoke which superhero to the head. I am afraid it is not terrible to die. Escape is definitely not possible. The strength of the Continental Hotel and the training camp, although Jordanian only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, he is not what he can now fight against. If I knew it, I shouldn't have been full-time indiscriminately during the 8 years of the training camp. Yes, according to Traverser's practice, when Jordan came to this world, he also came with gold fingers. It's just Jordan's golden finger, it's a rigid golden finger with no emotions. In his last life, Jordan was a native of Cantonese. Because of his proximity to the Hong Kong River, he was influenced by the culture of Hong Kong Island. It was Jordan's parents that gave him a Western name. It's a pity that Jordan's past life was not very foreign. Has sold discs, set up stalls, purchases mobile phones and buys and sells scalper tickets. Jordan has not many outlets, and he is not bold enough. Anyway, he does something very sloppy. At the time of crossing, Jordan was working in a game studio, and DNF was playing a gold team. To get rich is never possible to get rich, that is, it's just like working hard. Even after the journey, Jordan has always suspected that in his previous life, maybe it was because he was too cruel in the studio that he died suddenly. The original Jordanian in this life was overworked because he couldn't stand the extreme training in the training camp. The combination of the two probably gave birth to Jordan's rebirth. The death rate in the training camp has always been high. After Jordan crossed over, it was originally difficult to sustain it. Fortunately, at that time, when Jordan was supporting his infidelity, he got his own skill panel and a transfer certificate from DNF. Because of the particularity of the training camp, Jordan's initial career directly recognized the sharpshooter career. 8 years of suffering, in the absence of any sense of crisis, Jordan directly turned into a roaming gunman with his transfer certificate. Jobs like big guns, machinery, ammunition, etc., are not bad, but too difficult. After all, the real world is a bit different from the game world. The roaming gunner is better, and there are many overlaps with Jordan's training, as long as the liver is enough. The big guns, machinery, and ammunition require cutting-edge technology and magic to assist research. Xiao Dani said that it is difficult for him to study and understand even his high school knowledge, and the same physical skills and shooting skills are barely able to reach the point of activating skills. Do research on cutting-edge technology and magic? Forget it, it's better to be a little self-aware. Now that I think about it, my original choice seemed to be a bit miscalculated. I once had a precious transfer certificate in front of me. I didn't cherish it. I regretted it when I lost it. If God can give yourself a chance to come back again, there is no if. With inexplicable sadness, Jordan opened his property panel again after a long time. Jordan Jovovich, level 18. Strength, 10. Physical strength, 10. Intelligence, 10. Spirit, 10. Movement speed, 10. Hit, fixed target 100, moving target 100, correction 100. Avoidance, 92. HP recovery, 1/100. MP recovery, 0/0. Physical crit, 10. Magic crit, 0. Attribute enhancement, 0. Resistance, 0. General skills, basic proficiency level 1, back jump level 1, body squatting level 0, leaping level 1, throwing mastery level 1, ancient memory level 1, unyielding will level 1, physical crit level 1, magic crit level 0, back strike level 0. Sharpshooter skills, knee hit level 1, floating bullet level 0, firearms proficiency level 1, mechanical technology proficiency level 0, magic technology level 0, silver bullet level 0, swing kick level 1, step shooting level 1, floating shovel level 1, aerial shooting level 1, instant kick level 1, barbecue level 0, grenade level 1. Roaming gunner skills, leather mastery level 1, revolver mastery level 1, quick reload level 1, deadly shot level 0, long range block 1, level 1, shooting level 1, quick pull gun level 1, revenge counter attack level 0, triple control level 0, turn back one blow level 0, triple burst level 1, death revolver level 0, floating intercept level 0, mobile shooting level 1, random shooting level 1, multiple headshot level 0, double eagle swing level 0. Spear god skills, mark of death, not awakened, crazy slaughter, not awakened, death assault, not awakened, suppression shot, not awakened. Sky sweeping wings, revolver profound truth, not awakened, gust of wind and rain, not awakened, headshot control, not awakened, seventh wing movement, not awakened. Stealing the teacher, not awakened. Jordan's list of attributes and skills can only appear in his mind. The pinnacle of the human body, normal person, excellent leg skills, perfect marksmanship, UU reading www.uuganshu.com is an almost perfect answer for ordinary killers. All of the skills can be divided into physical skills and shooting skills. For the most part, Jordan has thoroughly mastered it during the 8-year training of the devil. But like crouching, revenge and counterattack, there are invincibility and hegemony judging skills, all of which cannot be mastered. Skills such as proficient in science and technology, M137 green machine gun, RX-78 chaser, M3 flamethrower, G14 grenade, etc., have technological blueprints, but Jordanian can't understand them at all. There are also critical strikes, MP, magic mastery, floating bombs, silver bullets, deadly shots, etc. Skills that require MP to be used in conjunction with Jordanian can also not be mastered. The point is that there is no such thing as MP. In short, today's Jordanian is a super killer with the best physical fitness, fighting and shooting skills. Before, Jordanian thought that there was no magic or MP in this world. But now that I think about it, it's possible that I still find a way to produce MP. As for the upgrade and awakening, it is completely stuck. Jordanian has tried many methods. So far, there has been no gain. It can only be a chance. If you can find a way to level up and awaken, the roaming gunner class might still be saved. P.S. The DNF system panel can be regarded as a golden finger. There will be no creation out of thin air or various rewards. In the future, try not to appear, or reduce all the panels such as attributes and skills, and resolutely do not count the words. Skills are all built through 8 years of training and solidified through the system panel, which can even be understood as a kind of psychological hint. Chapter 3, Cashin and Smith. Zarik Aidan, male, member of the Skeleton Gang, $30,000, demanded accidental death. Ryan Harris, male, PwC junior accountant, $110,000, request to be published in the newspaper. Abigail Sanchez, female, housewife, $12,000, no death requirement. Lewis Evans. Killer career is never a good job. Even though Jordan had already prepared his mind for a long time, it still felt very uncomfortable to watch the lives disappear in his hands. So every time he receives an order, Jordanian will pick it up very carefully. I dare not say that everyone killed by myself is a big evil, but at least, these people are all the most deserved. Zalik is a small boss of an underground gang, who is forced to be a prostitute with cruel methods. Lane is the personal accountant of the underground gang. Abigail and the adulterer murdered his ex-husband only for insurance claims. There are still many people. Before each mission, Jordanian has to investigate the target to a certain extent. Although as a new killer, Jordan has not much room to choose from in terms of mission objectives, but there are a few clean people who can really be paid for. From cheerful and optimistic at the beginning, to silence and depression gradually. Jordan finally understands why John Wick always looks like a bitter hatred in previous life movies. On the one hand, as a killer, he must often walk on the edge of life and death and hide his name. On the other hand, besides killing, he must have sufficient guard against everything around him. No feelings, no friends. In life, it seems that there are only guns, fire, blood, alcoholism, chasing, and fleeing. It's no wonder that in all the movies in the previous life, those agents and killers all wanted to retire at a young age. This is not unreasonable. Anyone who is normal will not really like this feeling of killing. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. New York, in the underground shooting range of Big Daddy, bursts of rhythmic gunfire continued to sound. Joe Danny wears goggles, and a lot of various guns are placed in front of him. The whole person is like a machine, shooting out bullets one after another. The bullet shells that fell, have piled up at the feet of Jordani, at least hundreds of them. This kind of continuous rapid shooting consumes a lot of people's wrists, arms, fingers, and even physical strength and energy. However, the recoil produced by this kind of firearm does not seem to appear on Jordan's body. Every shot of Joe Danny carries a violent beauty like flowing water. Different from others, Jordan is a man with golden fingers, a huge skill panel, covering all aspects of physical skills and spear skills. Before MP, these skills, the greatest help to Jordan, is stability. With a shot in hand, Jordan's shooting is like a fast break in the NBA. There is a thunderous explosive power in the heart. Cool shooting method in Mozambique. Joe, I think you should go to a shooting competition instead of being a killer. For you, this is really wronged. Lai Ren is a black buddy, equally young, and his name is Cashin. Is the bodyguard black buddy who fell in love with John Wick in the Quick Chase 2 that Jordanian watched in the previous life. Maybe it's because everyone is still a novice. Jordan and Cashin are still in talks. Dad's underground shooting range is also a stronghold where the two often stay. Joe Danny nodded towards Cashin as a gesture, and then continued to pour out all the bullets in front of him. There is no such thing as a true friend among the killers. If you can talk, just talk a few more words. When it's time to start, no one will show mercy. After a semi-competitive shooting training, Jordan and Cashin came to the rest area of the underground shooting range. It was open enough, with a good view, and the shooting range was covered by gunfire, so there was no need to worry about being overheard. Killer is like this, even if it is similar to small chats between friends, it is often necessary to bring a bit of vigilance and defense. Cashin entered the killer industry, 1.5 years earlier than Jordanian, and he also served as a soldier before. In terms of his attitude towards life, Cashin's progress is much better than that of Jordanian, and he has already entered a period of flatness. So when the two are together, Cashin often starts the conversation. Joe, you have been in this business for a year, right? When will your prey level rise? Joe, you are a natural hunter. You shouldn't hunt quail, pheasant, roe deer all day long. Are the top of your organization a fool? They should send you to hunt the most powerful prey, tigers, lions. The current Cashin is still very young, and I can't see the calm, seriousness and murderousness of the future. Compared to the black buddies that Jordan met in New York City, Cashin is the type that talks less, but compared to Jordan, it's like a silly talk. Fortunately, being with such a person is not too boring. Joe Danny interrupted Cashin's chatter, saying, in fact, my hunting level has been improved. Just today, I received a single mission, 2 colleagues. After hearing Jordan's words, Cashin calmed down instantly. The vigilance instinct belonging to the killer broke out. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com calmly adjusted his posture, defensively, and asked, you can say it. It's not about me, right? Jordani smiled and said, Cashin, don't be so nervous, my goal is not you. John Smith and Jenny Smith, the two people have made a lot of noise during this time, you should have heard it. Cashin relaxed a little, laughed likewise, and began to think about Jordan's words. After a while, Cashin frowned slightly and said, Joe, have you heard something? Chiao Dani said, I just think it's a bit strange. The Smiths are just married. The organization of the two of them must be eliminated. It is very inexplicable. And tell me intuitively, Cashin, you must know something, right? Joe Danny is indeed a bit inexplicable. When he received the task today, when Jordan saw the names of the 2 targets, he instinctively thought of a movie he had seen in his previous life, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I can't remember the specific content, but Jordan instinctively feels that there is a secret. And Cashin is the most eloquent and the most acquainted among Jordan's family members. Sometimes there are many secrets, but the information points of the Continental Hotel may not be clear, but Cashin knows it well. As expected, in the communication with Cashin, Jordan just tapped lightly, and Cashin had already revealed his feat. P.S. Cashin, from Quick Chase 2, the old black man who was the bodyguard of Princess Kimura, had friendship with Pig's Feet and fell in love with each other. In addition, this black man also appeared in the movie Wanted, playing the role of gunsmith, and his identity will be included in the book reasonably. Chapter 4, Assassins Mutual Aid Society. Smiths, Jordan still liked this movie in his previous life. But this kind of liking will not affect Jordan's current cognition and life. After all, movies are movies, and real life is much more complicated than movies. 2 murderous killers, no matter how beautiful the movie is, how good can it be in the real situation? Of course, Jordanian is not qualified to despise other colleagues. Regarding the mission goal this time, Jordan is really just pure curiosity. Past life movie content, Jordan only vaguely remembers now that the Smiths seem to belong to 2 different killer organizations. The 2 killer organizations were hostile to each other, and later they wanted to join forces to kill the Smiths. There are too many bugs, and Jordan doesn't bother to complain, just want to figure out what is the secret behind it. Everyone has curiosity, and Jordanian is no exception. Especially when the past and present are connected together, the curiosity in Jordan's heart is even more exuberant. Cashin, who was across from Jordan, was silent for a long time. Then Cashin took out his mobile phone, put it on the desktop, and looked at Jordan Danny. Joe Danny smiled, also took out the phone and put it on the table, and took out 2 gold coins printed with the image of the angry lion, and said, "Is this enough?" Cashin looked serious, and instead of taking the gold coins, he opened his mouth and said, "Joe, this is a big secret." Joe Danny was slightly taken aback. The Angry Lion gold coin issued by the Continental Hotel is not as simple gold. Angry Lion gold coins cannot be calculated solely by the price of gold, they are more like a kind of general pass in some special areas. Every killer who cooperates with the Continental Hotel and agrees to abide by the Continental Hotel's rules will receive an Angry Lion gold coin after performing a mission. Staying in a mainland hotel to accept asylum, and every time you accept a special type of service from a mainland hotel, you need a different number of Angry Lion gold coins to pass. Is just listening to a piece of news, the price of 2 Angry Lion gold coins is already quite a lot. And the more Cashin became so serious, Jordan became more curious, and said, "How much do I need to pay?" Cashin was very serious, and said, "I want a blood oath emblem. When I need it, you need to help me unconditionally." Xiao Donnie's face quickly fell cold, and said, "Cashin, you are too greedy, for a little curiosity, I can't pay so much." Cashin looked directly at Joe Danny and said, "Joe, you don't understand what I'm talking about, it's worth it." For a while, the two were silent, considering gains and losses. The Blood Oath emblem, like the Angry Lion gold coin, is also issued by the Continental Hotel as a guarantee for it. But the Angry Lion gold coin can only be regarded as some currency with special value at best, and the Blood Oath emblem is a kind of promise, a promise left with blood. If the promise cannot be fulfilled, it needs to be paid back in blood. Is just for a little curiosity, logically speaking, Jordan doesn't need to pay so much. However, Jordan had a vague feeling that he needed this secret, and this secret would bring some very important changes to himself. For 9 years, this feeling that Jordan gave birth to is very few. But every time Jordan gives birth to this feeling, he will get a lot of changes, such as the first awakening of the system and the transfer of the roaming gunner. After a while, Jordan took out a blank emblem from his arms, pierced his finger, and printed a blood oath. Cashin was even a little surprised, but he didn't expect Jordan to be so decisive. But when Cashin was about to take the blood oath emblem, Jordan said suddenly, "Cashin, you have to make sure that you really have a big secret." Cashin was taken aback, then put away the blood oath emblem, and smiled happily. After a pause, Cashin said, "Joe, you have been in the industry for a year. Do you know much about the underground world?" Jordan didn't know, but he still knew some information about the so-called underground world. In this world, there is not only the superhero world with light, but also the darkness under the light. Cimera, Mafia, and Glorious Society of European origin. The Hawking Gang and Hungmen originated in China. The Jideo organization originated from Dongying. Colombia Murder City and Mexico's Golden Passage, which originated in South America. The Hell Angel Speeding Party and Fix Group that originated in North America. The 10 Commandments of Middle Eastern origin. Leviathan of Eastern European origin. 12 super underground forces have formed a huge dark world. Killers, criminals, spies, agents, politicians, etc., all the ugly things are carried out in this underground world. The Roma training camp, where Jordan was born, belongs to Leviathan. Continental hotels travel the world, and the board behind it is supported by these 12 super shareholders. Not only that, the underground world is vast and endless, and almost all the places where the sun can't find are in the underground world. In the information that Jordan obtained, the organizations behind the Smiths can only be regarded as two small and medium-sized organizations in the killer world. Smith and Mrs. Smith, one experienced and the other in technological analysis, are not really top killers either. Joe Danny really couldn't think of how these two people would get in touch with such a high topic in the underground world. Cashin seemed to see Jordan's doubts, and said, "Any assassin is born a member of the underground world, and in this underground world, there is a top-level assassin organization, the Assassin Mutual Aid Association. The Mutual Aid Association is the holy place for all the top killers in the world, and the barrier to entry is extremely high. They contacted me. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. And I learned a message from the Mutual Aid Association." Joe Danny frowned, already a little impatient, and said, "Cashin, I need the truth, this is what I deserve." Cashin laughed and said, "Joe, don't worry, the truth is that the reward for the Smiths is a test before joining the Mutual Aid Association." Jordan Danny solemnly said, "You mean, the Mutual Aid Association has taken a fancy to Mrs. and Mrs. Smith?" Cashin shook his head and said, "No, I fell in love with Jenny. Tom Smith should be behind the CIA. His methods are too sophisticated, and he is more like an agent than a killer. Also, this blood oath emblem, I can give you a place." Joe Danny stared straight at Cashin without saying a word. Cashin said, the same sentence, "Joe, you are a natural hunter. 2 years later, when your novice contract expires and you are free, I can introduce you to join the Mutual Aid Association." This is an existence that Jordan has never heard of. Even if Jordan is favored by Leviathan's senior management, he has never received any news about the Assassins Mutual Aid Society. Everything finally converged on the Assassin Mutual Aid Society. If this Assassin Mutual Aid Society is the organization in the movie that Jordanian thought, it would not be a loss to exchange a blood oath emblem for news of the Mutual Aid Society. P.S. Assassins Mutual Aid Association, from the movie Wanted, a killer organization, also known as the Assassin Alliance. The blood oath emblem, from the trilogy of the movie Quick Pursuit, a kind of contract certificate. Angry Lion Gold Coin, from the trilogy of the movie Quick Chase, a special currency for hotels in mainland China, whose value is rather confusing, subject to this book. Chapter 5, Ready to Hunt. Assassin Alliance, also known as the Wanted Order. This is also a movie about killers that Jordan had watched in his previous life, a bunch of really awesome killers. In the Assassin League, bullets turn around, people's heartbeat can reach 400 beats per minute, and all kinds of bug-like guns and bullets are stunned. In this life, Jordan occasionally still observes the world with the eyes of his previous life. This world is not just a simple Marvel world, but also faces and characters that can emerge at any time, making Jordanian familiar. Such as Mr. and Mrs. Smith, such as Cashin. In the previous life, the two actors from Mrs. Smith and Cashin also appeared in the same movie and in the same movie Assassins Organization, the Assassin League. According to Cashin's information, Jordan is 90% sure that the Assassin Mutual Aid Association is the Assassin Alliance. This is the first place in Jordan's life that he has come into contact with, possessing a similar extraordinary ability. There are Comitage and Guyi Mage in Marvel, and there is even a magic temple in New York. These are places with truly extraordinary abilities, but the point is that Jordan can't find them. If you can join the Assassin Mutual Aid Society, the adrenaline-rushing ability of the opponent may be able to help Jordani turn on MP on the system panel. A gold finger with MP is a good gold finger. If there is no MP, the many skills on the Jordanian system panel can only be greedy, not to mention the awakening of the gun and the awakening of the sky-sweeping wings. If you really want to be able to reach the level of sky-sweeping wings, even if Thanos is here, he will kill it for you. 2 years, neither long nor short. It's 2005. Even if it's 2 years later, it's only 2007. There is still a year to prepare before the initial year of a real superhero. But if this is the case, with the urinary nature of this system of indescribable emotions, 1 year, I'm afraid I can't even do the familiar skills. Maybe this time this mission about the Smiths will be a breakthrough. Coming out of the underground shooting range and parting ways with Cashin, Jordan felt that his life seemed to be radiated with a new kind of vitality. People, it just needs some obsessions and pursuits, otherwise, wouldn't life be too boring? The Smiths' mission is different from Jordan's previous prey. Joe Danny is not afraid, but he still needs to pay more attention to it. Continental Hotel, Wine Cellar. The sommelier at the Continental Hotel in New York is a very young and beautiful blonde girl who is also very professional. Mr. Jovovich, I haven't seen you for a long time. Have you had a good time recently? The prey level is not high, very boring. Then you come here this time. I came across a pair of interesting prey, so I need to add something. Jordan directly handed 4 gold coins, and the blonde girl suddenly laughed sweetly, and reached out and patted a corner of the wine cellar. Then, in the entire wine cellar, the original wooden barrels suddenly separated from the middle. In a short time, all kinds of big guns, small guns, light and heavy firepower were all displayed in front of Jordanian. The blonde girl put on a pair of eyes and said formally, "So, Mr. Jovovich, which product would you like to taste?" Joe Danny glanced at the guns, and said, "The main course, large capacity, penetration." The blonde girl nodded, and quickly took out a matte black pistol, and said, "In this case, I recommend to you the QSG-92 pistol from China, with a total length of 199 mm and 15 rounds of double-row double-input magazines for ammunition. With special DAP 9 mm ammunition, it has strong penetrating power and accurate accuracy." Joe Danny quickly got started and decided to place the order directly. Mixed wine, modular, with the function of far and near exchange, high firepower. I recommend to you the SCARH launched by FN. It uses 7.62 mm bullets, which can be quickly transformed into a sniper form and a melee form. If necessary, it can be equipped with a grenade launcher for a price. Dessert. The wine cellar and tailor shop of the Continental Hotel spent almost half of Jordan's savings in the past year. What Jordan bought was 2 QSG-92 pistols with 8 magazines, SCARH assault rifle, a variety of module combinations, 4 magazines, 6 MK series offensive grenades, and a special customized revolver. And a set of bulletproof clothing. This level of firepower equipment is even enough to fight a medium-intensity war. The details of the Smiths movie, Jordanian has forgotten a lot of things, but Jordanian remembers that the Smiths, the couple, seemed to kill a lot of people in the end. Combined with the mission information sent by the Continental Hotel, the 2 men are each worth $400,000. Think about Jordan's previous mission remuneration. In the past year, the highest was only $110,000. A battle is nearly $1 million in income, enough to drive more than 90% of low and middle-level killers in New York City crazy. 5 p.m. exactly, Bloomberg Building, 570 Lexington Avenue. The information given by the mission is not particularly sufficient. UU reading www.uugonshu.com is the location where Jenny Smith, one of the mission goals, appeared last time. In a coffee shop facing the street, Jordan had a rectangular suitcase next to him, Patience. This should be the killer studio headquarters formed by Jenny Smith. It has always been concealed with a brand called Power Company. After waiting for more than an hour, near 6:30, Jordan keenly noticed a blonde girl walking out of the building. Even though the other party went through a simple makeup, Jordan still recognized the other party's highly recognizable big mouth at a glance. There are more than 10 hours before the mission time, but it is necessary to fall into the mission target at this time. Smith and his wife are both old fritters who have been in the killer business for a long time. If you really waited like in the movie, let the 2 men go back to tear down the house, and then attack until dawn, I am afraid that by then there will be no bird's hair. At the checkout, Jordan took his salute on his back and walked out of the cafe. A long street was separated. And Jenny Smith on the opposite side seemed very keen. Almost as soon as he appeared, he looked in the direction of Jordan. A somewhat familiar face appeared in Jordan's sight. The two looked at each other across the street. Jordan stood in the bright setting sun on the side of the street, like a sunny boy next door, smiling very happily, and beckoning to each other. Looking at Jordanian standing on the side of the long street, Jenny Smith frowned slightly, waited until the car with a face slowly passed by, and disappeared into Jordan's sight. Chapter 6, Agreement with Jenny. Lexington Avenue, a black business car approached the roadside unknowingly. Just right, the car stopped in front of Jordan, the window slowly lowered, and a seat was separated. Jenny Smith, with a big sunglasses on her face, slightly upwards, looked at Jordan. In Jenny's arms, under a very hidden corner of her clothes, a black hole came from the muzzle. Hey, waiting for someone? The sunglasses on Jenny's face slipped slightly, hung on the bridge of her nose, and she spoke to Jordan Danny slightly mockingly. Looking at Jenny, who reappeared, Jordan didn't seem to be pointed at by a gun. He opened the door and put the long luggage on the back seat. Jordan then sat in the front row with a polite smile and said, "I'm Jordan Jovovich, you can call me Joe. If you don't mind, how about taking me for a ride?" Had already boarded the car, Jenny pouted her mouth silently, and she drove into the road without saying a word. After a while, when the number of vehicles on the street was reduced, Jenny glanced at Jordanian and said, "The young killers nowadays, have they acted so blatantly?" Joe Danny looked familiar, and said, "I am special, strong." Jenny rolled her eyes and said, "It's a good thing to have self-confidence, but overconfidence is sometimes fatal." After finishing talking, a pistol, I don't know when it was in Jenny's hand, has been stuck on Jordan's waist. "Cool, nice gun." Clang. Gilyalu. After Jordan finished speaking in admiration, a chubby thing rolled into the carriage. "Jenny, FK." Jordan Danny grabbed Jenny, who was about to jump off the car, and shyly picked up the grenade under his feet, and said, "Sorry, I didn't put this stuff away." "Don't worry, the insurance is still there." Jenny didn't say a word, just staring at Jordanian like that. "Peace of mind, your sister, let me thunder if you don't agree. The daily task of the killer is only, is it necessary to come up and fight like that?" Was quiet for a while. Jenny glanced at her watch and said, "I have at least 8 hours left." "What do you want?" Joe Danny looked at Jenny without blinking, his face was obsessed, and said, "Why don't you divorce Mr. Smith?" Jenny sneered disdainfully, and said, "So this is a beautiful man's plan." Jordani was embarrassed and said, "No, what I meant was that if you separate, you may have a higher chance of surviving, but if you have that aspect, I can accept it, but I hope to protect it. Measures, boys are away from home." Jenny, shut up. Joe Danny. True, topic Terminator, steel straight man, drove straight. Jenny Smith, according to the data, an absolute feminist with a strong character, was so direct by Jordanian that she couldn't take care of herself in life. In terms of men and women, although Jenny feels very open, it does not mean that she is a bitch. The little milk dog next to looks very handsome, tall and straight, and has a good temperament, which makes myself feel a little bit of sorrow occasionally. However, even though I have broken up with the dog like John Smith, I haven't really divorced yet. Wait, my thinking is a bit crooked. After Jenny was silent for a while, she stopped the car abruptly by the side of the road, looked at Jordanian seriously, and said, "You show up next to me, maybe you want to come." Joe Danny glanced at Jenny's long legs involuntarily, and said, "To be honest, I think a little bit." Jenny. The two stared straight at each other, and the depression in their marriage for a long time broke out in an instant. Jenny licked her lips and said, "I have another date at 7. Joe Danny glanced at the time and said, "Half an hour is enough." Jordan was a little silent. When he was near Jenny's house, he just said, "The conflict between you and Smith is a conspiracy organized behind your back. It comes from the instigation of the Assassins' Mutual Aid Society." The vehicle stopped suddenly, and Jenny frowned and said, "Assassin Mutual Aid Association." Xiao Dani said, "Yes, I got the news that the Assassin Mutual Aid Association wants to absorb you into the organization. This is a test for you." Jenny's face became harder to look, and she said, "What about John?" Jordani silently glanced at the ruthless woman in front of him, and said, "I have an inaccurate information. Mr. John Smith is likely to be a member of the CIA. He is experienced and single-handed, and he will be unrecognized after exposure." "Kind." Jenny looked angry and said, "Impossible, the CIA is not allowed to operate on the US mainland." Joe Danny laughed instead and said, "So you think about it, where was the first time you met?" Silence, the car fell silent again. After a long time, Jenny calmed down and said, "What about you? What is your purpose? Don't talk any more nonsense, you have already got it." Jordan is always embarrassed. The middle game was not originally planned. "Doesn't seem right, I didn't say it first when I came." After thinking about it, "Business matters are still important," Jordan said. "I hope that after you enter the Assassin Mutual Aid Association, you will share the extraordinary power you have gained with me." "Jenny, what good do I have?" Jenny's face blushed. "You reading www.uuganshu.com resisted the pressure and did not give in." Joe Danny sighed and said, "I can guarantee you will survive this test safely." Jenny sneered and said, "Not enough. Ha, a woman who doesn't recognize anyone when she puts on her pants." "Jordan, if you need it, I can give you a blood oath emblem, but I also need your guarantee." "Ha, man." Jenny squinted her eyes and scorned. She drew out an emblem very simply, and the two exchanged. After reaching an agreement, Jenny simply took out a big gun and drove Jordan out of the car. On the very cold roadside, Jordanian watched Jenny's car go away. He was startled for a long time, showing a self-deprecating smile. "I really changed. I didn't expect that I would actually sell myself such a day." Although Jenny and John Smith have already had marital problems, broken relationships, doubts about each other, and even wanted to kill each other, they still acted as a third party. Did you use the wrong vocabulary or the third party that didn't exist? Brad Pitt and Julie Angelina are not good birds anyway. These two people seem to be two cheating stars from the previous life, so messy. I was just to comfort Jenny's torn and extremely depressed heart, and to help the other party release stress and relieve loneliness. Is there anyone in the world who is more helpful than yourself? No, absolutely not. P.S. Jenny Smith/Fox, from the movies Smiths and Wanted, subsequent identities will be reasonably integrated. Chapter 7, Beast Assault Flow Combat Mode. Night fell. Because of Jordan's chaos, Jenny did not return home in advance to prepare dinner as in the previous Life movie. By the time Jenny got home, it was almost 8 o'clock. John Smith has the same attitude as a family man, and he tentatively said to Jenny, "Dinner at 7 o'clock, you seem to be late." Jenny suddenly smiled and said, "Perhaps because of the traffic jam? Do you need me to cook for you? How about your favorite roast beef?" John was suspicious, and smiled, "No, I'm not too hungry." The two smiled awkwardly, speechless for a while. Those hidden uneasiness and lies in the marriage process, coupled with their own doubts, have brewed a weird atmosphere at this moment. Of course, Jenny already knows the truth and is more active and natural. After a long time, John carefully took out a bottle of red wine and said, "If you are not eating, how about a drink?" Seeing John's various small actions that were cautiously guarded, Jenny felt amused at first, and then she laughed at herself. In fact, the union 6 years ago was an unexpected accident. "I am really stupid, walking in the killer business, I actually believe in some love. What kind of true love can be born between the collision of lies and lies? The more I thought about it, the more thorough. Jenny suddenly remembered Jordan's words before, but she felt dull for a while, and said, "Let's be honest, and the organization behind me, you should have already investigated it clearly, right?" John frowned slightly, and then smiled. "Power company? Black tie real estate? Or is it a feminist killer company?" Jenny didn't have any expression on her face, and said, "What about you? Why can't I find out any information about your organization? CIA? NSA? DIA? Or is it the legendary IFM?" For an instant, the room became deadly silent. Bone Lulu. Just as the atmosphere in the room became more tense, a small round melon rolled into the room. Jenny and John looked at each other, almost without the slightest hesitation. The two quickly avoided in the direction they had chosen. Boom! A violent sound and firelight rose in the dark night. "FK, the time has not come yet, they are breaking the rules. These people may not be killers. If I heard you correctly, this is the equipment of the Covert Operations Department I organized. FK, you really belong to the CIA." Amidst the sound of gunshots, Jenny and John, who were hiding in the dark, yelled. After a while, the gunfire stopped. Jenny took out a gun from a secret compartment, glared at John, and said, "Why do your people suddenly attack us?" John had an embarrassment on his face and said, "The CIA does not allow operations in the country. My identity has been exposed and I need to clean up the traces." Jenny was furious, and said, "What the did you do?" John became more embarrassed, and said, 6 years ago, I was investigating an arms deal between Columbia Murder City and the East Pacific Organization, and accidentally discovered your organization." The information Jenny got from Jordanian was all confirmed at this moment. But at this time, even if Jenny is extremely angry, facing a large number of secret operations at the moment, she still has to work with John to escape from this situation. The enemy is coming, there are snipers, everyone is on guard. Just as Jenny and John were arguing about how to break the game, there was a burst of loud shouts outside the room. Hung an expensive Pulsar Trail Series thermal imaging scope, Jordan hid hundreds of meters away from the battlefield of the house, and once again killed the two figures who were trying to rush over. Jordan was also a little surprised. Then John Smith was really the CIA. I didn't expect the CIA to send someone to kill him. After this time, I am afraid that I will be on the blacklist of the CIA. I hope that my judgment is correct, otherwise, I really lost a lot this time. Joe Danny killed the members of the secret troops who were constantly outflanking them, and dialed Jenny's phone casually. The plan has changed. Prepare to escape early. The CIA intervenes. The test against you will be cancelled on time in 48 hours. I prepared a safe house on 8th Avenue. It is on the edge of the Hell's Kitchen. There are things you need in it. You said it nicely, there are so many secret troops outside. Don't worry, I will draw the attention of these people and remember your promise. Hung up the phone and sent the address of the safe house. Jordan quickly drew his gun and struck a 3-shot combo, hitting a member of the secret force that he had touched to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Jordanian launched a step-and-shoot and mobile shooting, and the whole person was like a tiger descending a mountain, rushing into the battlefield within 100 meters. 3 grenades rolled into a large crowd. Shooting technique is launched, random shooting, multiple headshots, floating shovel, aerial shooting. Joe Danny is like a lion breaking into the hyena group, with his legs turned into wheels, kicking, rounding kicks, knee bumps, fast reloading, 3 bursts, and pedaling shots. In just a short moment, a dozen members of the secret army fell to the ground. The enemy attacked, guard, guard. Find cover, suppress fire. The screams and gunshots were connected together, and the whole scene was extremely chaotic. And the more chaotic the scene, Jordan, who has the dual skills of physique and archery, became more and more like a fish in the water. Without consuming MP, his skills were frequently activated. Even when needed, Jordanian can launch a long-range block and shoot down the bullets with bullets. In less than 2 minutes, a large number of secret force members became sparse. Reading www. Under the crisis of Ukansha.com's death, the secret CIA troops also ignored the so-called mission. They were all in hiding, and all their attention was transferred to Jordan's direction. At the same time, in the dilapidated room, the gunfire gradually stopped, and Jenny and John were dumbfounded. John looked shocked and said, "How many people did you bring?" Jenny also had a dull face, and said, "1." John was furious, and said, "Zayat, you are still lying to me at this time. That's the CIA, members of the secret force. They are all elites drawn from the SEALs, the Delta, and the Rangers." Jenny. Ignoring John's madness, Jenny quickly found some things she needed from the room and rushed out from the back of the house. Jenny never thought that the big boy who had just had a shot with herself before would actually be so powerful. Is different from Jordanian's beast assault stream. In Jenny's perception, no matter whether it is an agent or a killer, even a special force, no one rushes into the crowd so recklessly. Could it be that my own charm is too great, so that boy is willing to die for himself? Jenny was a little touched inexplicably. And John, who followed Jenny, looked at the expression on Jenny's face. He always felt something was not right. "Forget it, don't think about it, it's important to escape. Hey, this green hat looks pretty stylish, just to hide it." P.S. John Smith, from the movie The Smiths, was originally a killer, but the book was extended to be a secret CIA agent. Chapter 8, Trouble with the Continental Hotel. In the previous year, Jordan's missions were all small characters. On the one hand, they were unarmed, which would make people feel guilty. On the other hand, they acted like playing a stand-alone game, which was boring and tight. So Jordan Danny was very depressed for a while. It was not until the appearance of the Smiths, Cashin, and others that Jordanian suddenly found the joy of life. For example, this time the CIA's secret forces, a combined operation of more than 40 people. Its combat power is even enough to set off a coup in some relatively backward small countries. A high-intensity battle, the final result was the arrival of CIA support troops and Jordan's easy retreat. Between gunfire and iron and blood, relying on powerful physical skills and shooting skills, the feeling of full firepower is quite wonderful. What is slightly lacking is that the peak strength of ordinary people is still a little short of meaning, and the power of the skills cannot be perfectly exploded. After exiting the battlefield for a kilometer, Jordan quickly entered the house that he had scouted in advance. This is the point that Jordanian stepped on in advance, a set of Broadway Family Package and Hilton Family Suite trial coupon, enough to keep the family from going home all day. The operation went smoother than he thought, and Jordan did not expect that the CIA would attach so much importance to John Smith, and even sent secret troops to clear up hidden dangers at the expense of law enforcement across the border. "Hey, is it the FBI? This is 92nd Street in Uptown. There is a firefight. Come and wash the ground." "What? Who am I? What are you going to do?" "Hey, why do I need to explain to others when I work in the CIA?" Snapped. "Hey, is it the New York City Police Department? This is 92nd Street. The FBI and the CIA are fighting. Don't thank me, I am a red scarf." Snapped. The CIA and the FBI are deadly rivals. The CIA does not have law enforcement powers in the United States, and the FBI can only investigate federal cases. Plus a New York City Police Department NYPD. Joe Danny hung up the phone very satisfied. There were no criminals at the scene, only the wounded and corpses of the CIA. If the three parties arrived at the same time, it would have been a long time. Perfect. After dealing with possible traces and evidence on his body in the room, Jordan changed his clothes and took a taxi to the Continental Hotel amid the continuous sound of police cars. On the Smiths' side, Jordan has done everything he can do. The emergence of the CIA secret force just happened to be able to remove herself from this mission. As for whether Jenny can successfully join the Assassins' Mutual Aid Association, it is not her business. It's just a bet, it's not worth letting myself fall out with the Continental Hotel. The Continental Hotel is not terrible. What's terrifying is the meaning it represents. It is the unspoken rule formulated by the 12 superpowers in the underground world. This kind of unspoken rule does not mean that it cannot be broken, it is a question of whether it is worthwhile. And even if you want to break, you need to have enough strength to support it. At least you have to wait until when you can fight against a superhero at the level of Captain America. Maybe you have the initial capital to fight the Continental Hotel. What's more, there seems to be nothing wrong with linking to the Continental Hotel. In a wild thought, Jordan quickly returned to the Continental Hotel again, got out of the car with his luggage, sorted out the expressions on his face, and brewed a bit of murderous aura. Xiao Danny then entered the lobby of the Continental Hotel with great talent. At the end of the lobby, Karen is always standing there meticulously, wearing a pair of gold glasses, full of polite and gentle atmosphere. Karen, I want to see Winston. I must give me an account of what happened tonight. Murderous aura, Jordan deliberately revealed it, and opened his coat. On the inside of the suit, there were 7 or 8 bullets inlaid on it. The special bullet was placed on the table, and Karen's face quickly showed a solemn look. This is a customized bullet of the CIA secret force, and the matter has gone beyond Karen's scope. Mr. Jovovich, please wait a moment, I will contact Mr. Winston for you immediately. Karen took Jordan to a resting place, and quickly returned to the bar to make a phone call. After a while, Karen put down the phone, came to Jordan's side, and said, Mr. Jovovich, Mr. Winston is already waiting for you in the garden. Farewell to Karen. Jordanian soon came to the rooftop garden of the Continental Hotel. Winston is still the same old awake look, full of mystery and wisdom, and he seems to be covered in a mist, which makes people unable to see through. First, he poured a glass of wine for the murderous Joe Danny, and then Winston said, Joe, this happened too suddenly. Now that the mission site has been completely blocked by the FBI, I need you to tell me what happened. What? Joe Danny was murderous. He drank the wine in one sip and said, someone is breaking the rules, before the task is really issued, and attacked me. I killed a dozen people and then escaped. It's as simple as that, but I think the Continental Hotel should give me an explanation. Winston frowned and stared at Jordan. After a while, Winston frowned and said, Joe, no one will break the rules, and no one dares to break the rules. This matter is more complicated. Those who do it are the CIA. The more I said, Winston felt more painful, and the expression on his face was helpless. The underground world, after all, is the underground world. When the sun rises, all darkness will dissipate, and the CIA is already a wholly light-level existence. Winston is actually very embarrassed. If he admits to Jordan, the rules of the Continental Hotel have been broken, and he must retaliate back. The rules cannot be broken. A group of killers from the underground world went to retaliate against the CIA. It was definitely the old birthday star eating arsenic, and he was impatient to live. Are the killers floating? Or is the CIA unable to lift the knife? I really thought that the US government didn't want face. But if Winston denied Jordan's words and UU reading www.uugonshu.com revealed the involvement of the CIA, then there was a problem with the mission information given by the Continental Hotel. The other killers who received the task are fortunate to say that before the task time is brought, just modify the task information. But when Jordan stepped on the spot, he was already involved in the exchange of fire between the secret CIA forces. This is a headache, because the wrong party is at the Continental Hotel, so on the one hand, he has to give Jordan an explanation or compensation. On the other hand, Winston must find a way not to let Jordanie tell the Continental Hotel's mistakes. Thinking for a moment, Winston said, "Joe, this matter, I hope you can rot in your stomach. The mission record will be eliminated, and the hotel will give you an explanation and a hush fee." If it were a general rookie killer, Winston might choose to kill. But when Jordan spoke just now, Winston noticed a message that he exchanged fire with the secret CIA forces, and the other party killed more than a dozen people and escaped unharmed. Thinking carefully, "I'm terrified, ordinary people, can you do such a thing?" Jordanie looked at the opposite face of Winston's face changing again and again, and his heart was dark. On the way back, Jordan had already thought about all aspects of the problem, even outside the hotel, leaving himself a backhand. Now that things are going well, Jordan suddenly laughed in his heart. Fortunately, the acting skills are in place. Jordanian did not express the joy in his heart, and said with a sullen face, "Winston, I respect you very much and can agree to your request, but in terms of compensation and hush money, I must have certain options." Winston frowned, and finally said, "Yes, I hope you can grasp the measurement." Chapter 9, Cashin's Help. The underground world is very complicated, and it is synonymous with chaos and disorder. In order to ensure that members of the underground world can have a relatively safe trading and resting area, under the joint promotion of the 12 Giants, a platform such as Continental Hotel has appeared. The 12-party underground giant is like the board of directors of the Continental Hotel Group, with supervisory powers but no administrative powers. After formulating two very simple rules, in order to avoid the 12-party underground giants from being overwhelmed and jealous, mainland hotels everywhere will be contracted out in a form of almost outsourcing. In this way, the independence of the Continental Hotel can be guaranteed. On the mainland hotels in various places, a council is set up, not participating in the administrative management of the hotels, but only supervising and adjudicating the mainland hotels in various places. Like what happened to Jordan. Winston needs to sort things out, make a ruling, and then hand it over to the board of directors. Then the council sent judges to New York to investigate and try, and finally responded. This is not something that can be done right away, it takes a certain amount of time. In this case, Jordanian enjoyed some of the free treatments at the Continental Hotel that he had never enjoyed since he joined the job, and he was also relieved. "I go shopping from time to time, and occasionally go to the safe house to find Jenny to discuss the depth." Jordanie is more at ease than ever. Of course, Jordan is not without a mess, such as money. The killer business is quick to come in, but the cost is also high. Various offensive, defensive, traps and other equipment, preparations for the safe house in the 3 caves of the rabbit, plus Jordan's short journey time, and not very diligent in performing tasks. After making a big bet on Jenny, Jordan's economy is almost out of gear. Is still in the underground shooting range of the big old man. This time, Jordanian rarely did a lot of shooting training, but shrank in the rest area and watched Cashin squander the bullets. Half an hour later, Dad sent 2 bottles of beer. Cashin looked at Jordanian speechlessly, and said, "Are you really so poor? Big old man and a daughter still support him. How expensive are kindergartens and private schools in New York City now? How can you bear to drink Dad's blood?" Jordanie responded with a and turned to look at the big daddy. Dad is a gentle man with glasses. He has a slightly damaged hairline and always carries a melancholy temperament on his body. He raised the beer in his hand and said, "Cashin, this is what Joe deserves." After finished speaking, the big old man smiled at Jordanian and left quickly. Unlike Jordan and the others, Dad is a man with a story. He used to be a policeman, but he was framed by drug dealers. He was in prison for 5 years, and his wife died, leaving only one daughter. 6 months ago, during an assassination operation, Jordanie ran into the Big Daddy and his daughter screaming outside. The scene at the time made Jordanian very unforgettable. A girl of 7 or 8 years old, holding a handful of M1911 in both hands, crying with tears, was constantly encouraged to kill by the big old man. Dad and his daughter are not superheroes, nor are they members of the underground world. On the contrary, it reminded Jordan of the plot in a niche superhero movie King of the Sea in his previous life. It was just a drug dealer, and I don't know what kind of psychology it was. Jordan helped the Big Daddy kill the enemy, and persuaded him to live a normal life. This is also one of the reasons why Jordan can safely use this underground shooting range as a stronghold. After the Big Daddy left, Jordan looked serious, looked at Cashin, and said, "I'm so anxious this time. What's the matter if you call me here?" Hearing what Jordan said, Cashin's face also became serious. Instinctively observing left and right, Cashin said, "John has disappeared. The Assassin Mutual Aid Association has got what they want. After 3 days at most, I, Jenny, and some other people will enter the Assassin Mutual Aid Association. Accept training." Jordan was taken aback for a moment. It was only 3 days after Jenny and John had escaped. The methods of the Assassin Mutual Aid Society are much faster than Jordan's imagination. Jordan did not inquire about Jenny and John's couple. There are no secrets in the underground world. Once Jordan shows too much enthusiasm, it is difficult to hide the transaction between himself and Jenny. After a round in his mind, Jordan said, "Cashin, isn't this what you always wanted? Entering the Assassins Mutual Aid Association, this is Cashin's long-cherished wish." Since getting the blood oath emblem of Jordan, Cashin has shown himself in front of Jordan several times. Only this time, Cashin's face became a little ugly. Seems to be thinking about something. After a short pause, Cashin took out Jordan's blood oath emblem before he spoke. "Cashin, Joe, I learned something. In the Assassins Mutual Aid Society, there is a magical potion that can give people a lot of help, but it will also have certain side effects that make people lose their previous memories." Joe Danny glanced at the blood oath emblem on the table, and said, "What do you want me to do?" It only took a few days. Jordanian didn't expect that he would fulfill his first blood oath emblem so soon. Cax's face became more difficult to look, and said, "Help me find a way to restore my memory." You reading www.yunsha.com. Joe Danny was silent. In fact, at this time, Jordan's heart was in a mess. On the one hand, Jordanian doesn't remember the medicine Cashin said appeared in the movie. On the other hand, Jordani felt that the big bet he made on Jenny seemed to be losing money. Subconsciously picked up the bottle and took a sip. Jordan said, "Cashin, I can't assure you, because I'm not a doctor, and I don't think you should use the blood oath emblem here. If I were you, at most, don't join the Mutual Aid Association." Cashin's face was a little bit painful, and said, "No, you don't understand, Joe, the Mutual Aid Association is too strong, I have no room to refuse. And this blood oath emblem, I did not get the Continental Hotel notarization, Joe, what I want is your promise, you will try to help me." Assassins Mutual Aid Association is indeed powerful, and already has the capital to fight against the Continental Hotel. Is also in the underground world. The Assassin Mutual Aid Association respects the rules of the Continental Hotel, but it does not mean that the blood oath emblem of the Continental Hotel can be controlled by the Assassin Mutual Aid Association. Cashin took out the blood oath emblem at this time, which was more like a plea than a deal. Putting away the blood oath emblem on the table, Jordan said solemnly, "Cashin, I promise I will do my best to help you restore your memory, but success depends only on the will of God." Cashin grinned reluctantly, and was slightly silent. Finding Giordani is just a hope for Cashin to seek medical attention in a desperate situation. If the memory can't be retrieved, even if the blood oath emblem is in hand, Cashin doesn't know what it is, and it's useless. Chapter 10, Dad and Daughter. Cashin left first, but still brought a trace of shadow to Jordan's heart. In this world, Jordan had thought that this huge real world would be separated from the stories he saw in the movies in his previous life. But Jordan didn't expect this scene to come so quickly. Assassin's League is a relatively deep impression of Jordanian movie, probably due to the reason that Xingjia got Professor X's girlfriend. In this movie, Jordan Nico never remembers any medicine for amnesia. If there is, it is the candle water that can make people recover quickly. I can't think through, and without getting more information about the Assassins Mutual Aid Society, Jordani feels that he should slow down his plan. Otherwise, even if I got the potion through Jenny, I would not dare to use it indiscriminately. Godfather, you haven't come to Mindy for a long time. Soon after Cashin left, accompanied by a crisp childish voice, a little girl with a double ponytail appeared in the underground shooting range, stepped on her short legs, and threw herself into Jordan's arms. Mindy Jo McQueen, the daughter of the Big Dad's family, is only 6 years old and can make people bleed. In the first half year of starting the mission, Jordan, perhaps because of the guilt of murder, had a nightmare all night long. After saving the father, and daughter, the sunny Mindy relieved Jordan from the severe depression. It is precisely because of this that Jordani became Mindy's godfather. With the little person in his arms, the haze in Jordan's heart disappeared instantly. Rebirth from a slick marketer on the other side of the ocean, to a killer in the Marvel world, even in the past 10 years, there is actually a sense of alienation between Jordan and the whole world. That is, when Mindy gets along, the gap in Jordan's heart will be completely let go. Things like Loli sometimes have incredible magical powers. Godfather, you're in a daze again, don't you like Mindy? When Mindy doesn't allow you to hold me, you think about other bitches. Jordani was speechless, glared at Mindy pretendingly, and played with Mindy for a while. When the Big Daddy came, Jordani put Mindy aside, looked at the Big Daddy, and said, "Demon, you have to stay in front of Mindy in the future. A girl's house, a knife and gun, forget it, open your mouth to be bitch, what's the matter?" Dad looked dazed and looked at Mindy. Mindy played with a butterfly knife sharply, and turned back to Dad with an innocent smile. "Don't talk about this." The big old man rolled his eyes and said, "Joe, let's talk about your problem. I heard that you are in big trouble. The CIA is collecting your information everywhere." Jordani and Mindy were playing around, and said nonchalantly, "It's just a bunch of idiots, don't worry about them." Still the same sentence, the CIA has no law enforcement powers and prohibits espionage against Americans. In the United States, it is at best to conduct joint investigations with the FBI. But as long as Jordan doesn't leave evidence, there is nothing to worry about. The big old man was a little anxious, and said, "Joe, the CIA is not as simple as you think. They are inherently rule breakers." After all, it was a good intention, and Jordan finally took it seriously and said, "Okay, I'll be careful, don't worry." At this time, Mindy also put down the butterfly knife, and said to the big old man, "Dad, don't worry, the Godfather is the most powerful, he is a superhero." Being so complimented by the goddess, Jordani was so cool and burst into laughter. "Mindy, how about superhero Dad taking you to Chinese food, the best Chinese food?" "Godfather, Dad said you are going to sell your when you are poor." "Sheet, Damon." "Godfather, are you really poor?" "I have a lot of pocket money from my dad. How about giving it to you?" Jordan finally brought Mindy to Queens. Although the killer status cannot use a credit card, it is okay to swipe a credit card if he is a daily life status. Has a Chinese soul, even if he is a mixed-race man, Jordan still loves Chinese food. Flushing in Queens is the best Chinatown in New York and the most similar to China. Here, you can also taste many authentic Chinese food, instead of the magical Chinese food in other regions. In the United States, in fact, many authentic Chinese foods are very expensive. Even a middle-class family can only afford to eat authentic Chinese food once or twice a month. Jordani is barely a foodie. When wandering in New York, the most visited place is Chinatown in Flushing. Holding Mindy's small hand, walking on the Chinatown with Chinese characteristics, Jordan's body is obviously much more relaxed than usual. "Joe Danny, Mindy, what kind of food is better for us, Shanghai food or Sichuan food?" "Mindy, Godfather, we don't eat spicy food, okay?" "Joe Danny, okay, then the hometown tastes good, the Sichuan cuisine there is not spicy at all." "Mindy. Mingdi prefers sweeter Shanghai cuisine, while Xiao Dani prefers spicy Sichuan food. Every time I eat Chinese food, teasing Mindy is a must-chosen show for Xiao Dani." With a small face, just when Mindy was walking reluctantly, she looked around and saw a figure inadvertently, and her eyes suddenly lit up. "Peter, the godfather of Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, that is Peter, my best child." Just as Jordan's mood became more and more happy, Mindy quickly shook Jordan's big hand, with a look of surprise on her face. Following Mindy's fingers, Jordan quickly saw a group of mothers and sons across the road, and was taken aback. Of course, little boy or something, Jordan doesn't care at all. What is more exciting is the woman next to the little man, who is sweet, good-looking, and has a mature feminine charm. How do you say, it's different from Jenny's and exciting? What this woman shows, besides the sweetness, is full of amorous feelings. If you can meet this kind of beauty, it doesn't matter if you have Chinese food or something. "Mindy, is that your kindergarten kid?" "Yep." "Well, for the sake of the children, we can invite them to eat Sichuan cuisine." "What?" Mingdi's little face looked distressed, but she still couldn't escape the Sichuan cuisine. Sichuan cuisine is actually quite delicious, but it was painful to say when she finished her POO. Looking at Mindy's skeptical life, Jordan laughed suddenly and said, "It's funny. If you invite friends, then go eat steak. There is a place for sundae and pudding for dessert." Mingdi immediately became happy, and looked up and said cutely, "Okay. Godfather, I want to eat strawberry flavor." P.S. Mindy McQueen, from the two-part movie King of the Sea, nicknamed Super Killer, super cute. Damon McQuaid, from the two-part movie King of the Sea, nicknamed Big Daddy. By the way, the actor Uncle Cage is a real prodigal, but it's a pity. Chapter 11, Peter and May. The Chinese meal plan came to an abrupt end. Jordan led Mindy across the road. Amidst Mindy's laughter and shouts, he caught up with the mother and son not far away. "Peter! I chased you so far, did you see me, right?" "No, don't talk nonsense, I'm not hiding from you." "Yes, you have already seen it, Peter, don't you like me?" "Mindy, no, don't do that." Two 6 or 7-year-old children, the situation after they met was a bit unexpected by Jordan. The little boy called Peter is a little thinner than Mindy. He is obviously scared of Mindy, but he is not the kind of disgusting fear. My daughter knows it herself. Since being reunited with Dad at the age of 5, Mindy has received Dad's education of swords, guns, swords, and sticks. Even after Jordan became Mindy's godfather, as a killer, the one who taught Mindy the most was all kinds of crooked theories in the killer world. Seeing that little Peter looks like a horrified and frightened bird, Jordan couldn't bear it. "Mindy, what should I teach you to be polite?" Jordan's face was expressionless, and the moment he met Mindy, he squeezed his eyes. Mindy rolled her eyes speechlessly, and said, "Godfather, this is Peter and Aunt May." "Aunt May is good. I'm Mindy. Peter's good friend." The mature beauty smiled, very sweet, and said, "Good Mindy, so good." Mindy looked cute and said, "Aunt May, can we eat together? My godfather is very rich, and he can pay the bill." The mature beauty looked surprised, and Jordan gave an embarrassing but polite smile. "Hello, I'm Jordan Jovovich, Mindy's godfather. I'm sorry, this child has no mother since he was a child, and his father and I are not very good at educating children. This girl is used to talking nonsense, don't mind." Jordan's face was slightly apologetic. The mature beauty relieved her face, laughed, and said, "It's okay, I'm May Parker, kids are like this, but we still have things." Jordan is not too positive, so he glanced at Mindy calmly. Mindy quickly understood, looking at the mature beauty with a pitiful face, and said, "Aunt May, can't I play with Peter?" "No." The mature beauty said with a face of self-blame, "Mindy, Auntie doesn't mean that. Of course you can play with Peter, so, Mindy, can you go to Auntie's house? Auntie's pie is delicious." Mindy looked up at Jordani, who smiled without saying a word. In a short time, Mindy understood something. After thinking about it between the Godfather and the Sunday, she showed a smiling face and said, "Okay." Seeing that things had suddenly developed to this point, little Peter was still confused and paused. He was both happy and slightly apprehensive. He said in kindness, "Mindy, I have a gift from Batman, but it's fun." Mindy nodded, let go of Jordan's big hand, took Peter and ran forward, and said, "Then let's go quickly." Jordani looked at Mindy pulling Peter away, feeling relieved. "My daughter has improved." Last time, Mindy would not create a space for herself and her beautiful women to be alone. Are all routines, this is not the first time. Mindy is responsible for selling cuteness, talking nonsense, and showing his godfather's advantages. Jordani took advantage of the trend and showed humility and politeness. Coupled with Jordan's outstanding looks, it can be successful back and forth. Maybe it is because of his 2 lives and his older mental age. Jordan particularly loves those slightly mature women. It does not necessarily have to make any substantial progress, but he likes the ambiguous feeling alone. After all, Jordani is very ethical. The last time between Jenny and Jenny was just an accident. The side quieted down quickly. Jordan looked at May next to him, and smiled apologetically, "Mrs. Parker, I'm so sorry, I won't bother you. Would you like to make a call with Mr. Parker in advance?" May soon showed a reluctant smile on her face and said, "Nothing to interrupt, my husband is no longer there. Only me and Peter are at home, and I rarely see Peter so happy." "Sorry, I don't know this." Jordan was overjoyed, apologized slightly on his face. May was very cheerful and optimistic, she smiled, and said, "Mr. Jovovich is too polite, it's actually been a long time. Just call me Joe." Jordan knew the rhythm very well. When he saw that the other person was not in a high mood, he immediately changed the subject and said, "Peter's parents?" May quickly reacted and said, "No, Peter's parents are very good, but the work is relatively busy, so many times, Peter lives with me. Sweet-looking, domineering, optimistic and cheerful, and single. May Parker in front of me perfectly fits Jordan's taste." Wait, Peter Parker and May Parker, so familiar names, seem to have heard of them somewhere. Just now, the worm went to his brain and didn't react. Only now did Jordan clear a little of his long silent memory, and suddenly felt that he seemed to have come into contact with some extraordinary characters. Is actually Spider-Man, and it looks like it should be the version of Spider-Man from the previous Dutch brother. Is a fat sheep. Peter's parents seem to have not had any accidents. If they can get information about the spider serum, the superpowers of Spider-Man are a perfect match for his roaming gunner. Spider induction increases dodge and precision, and the sensitivity of flying into the earth can increase the shooting range of oneself. Other extra strength, physical strength, etc., not to mention UU reading www.uuganshu.com. I didn't expect to go out for a shopping trip, and with such a harvest, when Jordan looked at May, his eyes became even more fierce. Going all the way to May's home, Jordan, who has added 3 points of enthusiasm, showed his best and smashed his favors. After dinner, it was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that Jordan took Mindy out of May's house. Mindy is a little bit unhappy on the road, her face is always bitter. Jordani was a little funny, and said, "Mindy, why are you unhappy, don't you like Peter? Or don't you like Aunt May?" Mingdi was pitiful and said, "No, I like Peter and Aunt May very much, but Aunt May's pie is a poison. Let's go to Chinese food next time, even if it's Sichuan food, okay?" May's cooking skills are truly unforgettable, and Jordanian ate a lot in order to get a good impression. It can be said that he has a deep experience. Thinking of the hardship of his goddaughter in order to be a wingman for herself, Jordan's heart grew warmer, and he hugged Mindy and said, "Well, Chinese food is fine, but the godfather wants to eat sundae, or what about cakes made of caramel banana powder?" Mindy's eyes lit up and said, "Godfather, really? Let's go eat." "Joe Danny. Then you have to kiss the godfather." Mindy proudly said, "No. Joe Danny, Mindy, you hurt the godfather. Let's have Chinese food." Mindy, meh. P.S. Well, there should be no introduction to Spider-Man and Aunt May. Spider-Man, Homecoming, Spider-Man, Far From Home, the Avengers series. Dizzy, the main line of this book seems to be Marvel. Chapter 12, Old Cunning Winston. Mindy finally ate the sundae she was thinking of, and was sent back to Dad's residence by Jordani. And Jordanian returned to the Continental Hotel after a day of wandering. The judges of the board of directors have visited many places and collected a lot of information. When the FBI loosened the blockade on the CIA's cross-border law enforcement cases, with the energy of the board of directors, they could even obtain a lot of information from the FBI. The final ruling should come down within these 2 days. Much faster than Jordan expected. Early in the morning of the next day, Jordan was notified by Karen. The judges of the council want to see Jordan. The meeting with the judge was in the rooftop garden of the Continental Hotel, where Winston was also the host. Jordani Jovovich, born in the Eastern European Roma training camp, because he took the initiative to assume the obligation of Leviathan to donate blood to the board of directors, obtained the Leviathan internal pass, and chose to come to the Continental Hotel in New York a year ago. Performed 41 missions. In the process of stepping on the mission 4 days ago, in order to maintain the glory of the Continental Hotel, it was affected by the CIA internal tumultuous war, right? The judge of the council is a blonde woman, tall, thin and murderous, looking extremely powerful. In the other party's words, from beginning to end, there was no mention of the misinformation about the Continental Hotel. Instead, it was directly judged that Jordanian was to maintain the glory of the Continental Hotel. This was a little accidental. Jordan didn't answer at the first time, but looked at Winston beside him. Obviously, in these 4 days, Winston should have reached some agreement with the board of directors, which has covered up the mistakes of the Continental Hotel. Regarding this, Jordan had no objection. After all, in the future, he would have to eat together under the Continental Hotel. But Jordanian must be sure that his cake will not be swallowed. Winston's eyes are still awake as before, and he meets Jordan's calmly. It was just a few seconds, and Jordan said quickly, "I have done my loyalty, I will obey and offer my honor." Regarding Jordan's performance, the judge nodded in satisfaction, and left without saying a word. After the judge left, Winston got Jordan a glass of wine. For the first time, he took out a cigar from his own collection and handed it to Jordan. In Western countries, sharing private collections with others is a symbol of friendship. Joe Danny took the cigar handed by Winston, curled his lips, and said, "To be honest, I haven't smoked this stuff. Is there any harm?" Winston patted Jordan on the shoulder and said, "Joe, you just have to enjoy it with ease. I owe you a favor. Maintaining the glory of the Continental Hotel can be given a ready-made reward. As for the compensation of the Continental Hotel, it is impossible to put this kind of thing on the table, so it becomes a human affection." This accident, in a sense, it was indeed Jordanian who helped Winston. Because no matter whether there is a mistake in the mission information, the board of directors can never be wrong. If Jordan is forced to pursue it, then the culprit can only be placed on the person in charge of the Continental Hotel in New York. This is also the reason why Winston came to thank Jordan Danny. It's just such a trouble to communicate with these big people. Before he said anything, Jordan had to think about it many times. Fortunately, there are no mistakes and deviations. On the board of directors, Jordan will be given a reward in an official capacity and will allow Jordan to make a request to the board. Similarly, Winston, or the Continental Hotel in New York, will also compensate Jordan as much as he deserves. Negotiated the terms, and all that was left was chatting and enjoying the wine and cigar. Is different from smoking and chatting in the previous life. The time for a cigarette is only a few minutes at most. For a cigar, it needs to be tasted. A cigar, it takes an hour or two, let alone. Fortunately, the rooftop garden is open, otherwise, two large chimneys can faint people. It is said that Eastern people speak more convolutedly, but in fact it is not. Westerners talk indifferently, and sometimes they can make people cry. A cigar is about to end, and Winston has just turned back to the topic from the endless nonsense. Joe, you and I both work together in New York. You can withdraw the favors from my side at any time. On the board of directors, I suggest thinking about it as soon as possible and not treating others. Winston, in fact, I have already figured it out. I hope that the newcomer agreement on me can be turned into a free agreement. Are you sure? The council has a lot of energy. Winston, what I have done, I know myself. I will be punished if I am greedy. Jordan made the choice simply, and ignored Winston's temptation. Winston looked kind, but in fact he was too deep in his mind to be able to grasp the New York Continental Hotel for more than 20 years. This is not a short answer. In fact, Jordan didn't want to have too much contact with Winston if it was not necessary. Seeing that Jordan's determination was firm, Winston did not continue to persuade him, smiled, and said, "Tomorrow the agreement regarding you will change, Joe, you are a smart guy." Joe Danny smiled and said nothing, but thought in his heart whether to use up the favor of the old fellow Winston now. Joe Danny is sure that with Winston's identity and means, he must know much more about the Assassins' Mutual Aid Society than Cashin. Use a little intelligence to exchange his favor, Winston must be happy. It's just that Jordan feels a bit at a loss. There are two lines between Jenny and Cashin. On the side of the Assassins' Mutual Aid Association, Jordan has already placed enough bets. It's still a long time before a huge disaster arrives in the future. Winston is one of the ground snakes in the underground world of New York. This favor may be more useful than I thought. But considering that once he awakens MP in the future, his strength will definitely grow extremely fast. Reading www.ukansha.com. When you grow up to a certain height, the so-called underground world becomes trivial. Jordan thought quietly. Winston looked awake, and did not interfere with Jordan's decision. After a while, Jordan stood firm and asked, "Winston, I need to know about the Assassins' Mutual Aid Association. After joining the Mutual Aid Association, can my memory be restored?" Winston's eyes changed for a moment, and he took up his wine glass to cover it up, and said, "Joe, about the Mutual Aid Association, I don't recommend that you provoke it." Joe Danny had known for a long time that the other party would definitely not simply tell the information. So Jordan took out a blood oath emblem from his arms and said, "Winston, there is my blood and my glory on it, and I must help him." Winston glanced at the blood oath emblem, and said, "Cashin." Chiao Dani naturally wouldn't say that he was the superb idea of the Mutual Aid Society. He didn't say a word, but just nodded seriously. Winston shrugged and said, "Joe, I can't tell you too much. Mutual aid will be Hydra's fangs. If I say too much, it will be targeted." It seemed that Winston was just making a metaphor, but Jordan's heart was shocked. Hydra. The name is too sensitive in the Marvel world. Joe Danny remained silent, and said, "Winston, you just need to tell me how to help him restore his memory." Winston said, "The deep space potion is the venom on Hydra's fangs. It can give people a powerful force and also make people feel painful. And this level of secrets is not something I can know. Yes, maybe you need to find a brain and psychiatrist. Chapter 13, Free Body. From a rookie killer to a freeman killer, Jordan has set the fastest record in the entire Continental Hotel. In just 1 year, in the killer world under the Jordan Continental Hotel, he has become a middle to high-level authority. The Continental Hotel began to open up most of the permissions for the killer to Jordan. This is much smoother than Jordan's budget and plan. However, this sudden freedom is not without cost. The preferential and free policies of Continental hotels will also be cancelled on Jordan's body. In a sense, Jordanian changed from a wage earner under the Continental Hotel to a collaborator. Wage earners can enjoy the benefits given by the boss, but the collaborators can only act according to the rules. The Continental Hotel is so expensive, you can't afford it. Brooklyn, near the bridge. Dad looked at the single-family garden house in front of him. His face was about to collapse. FK, the rent is $2,300 per month. Joe, you are the poorest killer I have ever seen. Are you sure you want to rent here? The big old man looked at life with a face full of suspicion. Jordanian. Jordan's old face was dark. What is the poorest killer? What the truth is. Considering what he was going to do next, Jordan rarely showed a flattering smile and said, "Demon, isn't it good here? There are rivers, parks, quiet in the middle of noisy, and it's not far from Minty's kindergarten, not far, isn't it worth it?" Dad still struggled and said, "But it's not worth $2,300. At this price, you can rent a nice 3-bedroom and 1 living room in the Manhattan Garden Center." The smile on Jordanian's face disappeared, and he became serious, and said, "Dimon, I'm Mindy's godfather. Based on our friendship, isn't it worth the price? You only need to pay $5,000 to have this place. Permanent use of a bedroom, and Mindy can come here every week." Dad's face was black, and he said, "So, you only have $1,900 left, right? To rent this bungalow, you need to pay 3 months' rent, which is $6,900 US. Joe Danny looked serious and said, "Of course not, I have $1,920 US, and I also have a monthly subway pass." Dad was cold-eyed. Mindy couldn't bear to look directly at her face. Joe Danny said, his voice involuntarily decreased, and he became less and less emboldened. After a pause, the old man said seriously, "Joe, you are my best friend and Minty's godfather. You know, I still have a certain amount of money in my hand. You can install installments next to me and Minty. Buy a good house." Dad was kind, but Jordanian fell silent. After a while, Jordanian said, "Dimon, this is not the same as I imagined. In my opinion, if I buy a house, it means that it will be my home." The old man interrupted Jordan's words and said firmly, "Joe, where you have relatives and friends, is your home. I just want to say that you should settle down, find a job, and talk about it. Falling in love and starting a family, I can see that you like children very much, and the killer industry is not a long-term solution after all." Jordan was a little silent. As a killer, he was like duckweed and naturally had no intentions. For this world, to be honest, Jordan still has a little resistance. Subconsciously, this is not his hometown. Godfather. Mindy saw the loneliness in Jordan, and screamed softly, and grabbed Jordan's big hand. Jordan's heart was full of gloom, as if a warm sun broke through the haze. A sunny smile bloomed on Jordani's face after the rain, and he picked up Minty, who was full of worry. For the first time, Jordani felt that he had a rooted feeling in this world. "Demon, you know, I still carry the promises and obligations of the people. I will stabilize, I promise. But not now, I have something I must do, please forgive me." Jordan seldom makes promises, but for the Big Daddy and Mindy who are really good for himself, Jordan can't bear to refuse. Zayat. The old man spit out, but he also understood some of Jordan's difficulties. In Jordan's body, there have always been two yokes. One is the newcomer agreement of the Continental Hotel, which has been resolved, and the other is from the Roma training camp. The Roma training camp has been training Jordan Danny for 8 years. Although I don't know what I'd like to do, it's absolutely impossible. It's so easy and I let him go free. Roma training camp is not terrible, and now Jordanian can even kill it single-handedly. But behind the Roma training camp, it was Leviathan. Jordan could not kill everyone, not to mention, in the city of Sokovia, there were people who Jordan also cared about. Dad still compromised after all, and said, "You can rent here, but you must ensure that you have a normal source of income." Joe Danny smiled, and did not respond to Dad's words. After becoming a freelancer under the Continental Hotel, before the mission order of the Roma training camp was issued, Jordan's degree of freedom became much greater. This also means that Jordan needs a reasonable identity to cover up for himself. Reading www.uugonshu.com. The newcomer agreement has a downside. Every move is subject to the control of the Continental Hotel, and even a certain degree of monitoring. But in the same way, during the newcomer period, the Continental Hotel also wiped the buttocks of its employees. After settling down, inexplicably, Jordanian still missed the backstage of the Continental Hotel that he had suddenly lost. At least when working for the Continental Hotel, you don't have to worry about the aftermath. Being a human being is really difficult. How come I feel a little bit nasty? For more than a month, Jordan relied on some of the contacts he had accumulated over the past year, and managed to get himself 2 passports and a way to launder money. The work of a killer cannot be stopped. After all, no matter how conscious is, one has to eat. Fortunately, after becoming a freelancer, Jordan's optional range of tasks has increased a lot. In Hell's Kitchen, there are always villains who cannot be killed are offered rewards. Those tasks that are difficult for many ordinary killers to accomplish, in Jordan, are very simple. Before the incredible perversions like Iron Man, Hulk, Thor appeared, few people couldn't solve it with one bullet, and if it wasn't enough, just have another one. After all, everyone deserves a second shot. Like many superheroes, supervillains, and the like, Jordan also made a set of outfits in order to hide his identity. Compared with the previous days when he was under the Continental Hotel, he took a lot of care. It's not too difficult. The double gun Lucian from the previous life has the skin of a professional assassin. If you just follow it, it's almost the same. At most, you can just make your glasses a little bigger. In fact, Ewan Project's outfit is also pretty good, but it's mecha stuff, haha. Chapter 14, Sudden Night Attack. Within half a year, like many great predecessors in the killer trade, Jordan Danny finally broke out of his own small world. The nickname Justice Adjudicator has become a term hated by many members of the underground world. Compared to normal killers, Jordanian is more like an external employee of a government department. Most of the targets are official wanted criminals, gang members, and even terrorists. S impressive record, while helping Jordan to establish his own name, it also helped Jordan to truly enter the ranks of high-level killers. Belongs to the kind that needs to be invited at a high price, instead of guarding the major platforms to brush tasks like half a year ago. And this kind of hard work has gradually made Jordan's hands more generous. Jordan became rich, and the most direct vested interests were the 2 little guys, Mindy and Peter. In the past 6 months, in order to fix Peter's Aunt May, the friendship between Mindy and Peter has become the best excuse for Jordan to frequent May's house. Peter is still a bit easier to handle. Mindy is much smarter than Peter, blackmailing Jordan a lot of good things. On August 13, 2005, Peter Jr. was 6th birthday. Unfortunately, Peter's parents went on a business trip again, so Peter stayed in May's house again. Poor baby. Fortunately, May lost her husband in her early years and loved Peter very much, so she specially invited Mindy and Jordan Danny to hold a small birthday party for Peter. Jordan, who has a much broader economy, is very proud. Not only did he invite a Michelin chef to have a splendid dinner, but he also invited famous Disney stars to perform. After most of the excitement of the night, Peter fell asleep in excitement. And Mindy lay in May's house with an unusually sleepy attitude under the hint of Jordani. The two little guys settled down, and Jordan and May finally calmed down. Opened a bottle of red wine with a little soft music. It took half a year. Jordan's hard work finally yielded results. It felt like a natural fit. In May, there was no longer the resistance she had before. The night is misty, and the spring is hard to hide. Since Jenny entered the mutual aid club and disappeared, Jordan hadn't touched a woman for half a year. May is also 30 years old as a wolf. Because she always has to take care of little Peter, May hasn't communicated with Yin and Yang for a long time. You come and I go with you on both sides, one with rapid marksmanship and the other with unique soft whip skills. A big battle lasted all night. May was already slumped in the bed with a contented face, leaning on Jordan's chest, drawing circles. There are only exhausted cows in the world, and no bad farming fields? Humph, asked me if Jordanian. 10 minutes later, May's eyes lighted up and she looked at Joe Danny again. Jordan's face was calm, his heart was already flustered, and his kidney hurts. From 10 in the evening to 4 in the morning, for 6 hours, a 30-year-old woman is really terrible. Just when Jordan had plucked up his courage and prepared to exhaust his efforts, when the next battle came, a slight abnormal noise made Jordan an instant alert. FK, it's for little Peter. Joe Danny frowned quickly, and in May's extremely surprised and shocked gaze, he took out a silver pistol from under the pillow, a special M1911 version. What's the situation? Joe, why did you take a gun out of your pillow? Someone is coming, it may be a gangster, I can't take this gun out of the bed. Sheet, who are you? I hate guns. May was still complaining. Jordan had put on a pair of pants, rolled over and got out of the bed, came to the window, carefully observed the movement outside. There were a lot of people and they were very professional, but the weird thing was that these people didn't seem to be here for Jordan and May's room. For a while, Jordanian couldn't figure out what was going on right now. May, I'll explain to you later, now I'm going outside to solve those people, you have to bring Peter and Jenny over. The people outside were approaching quickly, and Jordanian gave May a warning, and he disappeared into the room. May's broken thoughts and the rustling sound of wearing clothes came from the room. Joe Danny turned out from the window and fell to the ground like a civet cat, agile and quiet, just a little bit soft. Get used to it a little bit. Jordan hated these guys who invaded in the middle of the night even more. A bunch of guys that disturb the dreams, what a damn. After seeing the location of the incoming people, Jordan had rushed out of the shadow area with a stride, just like the fastest cheetah in the jungle, a knee bump, knocking out the guy who was breaking. Is followed by instant kick, stomping, and 3 bursts. There was a burst of gunfire. In an instant, 6 people fell to the ground on the spot. Even if they didn't die, they all lost their combat effectiveness. And this scene made Jordan's brows frown even more. This group of people are not only professional, but also their equipment is extremely good. With the special customized version of Jordanian M1911, they can't kill people in one shot. The information is wrong, the mission target is lethal, fire. Fire with full force. There was a clear headset sound on the wounded person at Jordan's feet, high-end products, or stereo surround sound. A series of gunfire sounded, and Jordan picked up the wounded at his feet and rushed out several meters as a shield. Shooting, floating shovel, long-range block, 3 bursts. FK, no bullets. M1911 is very classic, with good hand feel and sufficient power, that is, it has only 7 bullets and it does not fight at all. He threw the pistol out and smashed it in the face of one of the opponents. Jordanian rushed into the crowd like a lion. When the roaming shooter is fighting, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is not afraid of close combat compared to Ghost Sword. Archery is the housekeeping skill of the roaming archer, but the physical combat skills are equally powerful, and the super high mobility is enough to make many people doubt life. Jumped back to dodge the first wave of concentrated fire attacks, jumped into the crowd, kicked, and kicked. Different from the skills in the game world that require cooling CDs, in the real world, as long as Jordan's physical strength is constant, this physical fighting technique can be used almost uninterruptedly. Both legs swept people away like wheels, but it took less than 2 minutes to clear the field directly. After everyone lost their combat effectiveness, Jordanian picked up 2 pistols from the ground, and without a word, began to fill the sword with more than a dozen people present. Is too fierce, and too cruel. The people lying on the ground wailing, after seeing Jordan's movements, all of them gritted their teeth and struggled. Wait, sir, we are not malicious. The person who spoke was shot directly in the thigh by Jordanian, and in the middle of the night with a large amount of firepower, he broke into the house. Isn't this really malicious? I give you a chance to reorganize your own words. You have 10 seconds. 1, 3, 5, 9. Sir, I can explain everything you want to know. Are you mercenaries? I'm a bodyguard, occasionally doing some private work, from the Firewolf team of the Blackwater Company. This time I was also hired by Norman Osborn to capture Richard Parker's son. Joe Danny looked shocked. Are the mercenaries so unscrupulous now? I shouldn't have asked here yet. Chapter 15, Osborn shot. I met a very unscrupulous bodyguard and mercenary. Jordan didn't hurt these people. After all, it was in May's house and it would cause too much trouble for both May and Peter. After confiscating the firearms and equipment of the Firewolf team, Jordan let the Firewolf team handle the scene by himself. Then, in Peter's inexplicable shock and Mindy's contempt, he returned to May's house. Compared to Peter and Minty, May looked even more angry, and said, Mr. Jovovich, who are you, and what's the matter with those outside? Ha, another woman who doesn't recognize people in her clothes. Xiao Donnie complained, still smiling, and said, May, I can explain all of these, but let me put on the clothes first. Mindy covered his face. Peter looked ignorant and said, Aunt May, Joe will be uncles in the future, right? May's face flushed suddenly, and the upright temper that belongs to Westerners also came up, saying, he is not your uncle. Don't want to divert the subject. Who are you, and what are these people here for? Jordan was helpless, but Mindy was very sensible, and found Jordan's pants from May's bedroom. Joe Danny put it on casually, and said, May, I'm actually a special professional worker, and I can't say too much about that, so I didn't deliberately deceive you. May's face was shocked. Under the guidance of Jordanian's very confusing words, she took a long breath and interrupted, Are you an agent? Jordan didn't argue, and he said, I can't say too much about my work. It's just that what happened tonight really has nothing to do with me. Those people seem to have come to arrest Peter, and they mentioned the Austrian group and Peter's father. Jingle bell. Just as Xiao Danny was talking halfway, the phone in May's house rang suddenly. After 4 o'clock in the morning, it coincided with the attack of mercenaries. The time of this call made people really have to think about it. Fortunately, Jordan was in charge. At the signal of Jordan, May quickly connected the phone. Hey, is it May? Is there anything happening at home? What about Peter? Is Peter okay? Richard. It's me, May. I don't have much time to explain. You take Peter to the police station, and then ask the police department to contact a CIA person named Nobody. Bang, bang. There was a gunshot on the phone, followed by a noise. May quickly showed anxious expression on her face, and she yelled at the phone. Richard, are you still there? What happened? Boom. In response to May, there was a gunshot. Richard, FK, what the happened, Shet? May, are you scolding me? I'm Richard. It doesn't matter, May, Mary and I are at the abandoned subway station on 92nd Street. Tell nobody, he will know what to do. Beep. There was a busy tone on the phone, and May's face showed a look of panic. Shet. Richard and Mary are just Osborne researchers. What happened? A series of things can't be controlled by a pretty widow like May, who walks around the room more impatiently. After all, it was just Baobao's acquaintance. Jordan quickly grabbed May's hand and hugged him in his arms. When the other party calmed down a little bit, Jordan said, "Okay, May, calm down, I will help you, now go change clothes, I will take you, Peter and Minty to the police station first." I was warmed by Jordanian, and there was a familiar feeling in May's eyes. But she was still a bit sane in May, knowing that it was not the time to post with Jordan, but still gave Jordan a long kiss. Peter and Minty on the side, one covered his eyes, and the other rolled his eyes at Jordan. At a special moment, May didn't take too long to change clothes. Under the leadership of Jordani, she headed towards the New York City Police Department. It is also funny to say that Jordan, a killer, brought a group of women and children to the police station for help. May, when you get to the police station, you can just do what Peter's father said. What about you, do you want to leave at this time and be a scumbag? What do you think? I went to the 92nd Street subway station to take a look. You don't want Peter to have no parents at such a young age, right? Well, Joe, you must be careful. At 4 o'clock in the morning in New York, there were not many vehicles. In only 20 minutes, Jordan had already sent May, Peter, and Minty to the destination. After watching the three enter the police station, Jordanian drove towards the 92nd Street subway station. May didn't know what happened, but Jordan, who had a general memory of the Marvel world, had actually vaguely guessed something when he heard the Osborne group. I can't remember the specific content, but Jordanian remembers that it seems that because of some formula, Peter's parents are unwilling to take away the research results and let people die. But how does this involve the CIA? UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Jordan is also at a loss. But it didn't matter. After May and Peter were missing, Jordan drove the car very fast. In a short while, the entrance of the 92nd Street subway station was near. Even on the ground, Jordan could hear the fierce gunfire from underground. After stopping quickly, Jordan did not go to the subway station for the first time. Instead, he came to the trunk. After opening a compartment, bulletproof windbreakers, tactical belts, various gun magazines, etc. appeared in Jordan's eyes. As a killer, especially a professional roaming gunner, there is no guy around him, it is really insecure. 3 minutes later, following the fierce firefighting, Jordanian appeared like a shadow in the dark night in a long abandoned subway passage. Judging from Jordan's experience, this is undoubtedly a large, hidden safe house. On the periphery of the battlefield, there are traces of various traps and destruction, and there are even corpses lying in 2s and 3s. The dressing of these corpses is not the same as the ones encountered by Jordanian and others, with tattoos all over them and much more fierce. However, it can be seen that the equipment of the two groups are very high-end, they are private products, and there is no identification code. A group of bodyguards and mercenaries, more professional, take action to kidnap May and Peter. Another group of fierce men, even more fierce, attacked Richard Parkers and his wife. In all likelihood, it should be Osborne's handwriting. It can provide a large number of non-identifiable high-level equipment, and can make such a big noise in New York City, but no police have appeared for a long time. Only the Osborne group can possess such terrifying energy and influence. Chapter 16, Death of the Father of Spider-Man. Joe Danny was never a hard-hearted person. For more than half a year, while he liked May very much, he still loved this little guy like Peter very much. Is also Peter's half-uncle, if he can save Peter's parents, Jordanian will not stand by. Like a civet cat, heading towards the abandoned passage, Jordanian quickly saw the place of the fire. It was a mechanical secret room similar to a carriage. At this moment, it was surrounded by more than 40 people. With the powerful firearms set on fire, the people in the compartment of the carriage could not take the initiative to fight back. Actually, don't talk about the Parkers. Even if it is Jordan, the peak of the human body, spear skills and physical skills coexist. Once they are besieged by a large-scale fire, there is no chance of counterattack. Visible to the naked eye, countless fire lights collided on the compartment. A burly and fierce besieger has even taken out the RPG rocket launcher from the spare equipment box and is filling it. Motherfucker! Osborne is really not afraid to make things bigger. Looking at the scale of the RPG grenade, it is definitely an armor-piercing high-explosive warhead with sufficient charge. Once this thing is launched, it can not only penetrate the wall of the compartment of the car, the explosion of the confined space, I am afraid that it will not be able to directly create a big hole on the ground. A bunch of deflated calves. In this case, Jordan didn't have time to make any attack plans. Shooting, quick draw, 3 bursts. Instinctively shot, a shot hit the burly man's leg, causing him to kneel down, a shot hit the opponent's shoulder, forcing the bazooka to turn, a shot hit the nerve of the opponent's arm, and the bazooka fired. Boom! The majestic firelight and shock wave exploded, directly overwhelming more than 20 people. Mobile shooting, random shooting, 3 bursts, floating volleys. A standard beast assault flow tactics rushed into the crowd. Knee bumps, instant kicks, roundhouse kicks, fast filling, 3 consecutive shots, shooting, random shots, and flat A. Is completely different from the gunner's swift fighting style. The roaming shooter has never been a combat profession that hides behind and shoots black guns. He breaks into the crowd. Not only can he perfectly display the combination of shooting and physical skills, but also can use a large number of enemies to cover and disrupt the opponent's decisive shooting. Sex. But even so, Jordan was shot several times in the body. Is protected by a bulletproof windbreaker, even if it doesn't hurt, it hurts very much. 8 years of consistent training camp life, even without the help of skills, Jordan's marksmanship is definitely the best among ordinary people. After adding the skills, the kind of compulsory prompt decisiveness and swiftness can't be resisted by anyone at all. More than 20 people who are alive and kicking, in the burning flames and thick smoke, even before they have time to lock the enemy, they have all stopped cooking. Originally, Jordan had also preset a set of kite flow tactics, preparing to encircle Wei and save Zhao. After such a battle, Jordan looked at the bullets inlaid on his windbreaker, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. As expected, he was still naturally suitable for a wave of reckless tactics. Aiming at a group of people on the ground, they continued to fill up their guns. After Jordan made sure that the situation was completely under control, he came to the front of the potholes in the compartment. Knocked on the door politely. Jordan looked for a cover and said, "Is Richard there?" "I'm Jordan Jovovich, May's boyfriend." The answer to Jordan was a faint quarrel in the secret room. "Richard, I have no intentions, I just came here to help at May's orders." Boom. In response to Jordanian again, there was a quarrel and gunfire from the secret room. "Quickly draw the gun." A modified M500 revolving pistol appeared in Jordan's hand. Almost without even thinking about it, Jordanian fired in the direction of the lock of the chamber. Fast filling, 3 bursts, flat A, fast filling, random shooting. The modified M500 rotary pistol, with a large amount of armor-piercing bullets, 1 shot, even an elephant can't hold it. But even so, Jordanian used a full 14 shots before blasting the door to the secret room. The scientific man who engages in scientific research is really terrifying. It's just a secret room door. Is it necessary to make it so strong? When he stepped forward, Jordan kept enough vigilance, but the scene in front of him still made him frown. In the compartment of the carriage, it does not look like a safe house, but more like a secret laboratory. On the floor of the secret room, Richard was holding a woman covered in blood, and a pistol was scattered on the ground. On the opposite side of Richard, there was an agent who had fallen to the ground and died. Mr. Jovovich. Richard has injuries and looks very weak. Jordan didn't dare to neglect, he quickly came to Richard's side, and tore the clothes on the other's chest. On the edge of his heart, a wound was obvious, bleeding outwards like a fountain. With Jordan's eyesight, this shot has reached the heart. Ordinary people would be killed on the spot if they received such an injury and supported them for less than 10 seconds. However, Richard is still standing there even though he looks dying at any time. Joe Danny just froze for a moment and said, "Richard, stop talking, I'll take you to the hospital." Richard shook his head hard, and read www.uugonshu.com and said, "Mr. Jovovich, you don't need to go to the hospital. I know your identity. The research in the secret room is a kind of super soldier serum research data. There are mature potions, you can use them too." Joe Danny expected it, but he smiled stiffly, and said, "Richard." "No." Richard struggled, interrupted Jordan's words, pointed to a purse not far away, and said, "Inside are some of my diaries and personal documents, please give it to Peter." Richard Parker should have obtained certain results while researching spider serum potions, and made a preliminary transformation of his body. Ran an egg, strong vitality. After Richard was shot in the heart, he persisted for a minute or two, after all, it was still cold. There was an inexplicable emotional surging in Jordan's heart, but it wasn't that sad. Following Richard's dying instructions, Jordanian put away the so-called mature potion and purse. After thinking about it, Jordanian directly removed the hard drive in the computer. May, Peter, and Mindy have already called the police at the police station, and they may even have notified the CIA. No matter how powerful the Osborne Group is, it is impossible to control the entire New York City government. This is no longer a place to stay for long. Jordan cleaned up the traces that might reveal his identity, and left quickly. And shortly after Jordan's departure, a group of secret CIA forces that had fought with Jordan, protecting several black suits that looked like high-ranking officials, entered the abandoned passage. P.S. There are too many versions of Marvel's Spider-Man. There is a universe where Spider-Man's parents are CIA agents. This book is a reasonable extension of the fusion. Chapter 17, John Smith in Nowhere. The CIA is a super-intelligence organization. Whether it is in the United States or the world, the CIA is definitely a behemoth. The US government put a rein on the wild horse when it got it. The CIA has no law enforcement powers, especially in the territory of the United States, and has no right to investigate any US citizen, even if the other party is a criminal suspect. But any intelligence organization has always been an unruly existence. The fig leaf on the face is not easy to tear off, so in the CIA, a mechanism called the Covert Operations Department has been established. Secret forces, IMF, Nowhere, etc. are among the best. Does not exist in any file. Once exposed, it will be completely abandoned without recognition and rescue. John Smith, after the failure of the last operation to get close to Jenny and obtain intelligence, under the bite of the FBI, there was nowhere to hide, and he had to join the Nowhere. In the exhaust passage of the 92nd Street subway station, under the corpses, bullet marks, and gunpowder smoke on the ground, John Smith showed an extremely excited emotion. "Report, sir, Richard Parker and Mary Parker are dead, and the support team members are also dead. The basic search on the battlefield was completed, the medicines and materials, including the computer hard disk, were missing, and the traces of the battle were largely covered up, and nothing was gained." A heavily armed combat team approached and reported to the headed black suit. This man in the head, with a decent suit and middle-aged person, was originally a serious face, but he always had a sense of cynicism like a smile. After getting the report from the combat members, the middle-aged man couldn't help but frowned. Take pictures of all these corpses, check them, and check them out for me. No need to check, nobody, I know who did it. Just when the middle-aged man was angry, John Smith approached with a grin on his face. Nobody is the one of the CIA that Peter's father was on the phone and asked May to find him, and he is also the leader of the entire CIA team. Hearing John's words, nobody turned his head and said, "Tell me, you know what?" John laughed and said, "I can give you information, but I have the conditions. This case must be handled by me." Nobody frowned, and said, "John, you should know your own situation. Without our protection, you are a ghost. The FBI, Continental Hotel, Assassins Mutual Aid Association, everyone is looking for you, you are not qualified to make terms." The more nobody says, the more ugly John's face quickly becomes. In the end, John's face was already sullen and said, "Shut up. I could have been successful. I have lived with Jenny for 6 years, FK 6 years. I'm sure to save Jenny. I could have entered the Mutual Aid Association with Jenny, and got the secrets of the Mutual Aid Association. It's all that special bastard. If it weren't for him, I would have succeeded." Speaking of the back, John's whole person is almost roaring. On the contrary, it was Narbadai who sneered and said, "If there is no if, you have already failed, wasting countless resources of the organization, wasting 6 years, and even we have been retaliated by the FBI, the Continental Hotel, and the Mutual Aid Association." John roared wildly, "That's why I want this case. This case must be the bastard. Only I know him." Nobody was expressionless, and said, "What do you know about him? Did you sleep with your wife in your car?" On the verge of fury, John Smith has even touched his hand on the holster around his waist. With a flash, at least 6 or 7 assault rifles have been pointed at John Smith's head, but Nyabadai didn't say a word, and looked at John Smith closely as if he was okay. For a long time, John Smith calmed down, let go of his hand holding the holster, and said, "Nobody, I beg you, give me this opportunity." John Smith at this moment is like an endangered beast, crazy and forbearing. People can often explode their craziest power at such times. Nobody finally waved his hand, and the surrounding secret force members lowered the muzzle. "Do you know the importance of this case to us?" Nobody paid attention to John's expression, and said to himself, "Richard Parker is one of the best biological scientists in our country. He originally served in the military. Is one of the follow-up researchers of the Super Warrior Serum." John had a solemn face and said, "Captain America, what kind of serum Steve Rogers uses?" Nobody said, "Yes, Professor Abraham Erskine was assassinated in World War II, but there is still a part of the super soldier serum data left. The government, military and many other forces have not finished their research. Richard Parker is one of the best. But what people in the military say are all stupid beasts. Dr. Richard entered the Osborne Group through our CIA, hoping to use Osborne's biotechnology and power to parse out the secrets of the super soldier serum. Come." John suddenly realized, so the information taken here is the result of Dr. Richard. Nobody said, "Right or not, Dr. Richard did not analyze the real super soldier serum formula, but accidentally invented a spider serum drug. The specific effect is unknown. When contacting us, it may be exposed." Nobody did not finish. You read www.yuyuganshu.com because there are really too few clues on the battlefield here. Just when the CIA's nowhere manpower was investigating the abandoned passage, Jordan, who was on the other side, had already brought everything and came to the New York City Police Department. May, Peter, and Mindy must have contacted the CIA. At this time, the other party is definitely paying attention to the three of May, Peter, and Mindy, and even the fierce forces who attacked Peter's father will pay attention to the three. At this time, Jordanian passed by, 100% will attract everyone's attention. But after experiencing the Battle of the Abandoned Passage, Jordanian knew the danger hidden behind the incident, and it was his goal to rush back at this time. When you show up by yourself, you can transfer most of the dangers and concerns to yourself. Although Jordan has no intention of getting married for the time being, after all, he and May already have a substantial relationship with Beogwan. Even if he is just being a comrade in bed, he is definitely the best kind. And when May learns about her greatness, she should be touched. Maybe she can unlock a few more poses when she turns to Beogwan next time. This is definitely not my true thoughts. Being brave, taking responsibility, and being responsible, these are the advantages that I cannot get rid of. Yes, I am such a noble, kind, and excellent person. P.S. Nowhere, from the movie Fast and Furious 6, 7, 8, the secret operation that does not exist in the CIA. Nobody, from the movie Fast and Furious 6, 7, 8, and Nowhere action director. IMF, from the movie Mission Impossible series. Chapter 18, Richard's Diary. The battle in Queens did not cause any disturbances. The police station sent people to cruise around, and no suspicious points were found. May, Peter, and Mindy were almost detained as a false police report. Fortunately, Jordan arrived in time and paid a large amount of bail before the police station let go. It was 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning when I came out of the police station, and May's house must be temporarily unable to go back. Regardless of the shock last night, or considering the possible surveillance at May's house, Jordan could not let it go. So a group of 4 came to Jordan's house after having a brunch. The large-scale bungalows of $2,300 per month are finally useful. Everyone can get a room as a bedroom. Mindy and Peter are young and lack energy, and have fallen asleep on the second floor, in May's temporary bedroom. May maintained a worried calm on her face, and said, "Joe, over on 92nd Street, Richard and Mary." Joe Danny's expression changed slightly, and he said, "When I passed by, it was too late." The scene was silent for a while, and the expression on May's face changed drastically. Although he had the idea of only being a comrade in bed, Jordan felt that he was very serious about every relationship. After all, he had no intention of marrying other people. So after a pause, Jordan said, "May, when I went there, I didn't see the bodies of Peter's parents, maybe they just disappeared." May was originally just looking ugly, but after hearing Chiao Danny's words, her expression went down. Joe Danny didn't even know the loopholes in his mouth, and he was still digging his head to make up a story, but in fact, no one mentioned someone, he would just say something like a corpse. May finally cheered up and said, "You mean, Richard and Mary are dead, right?" Joe Danny's voice stopped abruptly, and it took a long time before he nodded. Maybe it was because he didn't have much affection for Peter's parents, or maybe he had been widowed. May is not as fragile as Jordan imagined. Is only a short while, and May said, "Joe, can you tell what happened?" "I don't have much contact with Richard. Richard is Ben's younger brother. Peter often sent to my home very early. I just want to know if this will affect Peter." It can be seen that the events at night still scared May after all. Chiao Danny noticed it a little, stretched out his hand and hugged May's shoulder, thinking about it, or truthfully said, "When I passed by, the battle had already happened, and I participated in it. By the time it was over, Mary was dead, Richard also got shot." Very plausible statements, including Richard's scientific research experiments, and even some speculations by Jordan. Jordan is very greedy for spider serum potions, but it is not indispensable, and will not reach the point of unscrupulous. People are emotional. After more than half a year of contact, Joe Danny may have had some bad thoughts, but whether May or Peter, after getting along for a long time, it is a bit of a fake to say that love will last until death, but the relationship is definitely true. In Jordan's view, May and Peter have the right to know the truth, not to be kept in the dark. Of course, Jordan had already copied all the materials that should be obtained in advance. The originals and so on, even if they were all given to Peter, there is no problem. This kind of mixed grievances such as CIA agents and Osborne Group trade secrets, after all, completely scared May. After just thinking for a while, May grabbed Jordan's big hand. "Joe, Peter is only 6 years old this year. These things shouldn't involve him. We don't need any confidential information or the like. Keep these things away from Peter, okay? My lady, don't worry, I will protect you and Peter. This is May's decision, and the other party has the right to make a decision." Jordan just hugged May tightly, one hand was held by May, and the other somehow fell from May's shoulder to his waist, and then again fell on top of the hips. Snapped. May grabbed Jordan's hand of the mischief, angrily on her face, and said, "Joe, I just thought that you are also an agent. You answer me truthfully, are you approaching me because of Richard and Mary?" Joe Danny was shocked. He didn't expect that his previous fooling would actually hit his foot in turn. There was some pain on his face, and Jordani just said, "Why do you think that? I just like you very much." May is somewhat useful, but still vigilant, said, "Don't think about lying to me." Joe Danny made a difficult face, paused, and said honestly, "Well, May, I'm telling you the truth, in fact, I am not an agent, my true identity is a killer. But I have a good sense of integrity. I kill those bastards. If you have information sources, you will know that I am in the underground world and have the nickname of a judge of justice." The sudden information stunned May's whole body, and the slightly opened mouth made Jordan feel a little bit about to move. Feeling Jordan's reaction, May's expression suddenly became very exciting. After all, the atmosphere just now has arrived. After struggling for a long time, May finally rejected Jordan. "Joe, a lot of things happened today. I need to calm down and think about the relationship between us. After all, Richard and Mary are no longer there. I will register and adopt Peter." After May pushed Jordan Danny away and shut him out of the door, Joe Danny was full of regret. To be honest, I'm still young, and I don't have much experience, so why do I just snorted and said everything. Compared to May, Mindy, Peter, and others, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Jordan's energy is quite vigorous. Even if he didn't sleep all night, he doesn't feel too sleepy now. After taking a cold shower, Jordani took the harvest from the ruined passage and entered the basement. The so-called mature potion is put aside. Jordan's 8 years of training and 1.5 years of assassin career, there is still some caution. The potion is something you can't drink indiscriminately. Followed by the disassembled computer hard drive, this thing I know about 10, but know nothing about it. Aside, Jordanian began to organize the contents of the backpack. A bunch of manuscripts and copies of scientific research like ghost pictures are stored separately, and the rest is Richard's so-called diary. Said it was a diary, but in Jordan's opinion, it was more like a memorabilia. In August 1998, Rose was a complete idiot, and the CIA found me. In February 1999, the CIA urged very tightly. Perhaps the Osborne Group was really a breakthrough. In April 2000, I finally entered the Osborne Life Sciences Department. The gene grafting of Kurt Connors is a good idea. In March 2005, the deal with the CIA was discovered by Norman Osborn. Mary and I must escape. It succeeded, but unfortunately there is no time. The potion only needs the last. The last handwriting of looks very messy, and the words are only partly written. But even so, Jordan had already understood the relationship between Peter's parents, the military, the CIA, and the Osborne Group. Only this potion, Jordan was a little puzzled. Succeeded, what is the last thing? Chapter 19, Attack from the Assassins Mutual Aid Society. Minty lived in Jordan's house for a day. After hearing the news, the big old man rushed to Jordan's house and took Minty away angrily. By the way, Big Daddy provided May and Peter with a safe temporary base. The Big Daddy looked very angry, but in fact, Jordan could feel that the Big Daddy was taking off the burden for Jordan in another way. Whether it's Minty or May and Peter, it's a burden for the time being. Joe Danny did not reject the kindness of the Big Daddy. In addition to Jordan, the Big Daddy also has a good friend Marcus, who is now a senior detective of the New York City Police Department. Marcus is there, enough to ensure the safety of Dad, May, and others. Jordan Danny needs to face retaliation from the Osborne Group and the CIA. Both parties are big forces. Coupled with Jordanian's deliberate appearance at the police station last night, Jordanian believes that it won't take too long for both parties to come. Approaching the evening, Jordanian arranged everything about himself, and seemed to be thinking about something. May and Peter have left, but Jordan still needs a fight to make sure that all the attention is focused on himself. It's just that Jordan isn't sure if he wants to put the battlefield here on his rented place. Bang bang bang! The sky outside hadn't completely dimmed, and suddenly there was a violent knock on the door. Joe Danny instinctively wanted to touch the gun, and then thought that if the opponent is not kind, he won't knock at all, and if the opponent comes with kindness, he won't be so rude. Whether life is good or fighting, many times, the details can reflect a lot of things. Joe Danny pressed the gun behind him, came to the side of the door, and dialed the window next to him. A vague reflection fell into Jordan's eyes. Jovovich, FK, Russian guy, I know you are inside. Along with the violent knock on the door again, there was a violent knock on the door. The person here was Jordan Evans, the landlord of Jordan. A greedy, gambling, and lustful drunkard. Mr. Evans, I don't know why you are here. Jordan opened the door, frowning. Monta Evans looked drunk and said arrogantly, You rich Russian, this is American territory, and I am American, why can't I be here, this is my house. Joe Danny calmly stretched out his right hand behind his back and said, Mr. Evans, do you need me to show you the rental contract? Monta Evans persuaded him and said with a strong smile, Haha, Joe, you can really be joking, I just want to do a survey and ask if you are comfortable living here? No other meaning. Joe Danny said with a cold face, anything else? Monta Evans sweated coldly and boldly said, Joe, in fact, I don't want to come. Isn't the rent due in 20 days? A tenant came here and bid $5,000 per month. I have to force me to ask to see if you have any intention to withdraw the rent. If so, I can refund you $1,000, no, $2,000 in liquidated damages. Joe Danny's expression became more and more unhappy, and said, Go away. Monta Evans looked flattering, and jumped, good. After the greedy landlord left, Jordan had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. He turned over in an instant, made a small jump, and hid behind the stone pillar in the corner of the room. At the same time, from the window next to the doorway, a bullet turned and fell on Jordan's original standing in an extremely unscientific way. Assassin Mutual Aid Association, it's Nima. Hiding behind the stone pillar, a drop of cold sweat fell on Jordan's forehead. Did not dare to have any stay, in a very strange way, as if drunk, crookedly, ran wildly towards the stairs. Behind Jordanian, bullets fell like crazy eyes. Arc ballistics. This kind of unscientific attack method made Jordanian unable to judge the direction of the attacker at all. He didn't even counterattack. Waiting until Jordanian rushed to the second floor, not long after, an extremely sharp figure rushed into the room. Gilyalu. Just when this figure was about to rush towards the stairs, a small melon had already slanted and just rolled down the stairs. Jordan didn't dare to throw it. These people from the Assassins Mutual Aid Association were all very accurate, and he had no chance to show up. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and the flames overflowed. After the explosion, in the smoke of gunpowder, Jordan was like a swift cheetah, tearing open the billowing smoke, holding guns in both hands, and shooting frantically at the slightly embarrassed person in the room. Floating shooting, shooting, random shooting, 3 bursts. A series of skills and bullets were surrendered, and it was only a short second or two. At least a dozen bullets were poured out by Jordan. However, even at this high rate of fire, the opponent can actually fight back. Gunshots were thunderous, and the embarrassed figure broke out at a rate of fire that was not better than Jordanian, but the firearms and bullets were obviously special. Arc ballistics, even a single bullet, could knock down Jordanian's 2 attacks. The tinkering deformed bullet landed on the ground. UU reading www.uucannonshoe.com. I enter Nima. Arc ballistics is not scientific enough, but after the bullet collides, the second bullet can actually be shot down. Can this ballistic reflection be calculated? As a roaming shooter, he was actually compared with spearmanship. The old subsystem doesn't have any face. Even better than the marksmanship, Jordan directly rushed over like a goshawk, knocking on his knees, kicking in an instant, kicking in a whirlpool, and hitting 3 combos with a set of leg skills. With a bang, the figure stuck to the wall like a painting. Zayat, are you Cashin? Until then, Jordan had time to look at the appearance of the figure on the wall. The sky is getting dark, and the other party is a black brother again. This is not a mockery, but Jordan really didn't realize that the attacker was actually Cashin. Watching the black brother on the opposite side slide down from the wall and struggle, Jordan only hesitated for a moment, and then hit the opponent's head with a gun butt, causing him to pass out in a coma. And at this moment, a greater sense of crisis made Jordan's entire back feel as if a tail was erected, and his whole body trembled. Numa is really ruthless. Struggling to slam Cashin toward the window, Jordan smashed the door abruptly. The windbreaker swayed, leaped, quickly filled, floated volleys, 3 bursts, stepped shots, mobile shots, random shots. A wave of bullets slammed wildly. The assassins outside the main entrance were obviously weaker than Cashin by more than 1 grade. In just 1 or 2 breaths, Jordanian cleared his troops instantly. Until this time, the dead guy pulled the trigger, and an RPG dragged a long flame tail into the room. Chapter 20, Steal the Teacher Half-Awakened Skill Fragment. Hell's Kitchen, a hidden area near the Hudson River. Joe Danny dragged Cashin, who was knocked out again, silently appeared on the shore, only 2 or 3 minutes, entered a nearby alley, and completely disappeared. Brooklyn rents are so expensive, why did Jordan rent it there? Apart from the reason why Jenny disappeared for the last time, the most important point is that the house there is extremely close to the Hudson River and the water is deep and rocky. Once you are familiar with it, it is the best escape route. Jordan was originally planning to fight the Osborne Group and the CIA at the rental house. It's better to fight to the end, and feel helpless, and hand over the information of Peter's parents to one of them, causing trouble, and then throwing away the burden on himself, May, and Peter. It's a pity that Cashin's appearance completely disrupted Jordan's plan. After Cashin's miss, the other attackers became super brutal, and they went straight to the RPG without saying a word. If it weren't for the skill to leap, and to be able to sprint and jump far enough in a short time, and rush out of the room, I am afraid that I would be completely cold in the room. Jordan Danny didn't even dare to wait for the arrival of the opposing force, so he took Cashin and jumped into the river to escape. With heavy complaints, Jordanian carried Cashin and soon came to an old apartment building. This is also one of Jordan's safe houses. It is located deep in the Hell's Kitchen. Except for the underground Emperor of New York, Jin Bin, even the FBI, CIA, NYPD, Osborne, etc., cannot reach here. Here, even if the CIA and Osborne spend a lot of money to clear the money and conduct investigations, it will take a long time. Jordanian, who was sorting out the spare equipment in the safe house, suddenly moved his ears slightly. When he turned his head, Cashin didn't seem to move. Joe Danny walked to Cashin's side, without saying a word, knocked him out with another blow. As expected, behind Cashin, a gap has been cut in the rope. Half an hour later. The first time Cashin woke up, he made a little movement, as if he was deliberately informing Jordan. Joe Danny came over and tore off the tape from the other's mouth without saying a word. Cashin said without blinking his eyes, "I want to go to the toilet." 20 minutes later. Caxian had a terrible headache. He woke up from a coma again, feeling something strange underneath him. When he looked down, he saw the pink fancy adult diapers. "Hey, what do you want to do?" Cashin didn't dare to play tricks this time, but the end result was still the same. After Joe Danny knocked him out, he returned to his tool table again, seeming to be playing with gun parts, but in fact, the whole person's mind was concentrated on the system panel in his mind. After Jordan relied on sweat and hard work, he abruptly upgraded the attribute panel to level 18. For a long time, there hasn't been any movement in Jordan's property panel. But this time after I played against Cashin, every time Cashin stunned, on the last item of Jordan's attribute panel, some more changes occurred. Jordan Jovovich, level 18. No change in attributes, no change in skills, no change in awakening. Steal the teacher, half awakened, acquire skills, knowing 1 hit, 1/5, arc ballistics, 1/5, adrenaline, 1/5, super precision, 1/5, multiple skills can be combined. The 4 slightly strange skills seem to come from Cashin. Regarding the movie Wanted Order/Assassin's League, Jordanian still retains many relatively strong memories. A knowing blow is like in the movie, when those killers trained IOZ men, the meaning of aiming at the target with heart is a prerequisite skill. Arc ballistics, not to mention, is an extension of the skill of knowing one blow. Adrenaline, literally, should be the kind of active temporary burst skill in the movie. And super precision is the most interesting, just getting a fragment, actually let his multiple skills such as step shooting, random shooting, 3 bursts, etc., become loose, especially the long-range block, directly into the second state. There is no doubt that if these 4 stolen skills can be completed, it will definitely make Jordan's lethality skyrocket many times. The only drawback is that the extraordinary power of this Assassin Mutual Aid Association seems to be unable to bring about changes in MP. It's good to be able to learn to be satisfied as a person, and to be able to understand part of the function of stealing the teacher. At the very least, it allows Jordan to find a way to improve. "Joe, it's me, Cashin." Boom. 10 minutes later, when Cashin woke up from a coma for the 6th time, he instinctively wanted to protect his head. Unexpectedly, Cashin was able to move his hands this time. Joe Danny was carrying a pot of viscous high-energy temporary supplementary food at this time, and he also noticed the movement of Cashin and walked in the direction of Cashin. FK. Almost instinctively, Cashin jumped up all at once, like a weak little girl, standing against the wall, looking at Joe Danny very vigilantly. "Joe, don't call me anymore, I'm already awake, you reading www.ukansha.com okay?" Joe Danny looked innocent, raised a hand to indicate that he was not threatening, and then handed the food in his hand to Cashin. Cashin hesitated and thought about it for a few seconds before he took the food from Jordan. Joe Danny pulled a chair and sat in front of Cashin, and said, "Cashin, don't blame me, I also want to ensure that you can wake up completely and restore your memory." Cashin sat by the bed to replenish food. Hearing what Jordan said, he raised his head and sneered with disdain, and said, "So you stunned me 6 times. Joe Danny's face was slightly embarrassed, and in the next 2 times, Jordan was purely trying to can I brush out the remaining skill fragments on Cashin's body? The result is of course not, it should be similar to the game's fixed drop rate setting. However, this kind of words obviously cannot be told to Cashin. Jordan's face was righteous and said, "Cashin, are you doubting me? In order to help you, I kidnapped 12 brain and psychiatric students. The professor of medicine finally found this way to help you restore your memory. FK. Caxes angrily wants to throw a pot, but he doesn't know how to refute it. Come, give me the addresses of the 12 beasts called beasts, and Lao Tzu gave each of them a peanut as a sign of gratitude. Jordanian didn't seem to notice Cashin's discomfort, and continued, the professor said, all medical sciences have shown that memories cannot be lost when the brain nerves are not damaged. At most, they are suppressed. Before a suitable treatment method, the method of creating a concussion in physical form may be able to. Cashin glared at Jordanian, and yelled anxiously, the shock of your girl in the brain. I want to fight you. Chapter 21, Nine-headed snakes are emerging. Dueling is impossible to duel, at best, it is just to be addicted to the mouth. Even if Cashin activated his adrenaline skills and burst 2 waists, it would be difficult for him to be Jordan's opponent. After Cashin became sober, he also told Jordanian some information about the Assassins' Mutual Aid Society. As Jordanian thought, the Assassin Mutual Aid Society is not a good place. After entering the Assassins' Mutual Aid Association, he will inject 2 kinds of potions, one of which is a variant potion of the Super Soldier Serum, which can give people the ability to burst the kidney at any time. The other medicine, according to Cashin's memories and speculation, should be a brainwashing medicine. After the injection of this kind of medicine, it will block most of people's memory, and then they will be instilled a special experience, through hypnosis, psychological suggestion and other methods, to inform the killer's thoughts in the way of faith. Assassins' Mutual Aid Association is the Assassin Alliance in Jordan's memory. It is extremely funny, relying on a loom to drive the killer among them. And Cashin's black talent, making friends and inquiring about the news is not a boast. In addition to the various statements shared by the Assassins' Mutual Aid Society, Cashin also secretly learned that the so-called Destiny Loom should be supported by an algorithm. Under the skin of the members of the underground world of the Assassin Mutual Aid Society, there is also an extremely mysterious force hidden. Almost instinctively, after hearing this information, Jordanian thought of the 3 words Hydra, and then vaguely remembered that there was a Hydra mad scientist who turned himself into a computer, and then concluded a Zola algorithm is used to get rid of people who are harmful to Hydra. If you think about it carefully, it is still possible. This year, Snake Shield's aerospace aircraft carrier cluster should not have been built. The Zola algorithm was used on the Destiny Loom before the aerospace aircraft carrier was used to allow a group of semi-superior killers to act, which is also in line with the style of Hydra. Thinking of this, Jordan felt a little painful again. Jordan originally planned to hide behind the scenes before Iron Man appeared, trying to improve his combat effectiveness first. I have only been in New York for a year and a half. What have I done? I have attacked the CIA at least twice and the Osborn Group twice, which means that Hydra will be attacked again. Now in New York City, the CIA and Osborn are definitely searching for themselves. After Cashin is saved, the Assassin Mutual Aid Association will let it go for no reason, and maybe it will attract the attention of Hydra. Yo Shao. Involuntarily, Jordan's eyes were aimed at Cashin, the black guy who was bandaging his head. The opponent was originally a high-level killer. After the upgrade of the Assassin Mutual Aid Association, as long as you don't face dozens of guns, there will be absolutely no damage. At this stage, it is a top-level combat power. Joe Danny rolled his eyes and said, Cashin, no, brother, what are your plans for the future? Cashin bandaged a big bag on his head, like a black version of Indian Big Brother, glanced at Jordani, and said, what can I do? New York is too dangerous. I have some friendship with the Princess of Camorra in Europe. Go to Rome to hide. Camorra is one of the underground world giants that originated in Europe, headquartered in Rome. Joe Danny was stunned for a moment. How could this be connected with the plot of Quick Chase 2? After a pause, Jordan said, Camorra, are you talking about Gina D'Antonio? Cashin nodded and said, yes, the Assassin Mutual Aid Society is too powerful in New York, and even the entire Americas, I can no longer show up in New York. This is different from what Jordan imagined. Xiao Dani suppressed his impatience and said, "Are you going to let the Assassin Mutual Aid Association be raised by the bitch? I haven't asked you yet, why did the Assassin Mutual Aid Association send you to kill me?" Cashin's eyes narrowed slightly, and the murderous intent passed away in a flash. Obviously, Cashin didn't believe it if he didn't hate the Assassin Mutual Aid Society. Cashin also has his own pride, being played like a fool by the Assassin Mutual Aid Society. If it weren't for Jordan's rescue, he would have become a puppet. As the top killer in the industry, who has no temper anymore. Finally, Cashin looked at Jordanian and said, "Are you tracking Jenny Fox? The little action is too obvious. The Assassins Mutual Aid Society has discovered it a long time ago. Jenny Fox is Jenny Smith. After divorcing John, Jenny changed her surname back. In the Assassins Mutual Aid Society, Fox is also the code name for Jenny." Xiao Dani nodded slightly, but he still had some doubts in his heart. There was no reason why the assassination of the Assassin Mutual Aid Society would be with the CIA and the Osborne Group. It was a coincidence. It's so big when you think about it. The CIA and the Osborne Group are already annoying enough, and there are multiple Assassin Mutual Aid Associations. Just as Jordanian scratched his head, Cashin seemed to think of something again, and said, "Joe, the task of the Mutual Aid Association for you, and one more thing, did you take any potions that shouldn't be taken? It seems to be related to spiders or something." Bingo! Now it's right. Assassins Mutual Aid Association, it should be because of the super soldier serum, it has come together with the Osborne Group. CIA, Osborne, Mutual Aid Association, all kinds of painful relationships flashed through Jordan's mind. Finally, Jordan looked at Cashin and said, "Cashin, I am going to deal with the Assassin Mutual Aid Society, and give it a wave of ruthlessness. Would you like to help me?" Cashin's movements paused, and his heart struggled a little. Joe Danny hit the railroad while it was hot. Cashin www.readaloud.com. Are you really ready to run away like a bereaved dog? Cashin was a little annoyed, and groaned, "What can I do? Only you and me can't deal with the Mutual Aid Society. There are at least dozens of hundreds of assassins in there, and there are 7 or 8 like me." Jordanian interrupted Cashin's words and said, "What if we have a helper?" Cashin raised his eyebrows and said, "Who? CIA?" Jordan laughed and said, "The enemy's enemy is a friend. The CIA sent John Smith to the Assassins Mutual Aid Association through Jenny, and the CIA and Osborne caused a lot of trouble because of a serum potion. Very ugly. I have what the CIA wants in my hands. Using the alliance between the Mutual Aid Association and Osborne, it is not difficult for the CIA to stand on our side. The world is wonderful. Just half a year ago, because the CIA wanted to plan the Assassins Mutual Aid Association, it was destroyed by Jordan, and the two sides became enemies. Just 2 days ago, because of Jordan's intervention, the CIA and Osborne battled, but the fishermen took advantage. Just 1 day ago, the CIA and Osborne were preparing to jointly take down Jordan. And just now, Jordan is actually preparing to unite with the old enemy of the CIA to deal with Osborne and the Mutual Aid Society. A scattered killer. A government intelligence organization that cannot be seen in the United States, a super business group, and a top killer organization in the underground world. Under the intertwining of interests and grievances, the relationship between each other is refreshed all the time. Is very feasible. Cashin listened to Jordan's analysis and words, and his eyes became brighter. After a while, Cashin said with full excitement, "I joined, and I think we have an additional helper." Chapter 22, Looking for Helper. The corner of the border between Brooklyn and Manhattan is slightly dilapidated due to its proximity to the Hell's Kitchen. Joe Danny followed Cashin and crouched on the roof of an apartment building. Looking down, he happened to see a bad rented house next to the train viaduct. A young man with a silky temperament all over his body is being robbed by a hip-hop brother. This is the helper you are talking about? He is awesome. Don't worry, do you know what it means to wait for the buns? He is the son of the top master in the Mutual Aid Association. The temperament doesn't look very similar, are you sure it's your own? Willis Gibson is the young version of Professor X who was given a green hat by the star. Jordan didn't know that Cashin would have found Willis with him. Although it was a little unexpected, it seemed reasonable. At this time, the only ones in the killer world who dared to cooperate with the Assassins' Mutual Aid Society were Professor X and his father. It didn't take long for the two of Jordan to squat. It was just a morning when Jordan and Cashin were on their way to the restaurant, and they saw a middle-aged man wearing a dark green leather jacket. The stubborn stubble, the slightly vicissitudes of eyes, exuded a fierce feeling that strangers should not enter. The opponent is indeed a master. In terms of stealth and hiding skills, it is much better than Jordan and Cashin, and neither of them even noticed the slightest abnormality. After being pointed at with a gun by such a master, Cashin was very confident and straightforward, and directly raised his hands. Joe Danny seemed calmer. Quickly draw a gun, 3 bursts, long-range block and other skills are all instantaneous, just moving, as long as it is not shot by someone. Jordan has the ability to counterattack at any time in a face-to-face situation. Hey, Cross, calm down, I'm the gunsmith, Cashin, you recognize me, right? Cashin's words are gentle, concise, and full of persuasion. Of course, in a sense, this also means weak and harmless. Cross, who was on the opposite side, had a cold face and didn't mean to say anything. He quickly stepped forward, pointed a gun at the two of them with one hand, and searched both of them with the other. Jordan and Danny were originally here to find allies, so naturally they didn't bring weapons. When this point was confirmed, the ruthless Hang Cross just let go of a little wariness, but he still didn't put down the pistol, but tucked it under the jacket, and faintly pointed at the two Jordan knees. Cross, we came with kindness, you should be able to feel it. Go to the other side of the road. Cross didn't have any nonsense. He concealed his gun at the two of them. Under the sign, the three of them came to a restaurant across the road. The restaurant's business is good. Cross chose a relatively secluded and extremely safe seat. The three of them were seated. Cross's expression was only slightly relieved. Are you from the Mutual Aid Association? Of course not, Cross. If you are well informed, you should know that I am dead, at the hands of this mission target next to me. Cashin was irritated, showing a standard smile with 8 teeth, which was quite shiny. Cross had a poker face, with no expression from beginning to end, staring at the two directly without speaking. What else did Cashin have to explain? Jordani said first, in fact, we are here with you to deal with the Mutual Aid Association. Cross frowned slightly and said, no, I can. Joe Danny smiled and said, actually you can't. Cashin will be able to discover your weaknesses, not to mention the mutual aid associations and the huge forces behind the mutual aid associations at the tip of the iceberg. After finishing talking, Jordani summoned the waiter and ordered 2 cups of coffee. 1 cup for personal use, and the other one was given anonymously to Willis, who was also dining in the restaurant. Seeing Jordan's actions, Cross was murderous, and Cashin's face changed and shivered. Cashin has only joined the Mutual Aid Association for half a year now. When Cashin joined the Mutual Aid Association, Cross, who was opposite, was already the strongest killer of the Mutual Aid Association, known as the Cross. For half a year, he was even more panicked. Joe Danny had no fear on his face, and calmly said, this is not to provoke you, but a kind reminder. In fact, I also have a 6-year-old daughter. If it were me, I would definitely not want my daughter to live in possible danger at any time. Only by killing the entire Mutual Aid Association can Willis live like a normal person, instead of being regarded as a weakness and used to target you anytime, anywhere. Cross's face became more and more ugly, but he suppressed his killing intent. After a long silence, Cross spoke up, you two, you are too weak to have any effect at all. Nima. Jordan almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. He didn't expect the other party to spit out such a sentence after holding back for so long. In a very short period of time, Jordan even had the impulse to launch a variety of skills such as knee bumps, instant kicks, and round kicks. Squeezed a mouthful of old blood, Jordan's face was ugly, and he stopped talking. Cashin watched his words and thoughts and took care of the emotions of the two big brothers. Yu reads www.yuuganju.com activated the talented skills of the black guy, and quickly explained the grievances and relationships between Jordan, the CIA, Osborne, and the Assassin Mutual Aid Society in a nearly rap. Cross was a little moved, and said, "How sure are you to convince the CIA?" Joe Danny did not blink his eyes and said, 100%. I have to say that in this world, the pursuit of super soldier serum by various forces is almost fanatical. So far, the CIA, Osborne, the Mutual Aid Society, and even Jordan are involved. Almost all the grievances revolve around biological serum medicine. Return to the original, all the potions can be traced to the super soldier serum. As for the future military, Hydra, SHIELD, etc., the pursuit of super soldier serum is even more self-evident. On the condition of spider potion that has achieved certain results, the CIA has no reason to refuse. After all, if the car overturns the Assassins Mutual Aid Association, the CIA will definitely be the one to gain, and even if possible, it will be able to bite the Osborne Group. Is there anything cheaper than this in the world? After explaining the interest relationship in it, Cross only considered for a while, watching his son Diozi walk out of the restaurant, and then he let out a long sigh. I can join, but you can talk about the CIA. I only participate in offensive operations when I need it. No problem, happy cooperation. P.S. Willis Gibson, from the movie Wanted, male pig's feet. Cross Gibson, from the movie Wanted, the male pig's feet is his father, nicknamed the Cross. Chapter 23, Cooperation with the CIA. After getting the super killer Cross Gibson, the next step is to connect with the CIA. It's much easier to find than Cross, the cold-faced killer. In the police station before, nobody from the CIA left May with the contact information. After a brief communication, Jordanian asked nobody to meet at a coffee shop near the Hudson River. Cafe is located in Manhattan, close to Wall Street. Even the craziest criminals dare not make trouble in this area. Every 10 minutes, there are patrols roaming around. This is also a security consideration. The CIA has never been a good bird. Approaching the appointed time, a middle-aged man in a suit with a thick face, but with a stray smile on his face, walked into the restaurant. This is an unruly person. The first time he saw this person, a kind of instinctive intuition was born in Jordan's heart. Your Excellency is the famous justice adjudicator, Mr. Jovovich, right? Mr. Nobody, sit down, I have ordered a cup of coffee for you, but I don't know if it suits your taste. What kind of taste? I am always more picky. Spider taste, do you like it? All the words are clicked to the end. As soon as the two sides met, they exchanged a few words, and soon fell silent. Old God Jordan was drinking coffee, while Narrow Bodhi, with a few quiet movements, had already conveyed some information. There is no doubt about the importance of the spider serum potion. It is even enough for the CIA to spare a part of its manpower and start a show in downtown Manhattan. After the information was delivered, Nobody just said, Mr. Jovovich, I like spider-flavored coffee very much, but... Joe Danny interrupted the other party's words directly and said, you are delaying time, the manpower of the Secret Operations Force should have been surrounded here, right? Accompanied by Jordan's words, outside the coffee shop, in several directions, dozens of figures were suddenly soft to the ground. With a whistle, 2 small holes were opened in the glass window of the coffee shop, and the 2 plainclothes CIA agents who were drinking coffee were also directly lying on the desk. Mike was shot. Chrissy was shot. There is an ambush, the trajectory cannot be analyzed. Nobody's face changed drastically, and there were bursts of exclamation in the headset. But at this time, Jordanian took up the coffee in front of him very calmly, and said with a smile, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" 2 top killers from the Assassin Mutual Aid Society escorted them, and dealing with some plainclothes agents of the CIA was really too simple. Joe Danny smiled lightly, and the face of nobody on the opposite side was already black. The manpower and arrangement of the CIA, in the eyes of the 2 top killers, Cashin and Cross, are simple and simple like a child playing house. After nobody's shock, his face quickly regained the same smile he had before, and said, "Good means, Mr. Jovovich, this time asking me out, shouldn't it be just for coffee and demonstrations? Is a veteran agent after all, even if he is already panicked, he can still calm down." "Old Yin Beep." Chiao Danny murmured and said with a smile, "The reputation of the CIA is not very good. In order for everyone to talk peacefully, I can only make a little preparation." Slapped face to face, nobody was upset, but he didn't dare to say anything. After a pause, nobody said, "Anyone with strength is worthy of respect, Mr. Jovovich, I don't know now, what do you want to talk about?" Joe Danny took out a bottle of lavender potion and said, "This is what I got in the abandoned underground passage of 92nd Street. Medicine is a thing, it's not easy to drink, I can give it to you." About this bottle of spider potion, Jordan actually already thought of a lot of things. For example, the last thing that Richard left in the diary was not written. The spider potion was indeed successful, but it was made from Richard's own DNA, and no one else could use it at all. Thinking of it, Richard is also an old Yin Beep, and he wants to cheat himself when he is dying. Fortunately, I have a storyline. This useless spider potion is suitable for pitting the CIA. Nobody stared at the medicine on the table and said, "What does the CIA need to pay? There is no empty pie in the sky." As a veteran nobody, he can live to this day and become the supervisor of nowhere, relying on the interdependence of caution and boldness. Whatever you get, you need to pay. The power that Jordan Danny showed was enough to make nobody pay attention to it thoroughly. Jordan said, "First, the safety of Peter and May needs to be guaranteed, and I don't want anyone to disturb their lives. Second, Osborne's trouble needs your CIA to take over, and I also hate trouble." Nobody took the potion directly, and said, "Yes. But in Richard's secret laboratory, a computer hard disk is missing. I wonder what Mr. Jovovich has plans for." Joe Danny laughed and said, "This is related to another transaction. I believe the CIA is also very interested in the Assassin Mutual Aid Association, right?" Nobody's face froze, as if thinking about something. After a long while, nobody just said, "Do you want to fight the Assassin Mutual Aid Association?" Joe Danny leaned back on the chair and said, "I hate these guys. They want to kill me. I want to live in New York. So I think it's better for these guys to die." "Are you right?" Nobody's face solemnly said, "These people are not easy to deal with, they are too mysterious and powerful. www.readaloud.com and there are big people who are protecting these people." Jordan Danny once again took out a drawing and said, "Brooklyn number 72 Textile Factory, I believe that with the power of the CIA, it shouldn't be a problem to block this block for a period of time, right? As for the big shots, is there any big shot bigger than the CIA?" Nobody quickly thought about the pros and cons, and finally said, "I want the formula of the source of strength of the Mutual Aid Society." Joe Danny laughed and said, "No matter what you want, you need the CIA to get it by yourself. We'd better use our means, what do you think?" Nobody nodded, and drank the coffee on the table in one sip, and said, "Happy cooperation. Make a decision, and the cooperation is reached. Both sides have the mind to beware, so it is better to act separately. In this process, how much skill do you have and how much benefit you can get? As for the computer hard drive, it is an insurance measure for Jordanian. Once all the benefits are given out at this time, the CIA will not be so wonderful if it turns its face and pits itself. The two parties discussed some details in the coffee shop. Seeing that the surrounding agents who were stunned by the anesthetic bomb tended to wake up, Jordanian quickly got up and prepared to walk outside. Just when Jordan walked to the door, an agent lying on the ground suddenly grabbed Jordan's ankle. "You, don't go, I want to kill you." The weakened agent struggled, hitting Jordan's knee with a small fist. Joe Danny took a look. "Hey, isn't this John Smith?" Old embarrassed, Jordanian thought for a while, leaving John aside, took up a green hat next to him, and put it on the opponent's face. "Dude, you should have a good night's sleep." Chapter 24, The Fall of the Assassins Mutual Aid Society, 1. Dealing with the Assassin Mutual Aid Society has never been a simple matter. The negotiation and planning of the whole matter were only carried out between Jordan, Cashin, Cross, and Nobody. Even Nobody's men did not know the specific goals. This level of confidentiality is also what Jordanian strongly demands. Others don't know, but Jordanian knows very well that behind the Assassins Mutual Aid Society, there is a huge Hydra. Once the news spreads to any force, Hydra will be vigilant. Only by discussing between individuals, when the real plan begins, and temporarily launching it, will it have enough confidentiality and will not be stunned. Official forces such as the New York City government, NYPD, FBI, etc., will be intercepted by Nobody's CIA contacts. The Osborne Group is also in trouble, but the other party is a formal business group after all, so don't worry too much. Jordan, Cross, and Cashin, the most important thing is to eliminate the main forces of the Mutual Aid Association, and the CIA's counterattack after the precaution is over. No one is a good bird. There are too few people who can trust these days. Near the rooftop of a building of number 72 textile mill, a small group of 3 Jordani, holding various equipments kindly gifted by the CIA, is closely observing the distribution of the manpower in the textile mill. 100 people, 100 guns, the entire textile factory is like a fortress. Not to mention, in the textile factory, there are a dozen super killers who can turn bullets. Kajin's head grew bigger and bigger, and said, "Why do I get my brain hot, after listening to your flicker? This is a fortress, and it's full of top desperados." Cashin kept talking, but Jordan and Cross didn't pay any attention. After a while, Cross put down the telescope in his hand and said, "With the cooperation of the CIA, it is not a problem to take down the external defense of the entire textile factory. The key is the core members inside. Sloan, Mr. X, repairman, butcher, pharmacist, insecticide, etc., and the newly added Fox should not be underestimated." Joe Danny pouted his lips and said, "So what are your plans?" Cross was once the strongest killer in the Mutual Aid Association, not only in terms of marksmanship and skill, but also the precise assassination plan of the other party. Facing Jordan's question, Cross shook his head indifferently, and said, "There is no plan. I was originally planning to hunt down the people inside and fight assault. I'm not particularly good at it." Jordan and Cashin are speechless. But then again, if Cross hadn't hunted down the members of the Mutual Aid Association one by one, the other party would not be anxious to screen out Jenny, Cashin, and others from the killer world to join. Jordan looked at Cross silently. It turned out that this was the ultimate reason why he was trapped in this mess. After pondering, Jordan said, "In fact, it doesn't matter whether there is a plan or not. Anyway, it is the CIA who is the main force. We shoot black guns on the periphery to ensure that no hidden dangers are left." This time it's Cross' turn that his face is speechless, so it doesn't matter if you ask about wool. After a pause, Cross asked a little heavy, "Joe, the power that the Mutual Aid Association holds is too magical and powerful. Are you sure you want to give these things to the CIA?" Joe Danny was speechless, and said, "Why would you ask such silly things? When will I hand this power into the hands of the CIA, and wait for them to master it, and then turn to deal with us? Cross looked dumbfounded, and said, then how are you going to deal with the CIA? Xiao Danny took it for granted, and said, as a taxpayer, if you have trouble, of course you should call the police. If it doesn't work, there is the FBI. Cross and Cashin rolled their eyes and both said that they did not want to talk to Jordan. One trick is fresh, eat all over the sky. Don't be afraid of old moves, as long as they work. Dealing with the CIA in the US is really too simple, even if the police cannot do it, isn't there still an FBI who loves and kills with the CIA all the year round? Simple and convenient, as long as a phone call is okay. The three of them quietly waited for the night to come. After a while, Cross suddenly said, I prepared 300 rat bombs, all of which were in ambush in the underpass. Joe Danny and Cashin were horrified for an instant, and Nima. Everyone has two-handed preparation, not to mention Cross, a top-level assassin who has experienced many battles. Jordan is okay. Only Cashin, with a trembling face, came out with a standard black face. Is he alone and sweet? Rat bombs, just let me know. As experienced killers, Jordan and Cashin did not need Cross to remind them too much. The night is coming soon. At 2 o'clock in the morning, after talking to nobody on the phone, Jordan and the three came to their prepared ambush points with sufficient equipment. Cross is good at sniping and assassination, especially super long-range sniper killing. Cashin's strength is firearms. He had prepared the CIA combat uniforms early and mixed into the secret forces. Only Jordan had the most thoughts. In addition, he had always been a beast assault combat method, so he simply acted as a pioneer and prepared to fire the first shot of the offensive. The Nighthawks arrived at the combat site and are ready. The Flame Squad arrived at the combat site and is ready. You.ukansha.com. A series of voices came from the invisible headset. At 2:10, the entire textile factory was surrounded by groups. It wasn't until this time that nobody's voice came through Jordan's headset. Mr. Jovovich, the stage has been set up for the opening. Let's start then. After pressing the last sentence, Jordanian no longer had the slightest hidden meaning. For the first time in front of everyone, he showed the powerful combat power of his human body peak. 100 meters away, in 7 or 8 seconds, Jordan had already rushed under the castle like a cheetah. 3 or 4 meters high wall, Jordanian used several skills such as flying, stepping, and floating shovel to jump up to the top of the city in the blink of an eye in a vertical running manner. Raising his hand is a 3-shot burst, instantly killing the 2 night patrol killers above the city. Gilyalu. A full 4 grenades landed along the city wall and rolled into the city gate hole. With a burst of fire, the gate was blasted open. A line of secret army members, in a squad battle formation, quickly entered the textile factory. The sound of gunshots rang out quickly, and a large number of assassins came out from all corners of the textile factory to mingle with the secret CIA forces. At this time, Jordan had disappeared. He went around in the textile factory and came to a room with a stale atmosphere. Bang bang! 2 shots were fired, one from the inside of the room, and one from Jordan's muzzle. 2 bullets collided in midair magically, and then fell. Seems to have started. In a short time, through a door, gunshots rang like firecrackers. Chapter 25, The Fall of the Assassins Mutual Aid Society, 2. Shot across the door, the bullets fell like no money, and then they collided in pairs as if they had been rehearsed in advance. From time to time, there are bullets turning around, piercing through the wooden wall panel on the side of the door. The person opposite, definitely has already activated adrenaline. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person to shoot against Jordan, who has a long-range block. The fierce barrage only lasted a few seconds. The gunshots stopped at the door, and Jordanian didn't hesitate to smash the already ragged wooden door. With a fierce bursting aura, he hit the knee directly and slammed on the figure inside. The roaming gunman is such a rascal. Not only can achieve amazing marksmanship, but also has the top combat effectiveness in physical combat. There was a muffled hum, and the figure in front of Jordan was hit by a knee hit, and the whole person flew up 3 feet. If you have an MP, you can connect an M137 green machine gun to directly form a combined machine barbecue, which will make the opponent a sieve. However, Jordan was not so cruel to the former acquaintance of Bayo Bayo. The figure in the room is exactly Jenny Fox. An ordinary person, even if the adrenaline bursts, and a knee bump is enough to completely lose combat effectiveness in a few seconds. He put the gun into the holster around his waist, facing Jenny who was still struggling. Jordan gave a punch when he went up. Concussion therapy, specializing in various negative effects such as amnesia, confusion, and loss. Moreover, this therapy also comes with the effect of stealing skills. 4 hits in a row, Jenny Fox came out of that kind of brainwashing amnesia without any accident. A naturally face, with sharp pain and confusion, looked at Jordanian in front of her. "Jenny, are you awake? Do you remember who I am?" "Joe? Why does my head hurt so much?" It doesn't matter." "Jenny, I'm here to save you. By the way, solve the group of mice from the Mutual Aid Society. Where are the others?" Jenny glanced at the tattered look in the room, rubbed her head, and gave Jordan a suspicious look. Xiao Danny looked calm and said, "It was already like this when I came." Jenny didn't pursue it. Just a moment when the situation was judged, that kind of strong woman's aura rose, and she picked up the gun and said, "I know where Sloane is, come with me." The 2 killers unite, and naturally no one can stop the slightest. Jordan is a standard beast assault stream. When he sees the crowd, he directly activates his skills and goes over it. After entering the melee, all kinds of skills are randomly placed. Spear skills and physical skills are perfectly integrated in Jordan's body. The fancy murder scene is the purest aesthetics of violence. And Jenny is not as reckless as Jordanian, but Jordanian attracts firepower. The 2 modified M1911s are also constantly spitting fire, knocking the killer who is a little further away to the ground. 1 pass in the weaving room was violently killed. Because the CIA's manpower outside attracted 80% of the killers, the 2 of Jordani quickly passed. At the entrance of the stairs, Jenny don't give a meaningful look at Jordan. Jordan was confused, "Is there something wrong with me?" Jenny rolled her eyes and said, "Have you always used this way of fighting?" Joe Danny raised his eyebrows and said, "Is there any problem?" Jenny was speechless. "It's a miracle that you can live till now." After finishing speaking, Jenny stepped aside elegantly and asked Jordan to charge forward, acting as a target to attract firepower. Jordan doesn't care about this. Anyway, there are not many killers left in the textile factory. Rushed upstairs, under Jenny's sign, in 2 directions. One was the place where the repairman was sitting, slightly far from the core of the Mutual Aid Association, and the other was the slaughter room where the butcher was sitting. Although it was a shortcut, the butcher's methods were very cruel and strange. Jordan didn't even think about it, so he chose the slaughter room and said, "Jenny, you go to the repairman. He doesn't know that you have recovered your memory, and he won't doubt you. This time we clean up the Mutual Aid Association and can't leave hidden dangers." Jenny's appeal, when she is in her bones, she has a more masculine style, and she leaves without saying a word. Joe Danny looked at Jenny's back and the twisted buttocks. He was taken aback for a moment. Suddenly he felt nostalgic. Then he was very cheap, and slapped it with a slap. Jenny was nothing, she looked indifferent, and turned her head to cast a provocative look. At this time, John Smith rushed down the stairs with a small team and watched the adulterer teasing each other. Suddenly his eyes burst. "FK, men and women, I will kill them." "John, calm down, it's time for combat, not for you to catch the traitor." "Zayat, get out of me." The quarrel between John Smith and the team members, Jordan, who had been far away, didn't notice at all. He didn't even know that behind him, there was a green panicking agent who wanted to smash him wholeheartedly. Jordan at this time has come to a dim, bloody, and unpleasant slaughter room. Is different from the other killers in the Mutual Aid Association. The butcher is a killer who focuses on the use of knives in combat. He is fat and tall, but he still has an ingenious stealth and concealment technique. As soon as Fang entered the slaughter room, Jordan had already been taken care of by the butcher. With a sharp cut, a white pike like a snowflake, shining with a sharp edge that makes the skin chill. Joe Danny instinctively resisted with a pistol, and the blade of the gun slid the flame. When Jordan reacted, the butcher had completely disappeared from Jordan's field of vision. Worry Rainyong, is it a ghost? Joe Danny stood against the wall, and didn't rush into the room full of stakes recklessly. Throwing away the pistol that had been chopped off the rifling, Jordan backhand took out 2 pistols again from the back of the waist, and without thinking about it, directly shot out a rain of bullets. The fat butcher is obviously very proficient and concentrating on the body, and then he fights in close hands. Xiao Dani didn't want to hide and seek in the room with the other party. He shot the gun accurately, and directly broke the iron hook on the huge stake. The field of vision became clearer in an instant. Behind a huge stake, the fat butcher was holding a knife in one hand and a hook in the other. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com showed his figure with a bewildered face. Isn't that special? You don't play cards according to common sense. The 2 sides were separated by 10 meters. The fat butcher saw that he had been exposed. He was not hiding at all, his body was boiling, and he rushed towards Jordan with the knife. Bang bang bang! Shot all the bullets of the gun in his hand, and saw the butcher knife flash in the hand of the fat butcher, but relying on the hand speed that he had been single for many years, he split all the bullets away. At this time, the distance between the 2 sides was only 3 meters, and the fat butcher's face was already showing a murderous grin. Quickly draw the gun, 3 bursts, mobile shooting, step shooting, aerial shooting. Is just a short period of 2 seconds. After 5 consecutive gunshots, Jordanian calmly stuffed his revolver into the holster. The fat butcher at this time appeared in the place where Jordan was. In his hand, the butcher knife landed, with a hole in his chest, bleeding, and crashing to the ground. Only then did the other party notice the horror and pain coming like a tide. In the blurred vision, a figure gradually became clear. Joe Danny fiddled with the butcher knife on the ground, and said, "Nothing can't be broken. If there is, just shoot another shot." The fat butcher is not able to speak much anymore, just looking at the butcher knife he has been with for many years. On the butcher knife, Jordan's 5 shots hit the same point with each shot, and abruptly punched a red hole. With the last shot, Jordan's bullet passed through the hole and hit the fat butcher's chest. This is impossible. Oh, nothing is impossible, some people call it magic, and I call it a good target. Chapter 26, The Fall of the Assassins Mutual Aid Society, 3. With a slight pressure, Jordanian left the slaughterhouse. This fat butcher was considered to have died under the hands of Jordanian, the first person with extraordinary abilities. At the same time as he was leaving, Jordanian also felt the system panel of Modi's emotions in his mind, shivering like a sage's time. In fact, it is not the first time that Jordan has felt this kind of feeling. During the 8 years of the Roma training camp, Jordan had felt similar feelings 18 times before, and he was really an upgrade. Trembling is not trembling, but the thrill of trembling brought by the promotion of character attributes after upgrading. Jordan Jovovich, Level 19. Strength, 10, Transfer +1. Physical Strength, 10, Transfer +1. Intelligence, 10, Transfer +1. Spirit, 10, Transfer +1. Movement Speed, 10, Transfer +1.5. Hit, Fixed Target 100, Moving Target 100, Correction 100. Avoidance, 93. HP recovery, 2/110. MP recovery, 0/0. Physical crit, 10, plus 1%. Magic crit, 0. Attribute enhancement, 11.2%. Resistance, 0. There is not much change in skills or something, the only change is the character attributes. Level 18 is regarded as a job transfer. After the transfer and promotion, each level will add 1 point to the four-dimensional attributes of strength, physical strength, intelligence, and spirit. Only has a movement speed, which is considered to be a special attribute of the roaming gunner, and 1.5 points are added. The evasion enhancement is very small, the HP has increased by 1/10 of the blood, and the physical critical strike has been increased by 1%. In general, after the transfer, you will be promoted to a level, which is considered to be 11.2% of attribute enhancement, ordinary people. 1.5 years of Assassin's life, Jordan's life in the hands of, there is no 100 or 30, there is no sign of upgrading before. What is this? Did you kill an elite monster? Doesn't seem to be impossible. In the game, isn't it because you don't get experience by brushing low-level monsters? Before he could think about it, Jordan was full of excitement and rushed towards the most central library of the textile factory. This is really a pleasant surprise. Before Cross and Fox are killed, I have to quickly pick up a few more enthusiastic elite geeks. 11% attribute bonus, enough to make people feel obvious. Ran all the way, feeling his strong speed and abundant physical strength. At this moment, Jordanian just wanted to say to a group of people in the Mutual Aid Association that I would fight 10. Just as Jordanian was rushing in excitement, a kind of crisis was felt like a steel cone poking his brain, and the stabbing Jordanian's brain was aching. Dodged in a leaps and bounds, a bullet still turned a corner and hit Jordan's shoulder. The windbreaker was torn open and blood was flowing. Jordanian endured the pain and hid behind a wall. He stretched his hand on his belt and drew out a dagger that was only a few centimeters away. He quickly picked out the bullet. The specially designed silver bullet hits the ground. If he hadn't exchanged knowledge about guns and bullets with Cross, Jordan even suspected that it was Cross's black heart and shot his own black gun. 2-stage armor-piercing penetrating projectile. In the words of Cross, in the entire Mutual Aid Association, apart from himself, only Mr. X can do this. If you say that Cross is the first killer of Mutual Aid, then Mr. X is second all year round. This is a top master who can rival Cross. After the upgrade, the idea of I am invincible in the world disappeared instantly. The ubiquitous sense of crisis made Jordanian dare not even show up from the wall behind him, a super killer ambushing himself. Worry Rhiniongs, there is a kind of positive attitude. Scolded cursed, Jordanian was behind the wall, and his mind was running like crazy. Skills flashed through Jordan's mind one by one, but they didn't work. With the reaction speed of Mr. X, any skills were basically ineffective. Time passed bit by bit, just 2 minutes. Just when Jordan was getting more anxious, there was a sudden itchy sensation on his shoulders. After looking down, he realized that the wound in his shoulder had already stopped bleeding automatically. Is HP recovery. In the past, Jordan didn't receive any injuries, and the HP recovery was too weak. Only increased by 1 level, HP recovered a little bit, but it has begun to show its magic. There is nothing to say about it, it's a great deal of injury for life. Without the slightest hesitation, Jordan rolled over, got up, and kicked, floated volleys, and fired 3 in a row. The super large action is extremely fancy, which can avoid the enemy's aim and shooting to the greatest extent. This time, Jordan didn't use an ordinary pistol, but directly took out his own specially modified revolver, and fired 3 bullets, just like a small cannon, crashing the rebel from a stone pillar. Under the threat of such powerful 3 bullets, Mr. X also had to dodge and avoid. The bullet stopped. Jordan's back and left leg were still hit after all. Fortunately, a bulletproof jacket blocked it. It was not too serious and would not affect Jordan's actions. Is worth it. Compared with what Mr. X, what is the difference between himself, spear skill or physical skill? Stop joking. www.readaloud.com positive, Jordan felt that he could abuse the other side's shit. What's bad is just the first opportunity. Bullets dance wildly. Jordan has always held guns in both hands. After being injured, he was more like an angry lion, accompanied by a downpour of bullets, directly towards the direction of Mr. X. Long-range block, shooting, floating shovel, step shooting, 3 bursts, floating volley, random shooting. Suppressed by a wave of super firepower, Jordanian has rushed to the vicinity of Mr. X. At this time, Jordan's 2 guns had finished 10 rounds, and Mr. X had a smile on his face, and he was about to fire back with the gun. But Jordan's physical skills are no different than spear skills. Instant kick, floating shovel, and round kick, a wave of combos cut directly to the front of Mr. X, kicking off the gun in the opponent's hand, and a knee bump has already blasted towards the opponent's chest. Boom! Mr. X's chest was fractured, and the whole person flew up to 4 or 5 feet high. Fast filling, 3 bursts. When that Mr. X landed with an unbelievable look, the other party's chest had already been beaten into a paste. Jordan has the passive skills that revolvers are proficient in. Any revolver can be transformed with greater power and speed. But the only drawback is that enemies hit by the revolver often burst open like rotten watermelons. The scene is really disgusting. Except this time. Was shot black by this Mr. X, with 3 more wounds on his body, and was interrupted when he was most satisfied. This guy, he hasn't completely died yet, the elite monster is the elite monster. Everyone deserves a second shot. Boom. Chapter 27, Jordan's Plan. As a mature killer, everything can be ignored, but there are 2 things that don't work, one is handsome, and the other is compelling. Okay, just a little bit. Jordan pretended to be full of anger, just because he saw Jenny Fox appear. Slaughter Room and Repair Room are both the direction to the core library of Mutual Aid Association. Joe Danny's strength was strong. He was originally ahead of his advancing speed, but he ran into an extra small leader, Mr. X, on the road. So in front of the Mutual Aid Society's core library, she reunited with Jenny again. Originally, after seeing Jenny, Joe Danny was going to come forward and play cuteness, leaning on the wound on his body, selling a wave of remnants, and then taking a small advantage. But when Jordan walked forward, behind Jenny, a familiar man appeared in Jordan's line of sight. John Smith, a man with a prairie in his house. Hi, Jenny. Hi, 5 minutes boy. Nima, as soon as we met, Jordan was choked by Jenny. It seems that Jenny's memory has not recovered very well. It is obviously 15 minutes and 49 seconds. Jordan's fist was itchy, and he glanced over Jenny's head. Jenny doesn't matter, she is as proud, sexy, and strong as she always did. She looked at Jordan with a smile, and then took a cold look at John Smith behind her. John Smith at this time, with a secret team behind him, looks like a standard dog licking. But after seeing Jordanian, John Smith almost couldn't help raising his hand instantly, and the muzzle in his hand was about to point towards Jordan's body. John, stop, remember who you are, now is not the time to be jealous of you. Nobody's voice came from the headset, and he ordered directly. Next to John Smith, several secret team members quickly grabbed each other. Obviously, nobody knows where he can monitor every move in the textile factory. Jordanian had all kinds of thoughts in his mind. Jenny looked at the scene with great interest, and John Smith's face was very blue. For a moment, the whole scene was a little embarrassing and a little silent. At this moment, a bullet fell from a very distant place, killing a killer who sneaked up and shot a black gun. Joe, this is not the time to be in a daze. Behind the library of the Mutual Aid Society, Sloane is ready to escape. There was another voice in the headset, it was Cross who was acting as a sniper and observer in the distance. Joe Danny ignored Cross's reminder. Before the plan started, Jordan, Cross, and Cashin, who had a low sense of existence, had already made offensive and defensive alliances and backup plans. Even if Jordan doesn't pursue Sloane, the opponent can't get out of the palms of Jordan's trio. The key issue is still the CIA. Jordan did not expect that this John Smith method was extraordinary. At this time, he had already reached the core library of the Assassin's Mutual Aid Society. The library is not only the mission release center of the Assassin's Mutual Aid Society, but also many secrets of the Mutual Aid Society. The formulas such as the Power Source Potion of the Mutual Aid Association and the White Wax Repair Potion are all shared here. If you let the CIA get these things, when the CIA grows, it will be much more terrifying than the Assassin Mutual Aid Association. Killers and government departments are born on opposite sides. Let the CIA benefit, this is not in the plan of Jordan and others. It sounds slow, but in reality, Jordan, Jenny, and John Smith are all stiff, and it only takes a few breaths. Joe Danny quickly came with a smile on his face and said, "Jenny, this seems to be very familiar, won't you introduce me to this CIA officer?" Although I don't know if there is any reconciliation between Jenny and John Smith, Jordan still decides to provoke a divorce. John Smith, as a CIA agent, married Jenny and lurked for 6 years. Anytime, it is a shame for Jenny Fox. Jenny's face changed quickly, she gave Jordan a charming and uncomfortable look, and said, "You are not a good thing either, hey." Joe Danny smiled awkwardly and said, "Jenny, you really broke my heart by saying that." Squeak. Between Jordan and Jenny, it looked a bit flirting. John Smith's face was darkened to the bottom of the pot at this time, and his teeth rattled. "Ha, this Mr. Agent is so good-mouthed, he looks so fierce." "Hey, Jordan Jovovich, let's wait and see." The bickering is because Jordan is no longer able to fight, and there can be no conflict at this time. John Smith put out a cruel remark and quickly led people to the library. "Wait until John Smith takes someone to leave." Jordan then came to Jenny's side, took out the headset and smashed it into pieces. Jordan said just now, the purpose of the CIA is the formula of the source of power of the Mutual Aid Association. If the CIA gets that stuff, we can't please. Jenny raised her eyebrows, glanced at Jordan, and said, "Don't you have any plans?" Jordan looked at Jenny solemnly, and asked, "Before telling you, I need to know, do you still care about John Smith?" Jenny sneered and said, "So you want to try my depth here? Joe Danny, you old SIG, who just drove up when he didn't agree, what can I do to save you?" It was very difficult to suppress this stimulating thought in my mind. Jordan felt a little hard, but he finally understood the unfeeling of the woman in front of him. This is true. Once the relationship breaks up, a woman will be ruthless. It is far more unfeeling than a man. So this black pot, let's throw it to John Smith, how can it still feel a little refreshing? After a pause, Jordan said with a serious face, "When the fighting inside stops, you will kiss me. The more intense the better, the rest is ignored." Jenny sneered again, "You reading www.uuganshu.com said, oh, is it going to be in front of John Smith, this is your evil taste." Jordani said seriously, "No, this is a strategy from China, killing people. When Smith can't help but attack me, this library will explode, including the entire textile factory, everything will be destroyed." Jenny finally became serious, and said, "What about then?" Jordan's face was strategizing, and said, "Then the CIA will be backed by the black pot of rebellion and annihilation of the Mutual Aid Association. The New York City Police Department and the FBI will personally come to thank the CIA, and we, as members of the underground world, will also thoroughly cooperate with the CIA." Clearly divided. At this point, Jordan's meaning is already very clear. In short, there is the CIA to back it up. Jordan and others are victims and vulnerable groups. After the incident is over, after spreading the news that there is some uneven distribution of the spoils, that the CIA has obtained the source of strength and then destroyed the traces, it will go out. Jordan and others will be able to extract the entire incident. Even if it is for the formula of the source of strength potion, all the forces will turn their attention to the CIA, including the Hydra hidden behind the Mutual Aid Association. There are many loopholes in Jordan's temporary plan. But the 300 rat bombs that Cross hides in the ground will cover up all the clues. Jenny was also surprised by Jordan's plan. After reacting, she sneered again. "Oh, man. Joe Danny is speechless. Oh, your sister, what's wrong with you, man? Such a perfect plan, such a superb IQ, the strengths are not obvious enough. Mahler is a chicken, and sooner or later I want you to call Dad." Chapter 28, The Fall of the Assassins Mutual Aid Society, End. Jordan and Jenny did not spend too much time outside the library. When the two entered the library, the Smith team had not broken the defense line at the entrance. The CIA secret forces are well equipped, and even have high-tech portable bulletproof shields. Randomly, under the suppression of the extremely unscientific arc ballistics of the Assassins Mutual Aid Society, Smith's team and a group of more than 10 people did not even have the chance to appear. Trash. Soft man, hey. Jordan Danny rushed into the library and didn't do anything at first. First, he directed a wave of taunts to the Smith team, especially Smith himself. Smithson's blue veins burst out, so if the bullets are raining, I have to hit Jordan with a black gun first. Fortunately, at this moment, Jenny also rushed in. There was a burst of gunfire. The round bullet suppressed the opposite killer and stood close to Jordan. "Stop arguing, we will solve the battle first. Baby, you have the final say." Regardless of whether it's acting or slurping, Jordan forcibly sprinkled a wave of dog food, and a leap has rushed directly into the center of the circular library. The arc ballistic technique that Jordan had stolen from the teacher has not yet taken shape. In this kind of circular pillar structure library, compared to those killers, it will suffer a lot. Instead, it's better to go directly to the center of the library, with a wider field of vision and easier aiming. Long-range block, step shooting, 3 bursts, floating volleys, knee bumps, random shooting. First, he blocked a few bullets that attacked him. Jordan quickly caught the 2 elite monsters. He rushed over without thinking. A wave of skills was released, bullets to bullets, and then close to the body. Killing one's life, this is the last wave of random shooting, killing another person. Oh, my God! What is that, Superman? No, I think the other party is more like a lion, Mufasa. It's gunfighting, I knew it, the movie is real, shit, it's so gorgeous. Almost all of the CIA secret team members present saw Jordan's offensive method for the first time. The vigor of the wild beast assault stream, coupled with the fancy shooting of the roaming gunner. In Jordan's attack, something called violent aesthetics is displayed all the time. A group of CIA combat members were all taken aback, but at this time Jordan Danny didn't mean to stop. In the entire Assassin Mutual Aid Association, there are a dozen elite monsters in total. Except for those killed by Jordan, Jenny, and Cross, almost all of the remaining 3 or 2 are concentrated in this library. And this time in the battle, Jenny was behind the fire to support and defend. Except for a defense at the beginning, Joe Danny is all offense, offense, and offense. Is like a gorgeous show, just a few minutes, the battle is completely over in the smoke of gunpowder. So it is logical that Jordan and Jenny, who played the carry effect on the battlefield, are like king and queen at the back-to-school prom, and logically hug each other. At the same time, Cashin, who passed through the cryptic signal to Jordan Ditch, finally got excited. It's finally time for Lao Tzu to perform. Cashin is now a secret force member's equipment, wearing a helmet, hidden in the Smith team like a small transparent. Boom! In this grand victory, a bullet was shot from the direction of Smith's team to Jordan Danny. "Smith, what are you doing?" "Killing, FK, you want to steal the source of power." Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots exploded. Cashin added drama to himself at this moment. Was not only a rant on the CIA's contact channel, but also a direct and clean attack, knocking out several members of the CIA's secret forces. Before Smith finally fell into a coma, what he saw was a black face of an acting black man, his acting pompous to the limit. Jordan and Jenny were also stunned by this scene, which was not planned at all. "Zayat, Cashin, what are you doing?" Seeing Cashin cut off the communication equipment, Jordanian walked over with annoyed expression. Cashin's face looked like a drama, and said, "Joe, your plan is too crude. The CIA won't be so easy to take the blame for us, and will not believe that Smith shot you for jealousy." Joe Danny frowned and said, "So why did you come here?" Cashin smiled triumphantly, and said, "John Smith chose to defect from the control of the CIA because of his love and hatred, coupled with the temptation of the source of power. Is it a good show?" Joe Danny was silent, and Jenny's face was a little unsightly, and said, "What about these people?" Cashin showed the coldness of the killer at this time, and said, "I will deal with these people. Only when all these people disappear can we put the black pot firmly in place." This is indeed a good show, which makes it more reasonable. But Cashin did not consider Jenny's emotions. In any case, Jenny and Smith are also a 6-year couple. As a killer and a divorced wife, Jenny can let the CIA take care of it, and John Smith will be unlucky. If you kill Smith, the nature changes. What is this? Is the mother praying mantis? Jordanian could feel the atmosphere change in the court, and Cashin could also feel it. www.readaloud.com. Soon, Cashin took out a mobile phone from Smith's body and said, "Look, CIA, it's never been a good bird. If you don't kill him, he will kill you. There is a message on the phone. After the end, erase all participants and bring the formula back. This is a confidential message with no caller ID, but anyone can tell that it is a single-line mission sent by the CIA to Smith." Jordan was silent, Jenny's face turned blue, but no one said a word. In fact, this is the real life in the career of agents and killers, intriguing and ruthless. In these businesses, whoever touches true feelings first loses. The matter is over. Jordan, Jenny, and Cashin left quickly. They only pressed the mouse bomb controller switch when they walked out of the library and came to the secret tunnel entrance of the textile factory. In a short time, the astonishing fire and roar completely destroyed the textile factory, covering an area of hundreds of acres. Cross is not his son's idiot, he is very wicked. The bombs tied to the mouse are all made of CL-20 explosives. This gadget is known as the king of non-nuclear weapons and is dozens of times more powerful than TNT. 300 small mouse bombs are enough to blow up a street. At this point, in the underground world, the Assassin Mutual Aid Association, known as the Assassin's Holy Land, has completely disappeared in this world in the endless flames and smoke of gunpowder. P.S. Thanks to the book friend, oaths only exist in fairy tales for their 2,000 rewards. I deeply feel that what I have done is not good enough. I will add some introductions to the characters and movies in the previous article section. If you are interested, you can check it out. Chapter 29, After the attribute grows, it swells. Hell's Kitchen is really a very magical place, located on the edge of Manhattan, the most prosperous island in New York City. According to the truth, even by selling land, you can get rich. But in Hell's Kitchen, there is always a group of people who are too poor to sell their butts. The breeding ground for criminals, the shadow area under the light of the Pearl of New York. Not only did Jordan set up a safe house here, Cross also has a nest here. In the empty apartment, there is not even a bed for sleeping, a pungent torture frame, a few chairs, that's all. Assassin Mutual Aid will be annihilated, and the biggest boss, Sloan, is now tied to the torture in the room. In the room, the traders of Cross, Cashin, and Jenny interrogated the former club with great interest. The entire mutual aid association, if the library is the heart, then Sloane is the brain. Sloane has far more things than what is recorded in the library, but at this time, Jordan's attention is not on this torture of the century. A big battle in the Mutual Aid Club. In Jordan's system panel, the personal level has reached 22. The main attributes of strength, physical strength, intelligence, spirit, etc., have all reached 1.5 times that of ordinary people. This is different from the fixed numerical growth that Jordanian expected. After calculation by Jordanian's not too much mathematical knowledge, Jordanian found that his growth rate is 11.2% of the sum of the attributes of the previous level. If it is a fixed numerical growth, it is more sad. The full level of the dungeon character seems to be only level 95. When he grows to the limit, his personal attributes are just average. If he can beat the US team 5 or 5 times, it is even the limit. But if it grows in proportion, it would be very impressive. Even if it's Jordan, he doesn't do anything, he doesn't need too much. When he awakens at level 50, his attributes can grow to 30 times that of ordinary people, and the stronger he gets in the later stages. What kind of concept is this? Just relying on physical strength, it is not persuaded by Hulk hard steel. And I have a lot of skills, spear skills, physical skills, if it seems to be that level, guns seem to be useless. So my real profession is actually a roaming fighter, not a roaming gunner. This is embarrassing. Jordan is a bit painful. Although he has been avoiding his mechanical and technological shortcomings, if the equipment update problem cannot be solved, it will not be a long-term solution after all. The trouble was only a moment, and Jordan quickly and happily shifted his attention to his skill panel. The Mutual Aid Club's elite monsters did not bring Jordanian MP changes. But even so, Jordan had also stolen several extremely powerful skills, such as a knowing blow, arc ballistics, adrenaline, and super precision. A knowing blow improves the gun feel, with a bit of metaphysics, which greatly shortens the time for Jordan to aim. It is a cold reduction skill, which increases the speed of the shot, and directly leads to the skill of unyielding will to be upgraded to level 3. Arc ballistics can bring more abundant shooting methods to Jordan. Adrenaline is a burst skill, which increases attack speed. Super accurate, not to mention, passive skills, increase hits. Even if there is no increase in attributes, just these few skills are enough to directly increase Jordan's combat effectiveness by more than 30%. With his physical fitness 1.5 times that of an ordinary person, Jordan felt that he was now a little Superman. Is really beautiful and happy. In addition to these bonuses and improvements on the surface of his own system, in Naslan's hands, there are at least a variety of formulas such as the Source of Strength potion and the White Wax Recovery potion. With these things, even if I rebuild a brand new Assassin Mutual Aid Association, it is enough. However, when Jordan came to cross 3 people with joy on his face, he suddenly found that Cross, Cashin, and Jenny all had a deep anxiety and heaviness on their faces. Xiao Dani was a little surprised, and said, "Is this old man very hard in his bones? Why are you all frowning?" Cross was silent, and Jenny frowned. Only Cashin said with a weird face, "No, in fact, Sloane is very cooperative and will answer whatever we ask. The key is that the things we interrogated are too good. Too much. There are also people who dislike the enemy for being too cooperative. Are Americans so hard to serve now?" Xiao Dani was slightly puzzled, and said, "Isn't this bad? Or do you prefer to watch some restricted scenes?" Kajin complained, "Joe, are you sarcasm, right? I'm not a pervert." Jordan was really lost, and said, "Then what are your expressions?" This time, even Cashin is no longer speaking. Instead, it was Sloane who was tied to the torture frame. He cleared his throat in a gentleman manner, laughed, and said, "They are just mourning for themselves. The Mutual Aid Association has mastered the power of God. Why do you think that the government, CIA, FBI, etc., will remain indifferent to us for many years? Behind the Mutual Aid Association, there is God standing. God is everywhere, God is omnipotent. Sloane was like a pious and fanatical stick at this moment. With his white hair and black skin, his solemn expression, it was really so strange. Jordan was speechless, but he finally knew why the three of Cross were silent. It's a Hydra, right? You are not really a believer, are you? As far as I know, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Hydra is just a group of careerists with a little power. Even the Red Skulls were hit by Captain America into the stars of the universe. Are you really so religious? A devastating battle and a perfect plan have caused disasters. Coupled with the upgrade hanger in the hand, Jordan no longer has the precautions he had before. In short, Jordan had already swelled now. Looking at Jordan's pie, Cross, Cashin, and Jenny were shocked and inexplicable, and then they gave a puzzled look. According to the normal routine, after knowing the details behind the Mutual Aid Association, shouldn't it be heavier? Sloane was also a little dazed, and then furiously said, "What do you know? You don't know how powerful the organization is. Governments, militaries, and intelligence organizations, including the underground world, have organizational personnel everywhere. Hydra will finally awaken, and organizations will rule the entire world." Joe Danny looked impatient, and said, "What you said is all out of space. Hydra is so powerful, why never dared to show his deeds on the bright side?" Sloane was furious and said, "That's the organization accumulating strength." Joe Danny looked at Sloane with a caring look at the mentally retarded, and said, "Save your sister. That's because Hydra is defined as a terrorist organization and a public enemy of all mankind." Sloane. Jordanian looked disdainful, and said, "You are a little official in Hydra, and you know a lot of things. Does Baron Strack of Eastern Europe know? Does the high-ranking official of the Snake Shield know? Madame Viper of East Asia knows." The faces of everyone present were inexplicably shocked, and Jordan was also taken aback. "My mother, what did I say? Was it a bit floating just now?" Chapter 30, Mindy is not cute anymore. Sloane finally confessed some more detailed things. In addition to things about the Assassins Mutual Aid Association, the most important thing is some Assassins Mutual Aid Association, which is the evidence to eradicate political and commercial opponents for Hydra. The boss of the Assassin Mutual Aid Association is a U.S. congressman named Gideon Malik. Cross, Cashin, Jenny, and others did not participate in the information and things about Hydra. And because of the expansion of Jordan's mentality, the three of them chose to stay away from Jordan's side one after another. This is too dangerous, and they always want to beat some behemoths. Cross chose to find his son, and took him to New Mexico to avoid the dispute. Cashin was even more embarrassed, and decided to go to Rome and go to the Princess Gina of Camorra. As for Jenny, after Cross and Cashin left one after another, she decided to teach by precept and deeds to popularize some old Sige's knowledge and experience on the road to Jordan Danny. For a week without shame or irritation, when Jenny went to Los Angeles, Jordan could not feel his waist anymore. New York is a place of right and wrong, and the three of them chose to avoid it. And in New York City at this time, whether it is the upper class or the underground world, there is gradually spreading CIA black and black, and finally a rumor that Zhang Xiaopon John Smith put out a rumor. The New York City government, the police department, the FBI, the Osborne Group, and the secret Hydra all focused on the CIA. Fortunately, nobody's nowhere is a non-existent institution. Relying on some official contacts and help, nobody can finally move out of the U.S. territory and hide abroad with the remaining strength. Joe Danny's plan was very successful, and he temporarily returned to his daily salted fish state. It's approaching late autumn, and Dad has been mysteriously doing nothing during this period of time. Mingdi is also about to celebrate her 7th birthday, rounding it up is almost 10 years old. The little girl has grown a lot, and her IQ has also grown a lot. Jordan feels that it is more and more difficult for him to bring a baby every day, and he feels suppressed. Continental Hotel Ballroom. Joe Danny looked at the festive venue, and touched Mindy's little head next to him, showing an old father's smile. "Mindy, do you like this birthday gift from the Godfather? The Continental Hotel has recently been upgraded, and it is already a 5-star hotel. It's expensive to have a birthday party here." Mindy wears a pink princess dress and a hairpin studded with diamonds on her head, like a little princess on a tour, expressing satisfaction with the arrangement of her godfather. But then Mindy showed a cute and bleeding expression and said, "Godfather, you promised me a birthday party very early. It can't be counted as a real gift. I want a sundae and a house made of chocolate." Jordan stared. "How much does it cost?" "No, how fat do you eat?" Don't blame the Godfather for being cruel. The Godfather is not reluctant to spend money, but a good girl, you should control your body shape. The old father is all for your good. Thinking about it in his heart, Jordanian said with a serious face, "Mindy, what about girls, want to?" Mindy looked very playful and suddenly said, "Oh, Godfather, I seem to forgot to invite Peter and Aunt May to my birthday party." Joe Danny gasped in an instant, and reluctantly took out his credit card. Next to Jordan and Mindy, Karen, a black glasses guy with a subtle smile, appeared in front of them with a brand new POS machine. "Dear Princess Minty and Mr. Jovovich, if you want the best sundae, please allow me to recommend desserts from Nestle." Nestle acquired the Haagen-Dazs trademark and series of recipes in the United States in 2 years. Their unique cappuccino truffles and tiramisu. Karen is really an excellent hotel service staff, even when promoting sales, they are full of elegance and politeness. But the words spoken by the other party always make Jordan feel a bit of hatred. Mindy is very serious in front of Karen, discussing what kind of desserts he wants, which has the meaning of turning the whole birthday party into an ice cream party. Is not his own father's money, and it is really not hesitate to spend it. After waiting for a long while, Karen politely showed Jordan a standard 8-tooth smile. Jordan reluctantly handed over his credit card and paid 2 Angry Lion gold coins by the way. Nowadays, Jordan's main source of income is also from the Continental Hotel. These black money need to go through a series of operations before they can become reasonable and legal income. This one-stop service, which only charges 2 Angry Lion gold coins, is already seeing the reputation of the Assassin Mutual Aid Association after Jordani killed it. After spending a lot of dollars, Jordan looked at Mindy. Mindy smiled very satisfied and said, "Godfather, I will go back and call Peter and Aunt May, I promise Aunt May will come." "It's some gains anyway," Jordan talked to comfort him. "My daughter is no longer as cute as before." www.readaloud.com. What can be done with just a dessert after a meal in the past is now costing countless times. What's so special? How much money was spent just now? No matter what, the Continental Hotel is black anyway, so black-hearted. After finishing the birthday party, Jordani took Mindy back to the underground shooting range of Big Daddy. Recently, Jordan had borrowed to live in the house of Big Daddy and Mindy, but he had not had time to rearrange his bright residence. And after Jenny, a girl with 2 long legs, left, Jordan had been lonely for a long time. MP's opening is still far away. After the Assassin Mutual Aid Association is gone, Jordanian doesn't know where to find an elite monster to level up for himself. So after being quiet for a while, Jordanian once again focused his attention on May. It's not that Joe Danny has no money to find a girl. In fact, the Continental Hotel can provide all kinds of excitement to Jordan in the same way every day. But in Jordani's view, all that money can buy is a transaction. Excitement before the event, afterwards it is more empty after the emptiness, and more lonely after the loneliness. May is a very good woman, beautiful, virtuous, domineering, and good-natured. Her only drawback is that she never interacts with herself since she knows her identity as a killer. Is it wrong to be a killer? The origin since the crossing is determined. Jordanian can't get rid of his identity as a member of the underground world at all, and he is already a judge of justice with a bottom line. Or maybe, should I find time to solve the Roma training camp? P.S. Thank you book friend Gushen Boss King Sledgehammer for the 100 rewards. Chapter 31, The Deal with Winston. Came into a strange world, Jordan actually couldn't find any sense of belonging. Especially as a killer who can't easily interact with people, most of the time when Jordan is idle, he is in a kind of confusion. Mindy often sees Jordanian sitting somewhere in a daze. Usually at this time, Mindy will constrain all of her own cleverness, clinging to Jordan's side cleverly, and sometimes take the initiative to use her immature little hands to hold Jordan's calloused hands. "Godfather, are you very unhappy? Otherwise, Mindy won't have the Sunday party, okay? She is only a 7-year-old baby when she is smart, and Mindy is sensible, and she will never think of the emptiness in Jordan's heart." In Mindy's eyes, the only major event recently seemed to be taking the opportunity to blackmail the godfather. "But this is my own godfather, blackmailing godfather, can it be called blackmailing? It's a pity that I planned a long Sunday party, alas." Seeing Mindy calculating her little abacus with a pitiful face, Jordan suddenly felt very warm and smiled. "Mindy, after waiting for the new year, the godfather will find you a young lady, right?" "Don't." "Why? Will the godfather marry the young lady?" "Nonsense. Take root in the ground, since it's already here, let's really settle down." In the underground shooting range, Jordan and Mindy are playing around. When the old man came back, the family of 3 returned home. It seems something is not quite right." "Bah, it's a family of 2, and the big daddy is the third party at best. Time is fleeting." When Mindy was counting the days with her fingers, the grand birthday party came as scheduled. The degeneration of capitalism corrupts society, and once the money is in place, there is nothing that can't be done. The banquet arranged by the Continental Hotel was much more luxurious than Jordanian had imagined. It actually used a variety of desserts, solidified with sundaes, and a sundae house was piled up abruptly. Let alone children like Mindy and Peter, even grown ups are quite hilarious at such a dreamy party. A party lasted until late at night. Mindy and Peter were tired from playing, so they simply slept in the Continental Hotel. Jordan squeezed into May's room with a face. Early the next morning, the fragrance lingered from the pillow, but the beautiful lady was no longer seen. May eventually became far away from Jordan. Strictly speaking, the two sides are not from the same world after all. May is very cheerful, but she can't accept the day when there is a gunfire at any time. Boy and girl friends, don't even think about it. But May wants to live with Peter by her side. In a short time, she is not planning to find an uncle for Peter. Occasionally, May still allows Jordan to take Mindy to play with him. As for how to play, the prostitute sees benevolence, and the chicken sees wisdom. After May and Peter left, the big old man also took Mindy to leave, calm down, and Jordanian came to the rooftop garden that had an appointment with Winston. This is one of Winston's favorite places to stay. When Jordan arrived here, Winston was holding a big orange cat in the sun and gently combing its fur. Seeing Jordanian arrival, Winston did not greet him immediately, but after straightening out the big orange cat's hair, he let it go, and then he looked at Jordanian. "Have you seen it? Cats always don't like to be restrained by people, but as long as this creature is always so pleasing and likable, as long as it comes, it will always be well treated here. Joe, you are different, you are a tiger, but like it, as long as you are willing to come back, the Continental Hotel will always open the door for you." Winston is an old-school character, and there is always a metaphor in his words. Joe Danny wants to pass the Continental Hotel to get rid of the shackles left on him by the Roma training camp. Winston has long known this. That's why Winston, in this way, implicitly expressed his desire to solicit Jordan. After operating the Continental Hotel in New York for more than 20 years, the Continental Hotel in New York has become Winston's private property almost long ago, and Winston also has his own ambitions and has never been reconciled to be a puppet under others. Win-win cooperation without constraints. Winston's way of dealing with people is always very comfortable. Jordanian smiled, and said, "Winston, you are a respectable elder. The Continental Hotel in New York will always be my second home in New York. You know, I am always very good to my family." Nostalgia. Winston also laughed, and the attitude that Jordani showed was enough. Until then, Winston got up and got 2 glasses of wine, handed a glass to Jordan, showing a kind of closeness, said, "Joe, I know your intentions, from the council, I can help you solve some things. But on the Russian side, you can only rely on yourself. The Leviathan people are used to being barbaric, and I can't help you too much, but if you need it, I can help you collect some information." Jordan nodded, picked up the wine glass and touched Winston, and said, "Winston, I owe you a favor." To the point of Jordanian, annihilated the Assassin Mutual Aid Association and became famous in the First World War. The blood oath emblems and the like that used to pass in the Continental Hotel before are no longer binding. Jordan's verbal promise is far more precious than a so-called blood oath emblem. The glory of Jordan at this time, reading www.uuganshu.com is not bad compared to the Continental Hotel Council. The two were drinking and chatting in the rooftop garden. About half an hour later, Karen came to the rooftop garden with a piece of information. Winston took the information, glanced at it first, and then handed it to Jordan. "Joe, this is the only thing I can help you. This is a piece of news from the Russian government. Recently, an ace agent in the Red Room defected with a lot of intelligence and secrets. If you can, this defected agent is a gift, and I must be able to get the understanding of Leviathan's senior management. You know, in the eyes of others, we are members of the underground world, but in fact, the strength of every underground world, more or less, is always inextricably linked with governments of various countries." Jordani accepted the information and nodded solemnly. Winston was right. The so-called underground world forces have always been shadows of light. Jordan is a gypsy, born in Belarus in Eastern Europe, the predecessor of the Roma training camp, and even a branch of a huge intelligence agency that dates back to the Soviet era. This particular birthplace is born with extremely powerful binding power. Jordani can make a plan to unite with the CIA to kill the entire Assassin Mutual Aid Association, but for the Roma training camp, Leviathan, and even the entire Russian government, Jordan is as small as an ant. It is the most feasible way to get rid of the natural restraint of one's birth through the exchange of benefits in exchange for the understanding of Leviathan's high-level officials. However, when I opened the information and entered the first line of fonts, it made waves in Jordan's heart. Natasha Romanoff, codenamed Black Widow, born in 1984. Chapter 32, European Situation. Winston did not give a lot of information, and the information about Natasha Romanoff was even less pitiful. Over a dozen pages of information, more than 90% were completely blacked out. The most useful information, which is an address, Central Europe. It's a bit nonsense. Central Europe is so hot. It's harder than finding a needle in a haystack if you want to find an ace agent who is proficient in hiding and disguising. But snakes have snake paths, and rats have rat paths. Jordani didn't expect it, but it didn't take long for him to go to each other, and he was actually going to meet the handsome black guy in Cashin again. To be precise, it was Jordan who asked Cashin for something. Rome, Continental Hotel. Jordan is now the #1 person in the killer world. When he first entered the hotel, the manager of the Rome Continental Hotel had already approached him. Julius Belmonte, once had some fate with Jordan. It's just that at that time, Jordan was just a new killer who had just entered the industry. The contact between the two parties was limited to task cooperation, and there was not much friendship. But this time, when Jordan arrived again, Julius had to pay enough attention. "Mr. Jovovich, Rome Continental Hotel welcomes you." "Julius, don't be nervous, I am here this time, not on a mission, just come to an old friend to talk about the past." "That's good, please accept a good bottle of wine I treasure." This is the case in the underground world. The increase in strength and record represents a sufficient status. After chatting with Julius for a while, Jordanian did not stop at all, and soon came to an ancient and grand manor in the city of Rome. Today's Cashin plays for the Camorra family, one of the 12 giants in the underground world. Different from other members of the underground world, the Camorra family was born out of the ancient Roman sanctions in the Dark Age of the Middle Ages. They are a group of executioners who are extremely hated by people. The Holy See has evolved, and this year, it has become bright, sacred, and peaceful, and no longer needs the existence of the executioner. So the former executioners of the sanctions were transformed into the Camorra family. Throughout Europe and the world, the Camorra family has the honorific title of the Dark Holy See. Even the leader of the Camorra family is also called the Dark Pope. This is an extremely contradictory existence. Draw the dark nutrients from the underground world, but never mix into the underground world right and wrong, and is committed to the spread and maintenance of religious beliefs. In other words, the Camorra family is a gathering place for a group of fanatics. No one will provoke a group of madmen for nothing. This is also the main reason Cashin avoids here. No one provokes him. Joe Danny's arrival received a grand reception from the Camorra family. The Princess Gina D'Antonio of the Camorra family held a grand banquet for Jordan. After the banquet was over, Jordanian had the opportunity to be alone with Cashin in the Camorra manor. Compared with a few months ago, Cashin's life is much more moisturized, and he is obviously a little blessed. It was also the meeting of old friends. After a while of making fun of each other, Cashin arrived at 2 glasses of whiskey and looked at Jordanian with a serious face. "Joe, I have sent someone to check the information you want. Tell me why you are suddenly involved in this matter. Do you know how much power is chasing that woman now?" "I don't know, but I came from a Roma training camp, and sometimes I can't help myself." "So you represent Leviathan?" I only represent myself." A simple question, what was revealed in Cashin's words and facial expressions, surprised Jordan. There is too little news about Jordanian in New York, but instinctively thinks this is an opportunity. After arriving in Europe, whether it was Julius from the Continental Hotel in Rome, or Gina from the Camorra family personally banquets, it showed that the turmoil caused by this incident in Europe has almost reached the point of turmoil. Seeing the stubborn face of Jordan's face, Cashin was also helpless. The destruction of the Assassins Mutual Aid Society has long been reported to Jordan, Cashin, Cross, and Jenny, and they have become a grasshopper on a rope. For a long time, Cashin poured 2 glasses of wine fiercely, and then he said, "I can help you with this matter, but only to provide some information. Don't involve Gina and me. This is not just a request, it also implies a warning." Joe Danny didn't care, smiled, and said, "Is this matter serious? Even the Camorra family is so jealous." Cashin stared instantly, and said silently, "You don't even know what happened, do you?" Jordan was always embarrassed, and he smiled and said, "That's why I came to you, brother, we have a fateful relationship. You will definitely help me, right?" Cashin had no choice but to take out a piece of information, saying, 7 months ago, a biology professor from the Ministry of Secret Science of the former Soviet Union fled to Europe to seek asylum. All European countries sent secret agents to contact him. At that time, the Russian Red Room organization dispatched the Black Widow to carry out an assassination operation on her, and obtain top-secret information and a potion in the hands of the biology professor. Jordan's brow jerked. In these years, anything that involves biological materials and potions is definitely super troublesome. With a touch of suspicion, Jordan said, Could it be related to the super soldier serum again? Cashin had a headache, and said, "You guessed it right. It is said that this biology professor was one of the people in charge of the secret experiment that the former Soviet Union launched during the Cold War in order to counter the US super soldier program. He has the super soldier serum in his hand. Part of the original manuscript of the information. UU reading www.uukonshu.com. No country can resist the temptation of this stuff. Now European countries, Russia, and even the United States are all tracking the whereabouts of the Black Widow, and no one in the underground world dares to intervene. Joe, we know a little bit more. The organization behind the Mutual Aid Association is still there. I hope you can consider it carefully, and it is best not to get involved in this matter." Joe Danny's attention is not at this point at all, thinking about the situation with great interest. Russian biological scientists fled, European countries approached, Russia sent Black Widows to assassinate. And then Black Widows were hunted down by European countries. All these Jordanese are understandable, but what Jordan doesn't understand is why the Black Widow defected in a decent way. There is no doubt that Russia is almost the last backer of the Black Widow in the situation of being hunted down by agents from various European countries. If the Black Widow is not stupid, there is no reason to be here and choose to defect. Joe Danny looked at Cashin with a piercing look, and said, "Why did the Black Widow defect?" Cashin closed his eyes in despair, then opened them for a while, and said, "I knew you would ask. It was Hydra. I have received information that there is a mysterious organization in the high level of Russia. They want to block the internal secret scientific experiment plan through the defect of the Black Widow, and separate its results. For this reason, the head of the Russian Red Room organization has been secretly cut. P.S. Julius Belmonte, from the movie Quick Chase 2, the manager of the Rome Continental Hotel. Gina D'Antonio, from the movie Quick Chase 2, the master of Camorra, the prince. Chapter 33, Jordan's Past. As long as you have some understanding of Hydra, it is actually not difficult to lift the veil of the mysterious organization at the top of Russia. Russian scientists fled. At the beginning, the Russian side did not pay much attention to it, but sent Black Widows to assassinate and recover intelligence. But right after the exposing of the medicine in the hands of the scientist, the Russian side began internal dumping. The head of the Red Room organization fell from the horse, announced that the Black Widow had defected, blocked the internal secret scientific experiment plan, and sent special agents to hunt down the Black Widow. Is too in line with the style of Hydra. Of course, in the eyes of unsuspecting people, this is just a purge after the internal tumult of the Russian high level. This is also the reason why Cashin is extremely unwilling to get Jordan to intervene in this matter. The more you understand Hydra, the more people will feel frightened about its huge power. After reading the information that Cashin handed over carefully, Jordanian was also thinking. This is definitely a very complicated matter. It involves too much. European countries, CIA, Russia, and Hydra, if one fails, they will fall into a desperate situation where there is nowhere to hide. But for Jordan, this is definitely a great opportunity. The Roma training camp belongs to Leviathan, and Leviathan is backed by Russia, and even Jordan doesn't know whether there will be the same Hydra's hands and feet behind all this. It is not terrible for the other party to grasp their own identity. The terrible thing is that in the Roma training camp, there are two people who are concerned about Jordan. This is my absolute weakness. Until now, Jordanian can't forget the difficult days when he just crossed over. The killer training camps in the underground world are not secret service schools in various countries. They are even more cruel. If you don't die that day, it would be strange. Jordan at that time was only 16 years old, and he had already entered the stage of death elimination. The soul of a small common man of the 21st century enters the body of a 16-year-old boy, if it is not for help, and has a strong spiritual sustenance. Joe Danny can't even insist on turning on his system panel, he has been cold dozens of times. Django Maximov, a kind and honest gypsy, the doctor of the Roma training camp, had always taken care of Jordan at the time. Later, during a hostile attack, the Roma training camp was bombed by missiles. Zhang Ji and his wife were unfortunately killed. 2 days later, Leviathan sent people to rescue and transfer, only to find that Zhang Ji's home was left with a man and a woman, 2 8 or 9-year-old children. Roma training camp is a wandering camp of jeep, there are killers and ordinary people, very united. But even with the care of the tribe, Zhang Ji's 2 children still had a hard time, and after a difficult time, the 2 looked like 2 silent weeds, always so pitiful. At that time, Jordan suffocated his breath, gritted his teeth, and pulled the 2 babies like a brother and a father after training. It wasn't until after awakening the system panel that Jordan gradually became more comfortable in training, and the lives of the 3 of them warmed up a bit. But even in the end, Jordan had achieved the first place in the training camp, but he was unable to change the fate of the 3. Joe Danny is tossing hard in New York, trying his best to improve his strength and reputation. In this way, it has not been possible to attract the attention of Roma training camp and even Leviathan as soon as possible. Even if it is to perform some tasks and pay some price for it, it is better to help your 2 younger brothers and sisters as soon as possible to win. Free. Between and the Continental Hotel Council, Jordan can negotiate terms and even tear his skin. But with the Roma training camp, Jordan could not use this similar method. After all, he lived in the Roma training camp for 8 years. No matter how disgusted it is almost the second hometown of Jordan, with countless familiar faces of Jordan. Joe Danny can't just kill the people in his hometown after he has the strength. On the contrary, this time the high-level turmoil in Russia gave Jordanian an opportunity. The Roma training camp has never used Jordanian as a in nearly 2 years, but Jordanian can jump up on his own initiative, and even through this opportunity, he can get enough chips to pass directly through the high level of Russia. Put pressure on Leviathan and Roma training camps. Don't kill people, just know that a little pressure, I can be considered as benevolent. After all, Jordan didn't want much. Regardless of Leviathan or Roma training camp, his siblings are not even related by blood, they are just 2 small roles. In the room, Jordan seems to be caught in memory and silence. The expression on Cashin's face became more painful. He knocked on the table and said, "Joe, you don't really want to get involved? It's not too late to leave Rome and return to New York. I can feel by the time Hydra has noticed us." Joe Danny frowned and said, "What do you mean?" "According to reason, this is impossible, because the plan of the Mutual Aid Association at that time was carried out perfectly." Jordan and the others did not leave the slightest evidence at all. www.readaloud.com. Cashin was a little uncertain, said, "Some time ago, in a battle to chase and kill the Black Widow, a Russian agent appeared in a dead person. A photo was placed in front of Jordanian by Cashin. In the photo, it is a man with explosive muscles, sharp eyes, and a half-adsorption mask. John Smith, although the figure in the photo is much taller, Jordan still recognizes it at a glance. This is John Smith, who should have died in the Assassins' Mutual Aid Society. It can be seen that John Smith should have been seriously injured. On some of the skin occasionally exposed under the mask, you can see extremely hideous burn scars. And what makes Jordan the most weird is that the other party actually installed a silver-white mechanical right arm. This is a miracle. A person who was already dead appeared in Europe more than half a year later and became a Russian agent. Not to mention, he was obviously fighting for business with the Winter Soldier Bucky. What is this? Is the left and right unicorn arm guardian of Hydra? Hiss. Joe Danny took a breath, and felt a dangerous feeling in his heart, and said, "You are in Europe. Have people with Hydra ever troubled you?" Cashin frowned and said, "This is where I am most puzzled. Smith is obviously not dead, but I don't know why. Hydra is still torn with the CIA and didn't notice our appearance at all. P.S. Zhang Ji Maxi Move, there is a version in Multi-Marvel. This person is the biological father of Scarlet Witch and Quayan, both of whom are gypsies. By the way, it's cute, asking for recommendation, and asking for collection. Chapter 34, Transaction. Why didn't Smith mention the tricks that Jordan and others did in the Mutual Aid Association? This is still a mystery. But fortunately in this situation, it is still advantageous to Jordan and others. After seeing Smith's new image and photos, although Jordanian seems to be calm, but in his heart, a sense of crisis has been born. I got the last information I wanted from Cashin, and Jordan didn't stay longer in Rome. That night, Jordani declined Princess Camora's retention and solicitation, and drove a Ferrari supercar that came from Cashin's wool and came to Budapest. According to Camora, the last appearance of the Black Widow was in a small city in north-central Europe. The best hiding place in north-central Europe is Budapest. Budapest is a famous ancient city in Europe. It is located on both banks of the Danube. At first, it was two cities on the opposite bank. After several expansions, it was merged to form the present-day Budapest. Airports, roads, railways, waterways, and transportation that extend in all directions have contributed to the prosperity of Budapest. Similarly, it has also become a place where various underground transactions frequently occur throughout Europe. Apart from London and Berlin, Budapest is almost the place where spies gather most, and it's a mess. Black widows appear in Central and Northern Europe, and the destination must be here. Whether it's trading with other people or disturbing the situation and getting out of chaos, this is the most ideal place. Continental Hotel Budapest. Unlike the Continental hotels in other places, in Budapest, the Continental Hotel is almost half closed. In any case, the Continental Hotel is regarded as a subsidiary in the underground world, and the situation in Budapest has too many unruly spies and agents. Although most of these spies and agents have some underground world colors on their bodies, they are affiliated to the officials of various countries. The rules of the Continental Hotel cannot restrict these people at all. But Jordanian is now well known in the killer world, and with Princess Camora as the security, the Budapest Continental Hotel will not shut Jordanian out. Honorable Mr. Jovovich, you are welcome, and may the glory surround you. Glory is with you and me. Ms. Jones, thank you for your acceptance. In a typical European-style castle, Jordan embraces a blonde woman who looks very young and beautiful, and then sees her. Kate Jones, only 23 years old, the lover of the president of the Glory Society. S status, although far inferior to Princess Camora, is enough for the other party to control a not-so-noticeable Continental Hotel when he was very young. After waiting for the last 3 to 5 years, he was transferred to Paris, Rotterdam, Madrid, and other cities and operated for 10 to 20 years. This is also the same way. In the underground world, such people and things are also very common. After the polite contact, Kate Jones quickly accompanied Jordan to a wine cellar in the castle. Pure wine cellar, the aroma of oak and wine is filled with a natural atmosphere at a constant temperature. Kate Jones did not hide it, took out a red wine and 2 glasses, and said directly, "Guests from New York, the red wine here is rich and sweet, but you will always entertain your friends. Tell your intentions. If allowed, if we do, maybe we can have a drink." Due to the Black Widow, the situation in Budapest has been chaotic recently. Therefore, Jordanian deliberately understands Kate Jones' attitude, and has no intention of concealing it. Took a cup in the opponent's hand, and Jordan said, "I'm here for loyalty. The Black Widow is Leviathan's prey. I need a spider in exchange for freedom. The more powerful, the less willing to become a puppet or tool." Like Jordanian, after he became strong, he would offer his benefits and loyalty in exchange for freedom. Such things are also not uncommon in the underground world. Of course, it is rare to see success. Jordan was frank enough, but Kate Jones did not pour red wine for Jordan in the first place, but fell into a kind of thinking. According to the truth, as the person in charge of the Continental Hotel, it is a very cost-effective business to offer a little convenience in exchange for the favor of a strong man. However, although the Black Widow matter is not visible in the underground world, it is a riot among the official intelligence organizations of various countries. To facilitate Jordan Danny, Kate Jones also needs to bear part of the risk. Behind the Continental Hotel Budapest is the Glory Club. Kate Jones is unwilling to mix this matter, but he is not afraid of it. Even if it is some convenience for Jordan, he will not pay too much. The key is that Kate Jones considers whether he can gain something. As an underground world killer, blended into the Black Widow defection incident, no one knows whether Jordan can retreat in his entirety. If Jordan loses in this matter, Kate Jones' investment will be lost. Is like doing business. No one will do business that loses money. Before investing, they will make considerations. This is also Jordan's helplessness. The rise time is too short, the background is limited, and there is no capital. It looks like a fire flower, but in fact it is still empty and without support. Similarly, this is why Jordan is anxious to intervene in the Black Widow's defection. As soon as possible, get rid of the shackles that Roma training camp sets on him, so that Jordani can truly plan for his future. Cross can take her son to hide in New Mexico, and Jenny can escape to Los Angeles. But Jordanian can't. No matter where he hides, if he doesn't bring out the younger brothers and sisters he cares about, Jordanian will always be restricted by the Roma training camp. Two-phase meditation. Neither Jordan nor Kate Jones spoke. After a while, Jordan took out a blood oath emblem and said, "Kate, for you, you only need to give me some small information at the right opportunity, and I will pay for it. Glory. For you, this is a business that is destined to not lose money. The promise of a strong man, sometimes, this kind of thing is priceless." Kate Jones glanced at the blood oath emblem. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com said, "I need a guarantee to ensure that this promise will have a chance to be fulfilled in the future." Xiao Danny laughed suddenly, drawing his gun quickly, arc ballistics, and 3 bursts. Before the opponent could react, there was a series of gunshots in the wine cellar. When Jordan put the gun back to his waist, the 3 hidden cameras in the wine cellar had been completely exploded. Kate Jones reacted and said in surprise, "You got the source of power from the Assassins Mutual Aid Society." Joe Danny pursed his lips and said, "This is a secret." Kate Jones also laughed and said, "No, this is a surprise. Apart from trading, I think we can do a lot of things. After all, the night is so long and so lonely." Joe Danny refused. He had already paid the price of the blood oath emblem. There is no reason to pay the flesh. But it is really expected that the other party can become the lover of the president of the Glory Society. This car lights, this car body, this 4-wheel drive, let's test drive. These days, can't you try without buying a car? P.S. Thank you book friend 1 leaf 0 green grass for 100 tips. The movie Black Widow has been set up. It is reported that the story happened in 2006. The script is about the Black Widow's defection, the pursuit of the Red Room, and the possible appearance of the Winter Soldier Bucky. So at the end of the book design in 2005, the protagonist cuts into the Black Widow defection event in advance. In the new week, the chrysanthemum that was exploded on the new book list is so painful, I beg your book friends to help top it. Did I use any words wrong? Ask for collection, ask for recommendation, or a reward. Oh, *3, oh. Chapter 35, Brawl at the Opera House. The name of the Black Widow is not blown out. In the Red Room organization, I don't know how many people are trained to get a Black Widow. Kate Jones took advantage of the dual forces of the Continental Hotel and the Glory Club. After 3 full days, he found a trace of the Black Widow. And in these 3 days, Kate Jones, the little girl, always made some special requests. Maybe this has something to do with the fact that the chairman of the Glory Club is 70 years old this year. In his heart, Jordanian is resistant to these special requests. But there is no way to do it, and there is something to ask for, and Jordan is not really good at rejecting it. On the east bank of the Danube, the State Opera House. After getting the information he wanted, Jordan quickly moved out of the Continental Hotel on the grounds that the task was critical. Given the level of frequent requests from Kate's little girl, Jordan could not hold it even with the adrenaline-specific special skills. The methods of obtaining information in the underground world are not the same as those of formal official intelligence organizations. The official intelligence organization relies on a huge state machine, capable of obtaining information and monitoring on trains, passenger transportation, airports, etc., and then screening and reconnaissance bit by bit. But the intelligence acquisition of the underground world relies on the huge criminal members of the underground world. In a small city near Budapest, a sloppy man who specializes in fake passports contributed a message. A very beautiful woman bought a passport called Charlotte Johnson. And let this beautiful woman, after coming to Budapest, easily become a ballerina of the state opera. Is beautiful, mysterious, and very sophisticated. Jordan felt that he was a killer in the underground world, and he didn't need any evidence, so he found it simply. Swan Lake, among the ballets, is almost the most famous in the world. Looking at the ballerina dancing on the stage, Jordan felt as if he had returned to the training camp. This kind of artistic dance drama, which originated in the Renaissance, was carried forward in Russia at the end of the 19th century. In the Roma training camp where Jordan was once, there is a special ballet training center. Almost every female killer has to receive long-term ballet training. Jordan is not proficient, but he knows this kind of artistic dance very well. The dancers on the stage can't be said to be so exquisite in dance skills, but they are all above the standard. Especially one of the beauties who seems to have a particularly enchanting temperament always gives Jordan a very familiar feeling. Before came, Jordanian just had the idea of trying his luck. After seeing this ballerina called Charlotte Johnson, Jordan had already been 80% sure. Jordan Danny never thought that the beauty agent once on the big screen actually had such a skill. The other party's ballet is really good. But when Jordan was thinking about how to get close to the other party, a sense of crisis faintly came from the hanging beam above the theater. There are others who also found the whereabouts of the Black Widow. This is a feeling of being in the circle of elite gunners, almost instinctive. Jordan has the urge to turn over and draw a gun to fight back. At this moment, the Black Widow who was originally performing on the stage also had a slight stiffness. Yo Shao! The vigilance and counterattack instinct that Jordan Danny radiated in a very short time has attracted the attention of the Black Widow on the stage. This forms a weird cycle. Joe Danny locked the mysterious comer on the hanging beam above, and the mysterious comer locked the Black Widow on the stage, and the Black Widow locked Michael Danny below the stage. You shouldn't sell this first row of seats, because you have money to show off your wool. A flash of cold light shone, and the mysterious visitor on the hanging beam above launched an attack. Almost at the same time, Jordan and the Black Widow on the stage moved at the same time. Quickly draw a gun, step shoot, move shoot, 3-shot burst. Jordan's move is a whole set of skills launched, raising his hand to make a continuous attack on the tumbling mysterious comer on the hanging beam. At the same time, an arrow swayed on the stage where the Black Widow was standing. At this time, the Black Widow was already like a swift cheetah, leaping out a few meters, pounced from the stage, and a set of internal murderous fighting skills entangled towards Jordan Danny. 2 long legs wearing only dancing stockings were locked on Jordan's neck, and they shook with the help of inertia. Jordan focused on the arrow of the mysterious comer above, with one hand on his chin, covering his neck, and rolling into a ball with the Black Widow, but with the other hand, he made 3 consecutive shots without stopping. Gun! A burst of gunfire caused chaos throughout the theater. Jordan's last 3 shots, with a strange arc, did not hit the mysterious comer on the hanging beam, but instead hit the hook lock of the hanging beam. Boom! The heavy hanging beam fell from mid-air, causing a greater commotion in the theater. While the hanging beam fell and the mysterious comer was not in time, Jordanian attacked the Black Widow. Got up and kicked and hit his knees. Didn't use spears. Jordan relied on his 1.5 times more power than ordinary people, and rolled to his feet, but 2 consecutive skills failed to hit the Black Widow. The Black Widow is on Jordan's body, like a slippery python. Not only is the opponent's 2 thighs extremely powerful, but the opponent's skill is more flexible and tight, swimming up and down Jordan's body, and can always use inertia to make Jordan's center of gravity unstable. A black arrow. www.readaloud.com. In the already dark theater, it only brought a faint cold light. Joe Danny put his arm around the Black Widow's thigh, and he rushed up, and the bullets in the other hand poured out like a storm. The arrow was knocked down in the air, and through the chaos of the crowd, Jordan had already rushed onto the stage, and instantly came to the place of the mysterious comer. The situation was deadlocked again in an instant. The gun in Jordan's hand was stuck on the chest of the Black Widow. The Black Widow hung on Jordan's body like a koala. A short dagger in his hand was stuck on the neck of the mysterious comer, and the mysterious comer, it was a bow and an arrow was aimed at Jordan's head. It's just a very short-term confrontation, but the psychological activities between the 3 are extremely rich. Jordan didn't actually have much malice towards the Black Widow at the beginning. He first discovered the mysterious comer on the hanging beam, and the first shots were all towards the mysterious comer. It's a pity that Jordan's instinctive counterattack shocked the Black Widow, causing the Black Widow to have a misunderstanding. A set of fighting entanglement skills all fell on Jordan's body. As for the mysterious comer, the target was the Black Widow. He was the first to take the shot, but Jordan was beaten by surprise. Later, the hanging beam collapsed, and the 2 sides launched a second wave of attacks. Joe Danny was entangled by the Black Widow before, and he used his skills to counterattack. At the same time, he rushed to the mysterious comer, not wanting the other party to take advantage of it. The Black Widow was agile, and she discovered Jordan's goodwill before, but she just avoided it. She didn't do anything against Jordan, but instead took advantage of the chaos. The dagger hit the neck of the mysterious comer who had attacked her. As for the mysterious comer, because of Jordan's attack, the arrow pointed to Jordan's head. Chapter 36, Stalemate and Dialogue. Master fights, life and death fights, in fact, many times just happen in a flash. The stage was deadlocked again, and a beam of light happened to hit Jordan's 3 people. It was only then that Jordanian could see the mysterious comer's equipment. Short-sleeved bulletproof armor with a quiver on the back and a small flat head. If there is a sense of familiarity, this is very likely to be the little transparent eagle eye in the Avengers. I think this may be a misunderstanding. Should we have something to say? Jordan felt that he might have encountered some special plot. After a stalemate for a while, he made his own suggestions. I don't think this is a misunderstanding. The Black Widow's voice was slightly hoarse, and the dagger in her hand was slightly hardened, and the murderous aura on her body increased unabated. Who are you? A faint blood stain dripped from Hawkeye's neck, and there was no sense of relaxation either, and the arrow almost reached the center of Jordan's brow. What a young life! The difference in one thought is the distance between life and death. At this time, naturally none of the 3 of them was willing to take the lead in putting down the weapons in their hands, and the scene was again ugly deadlocked. Black Widow, which party did you send it? Hawkeye, who are you on Earth? Joe Danny, Widow's sister, to be honest, you should lose weight. Black Widow. Joe Danny had a Black Widow hanging on his body, and was teased. The Black Widow was very uncomfortable and used force to pinch Jordan even harder. Putting one's own life in the hands of others, this is not a killer, or something that an agent can do. The chaos in the theater caused a lot of riots. Fortunately, there were not many audiences, and there were no casualties, so I escaped from the theater long ago. At the same time, in the theater, the 3 of them also vaguely heard the sound of police sirens coming from outside. Joe Danny felt that he had to break the deadlock by himself, and said, the matter has already attracted the attention of the police. It is not a way to stay in such a stalemate. I will count 1, 2, and 3, and everyone will stop together. How about? Neither the Black Widow nor the Eagle Eye said a word, and Jordan gave the right to acquiesce. 1, 2, 3. Almost for an instant, Jordanian forced the gun on the Black Widow's chest. The dagger in the Black Widow's hand was full of murderousness, and a cold light was reflected from the arrow of the Eagle Eye. Zayat, you know that these two are not honest people. The sirens became louder and louder, and it was obvious that the police were not too far away from the theater. Jordani was a little surprised. At this time, the Black Widow hadn't gotten online with SHIELD, and it was also a bit surprised that Hawkeye had come to kill Black Widow. For these two people in the movie, Jordan still likes it very much. Of course, the Eagle Eye is too small and transparent and can be ignored. But this does not mean that in reality, Jordan really dared to give his life to the other party. However, it's not a way to stay in a stalemate like this. To no avail, Jordan said again, I am Jordan Jovovich, a killer from the Roma training camp. I live in New York temporarily. I came here this time and wanted to get some from Natasha. Something, and then went to Russia to exchange for the freedom of my brothers and sisters from the Roma training camp. Snapped. Jordanian felt the tension of the Black Widow on his body, and took the lead to throw away the gun in his hand, and said, Natasha, you believe me, I have no intention of hurting you, I can help you, of course, I also need you. Help. After hearing what Jordan said, Hawkeye's face was a little surprised, and he tore off his bow and arrow. Immediately afterwards, Hawkeye pointed to the first arrow he shot on the stage, and said, Relax, I didn't mean to hurt you, it was an arrow that didn't kill you. Indeed, the arrows scattered on the ground have an anesthetic injection arrow on them. Jordan and Hawkeye both showed their kindness, but the Black Widow at this time still didn't feel any relaxation. Picked the dagger in her hand, and the Black Widow said to Hawkeye, Who are you and what are you going to do? Unlike Jordan and Hawkeye, the Black Widow has been hunted for a long time, and she is extremely vigilant against any disturbances. Especially Jordan, and the Black Widow almost clung to each other. Jordan could even feel the nervousness of the Black Widow like a wild animal. Hawkeye smiled bitterly, and also raised his own hands, saying, Clint Barton, I am a staff member of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Security Bureau, authorized by the International Security Council to deal with global strange events and major security incidents. Hat. The Black Widow sneered, taunting, So I am now a global security risk, right? Hawkeye was slightly embarrassed, and said, Your defect is not within the scope of my handling. It is just the medicine in your hand. It originated from the special research and development of the super soldier serum by the former Soviet Union. Once it falls into the wrong hands. Jordan didn't want to listen anymore, and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Hawkeye was already embarrassed. He naturally noticed Jordan's expression, coupled with the previous attack by Jordanian, and immediately said, What do you mean? This is the power granted to us by the International Security Council. We have the right. Jordani interrupted the other party's words unceremoniously and said, Don't bully, why don't you have the right to ask for it from Russia? What is it to bully a girl? There is a kind of come at me. Hawkeye. Niang Zipai, who is bullying someone? Didn't you see that my neck was bleeding? Black Widow sneered and looked at Jordani, You are not a good thing. Before you say this, let's put down your gun first. Jordani's face blushed, and he said, No, this gun is born with it, and it's getting hotter recently. Black Widow. Hawkeye. What kind of person is this, you reading www. On such a serious occasion as Yunsha.com, there is still the mood to be a sulfur gangster. Until this time, the Black Widow slowly left Jordan's body. The dagger was still pointed at Hawkeye's neck, but she inadvertently glanced at Jordan's crotch. Joe Danny inhaled and lifted his hips, trying to make the scene look better, and smiled shyly at the Black Widow. Black Widow didn't continue to say anything, she just swept across Jordan and Hawkeye, and said, "Don't chase after you anymore, I don't want to kill people, and I don't want to fight anyone, stay away from me." After finished speaking, the Black Widow flipped her hand and put away the dagger, and at the same time she ran with agility and disappeared from the back of the stage. Only Jordan and Hawkeye are left in the theater. Joe Danny picked up his gun calmly, and said, "Your mission goal ran away, won't you go after it?" Hawkeye also calmly sorted out his bows and arrows, jokingly, "You have a lot of care, so solve your own troubles first. Are you really so hungry?" Joe Danny didn't care, and said, "You don't understand how hot the girl is, hey, Clint, right, have a drink." Hawkeye said, "Good too." Joe Danny, to be honest, nowadays, won't the use of bows and arrows be too outdated? Hawkeye, that is much better than your unreliable marksmanship. P.S. Thank you book friend Ying for your 10,000 rewards Sawa. I don't know much about the plot of Black Widow, the comics are too messy, the next development is very difficult to organize, there are new characters on the stage, character shaping, and after straightening out, a QQ group will be built, it will be announced as soon as possible, and everyone can come in and talk about the topic of the movie. Chapter 37, The Victorious Eagle Eye. On the site of the National Opera, on the Danube, Zekanii Boat Bar. It is night, the lights on both sides of the Danube are shining, the water is deep and colorful, and the slowly swimming sightseeing boats move with the waves. Joe Danny has looked at Hawkeye several times along the way. After pouring a few glasses of whiskey in the bar, Hawkeye finally couldn't help it, and said, "Mr. Jovovich, I am not a hot girl. Your gun is not suitable for me, so don't look at me like that, okay?" Jordan was speechless, and said, "I just observe your bow and arrow, where is it? I am not interested in men." Hawkeye patted his waist casually, and said, "Activated carbonized soft metal, combined with sodium iodide can maintain a certain tension, just a little trick, don't you? There is your sister." Joe Danny really didn't expect this Hawkeye to hold such a grudge. "I just randomly shot the opponent a few shots, and didn't even hit the opponent. When I started, it became endless. I have no stomach, and I disdain to talk to people like you." In fact, Jordan had his own plan. When he was fighting in the theater, Jordan had already seen it. Hawkeye, or Shield, had definitely heard of himself, otherwise, the other party would not be so easy. Just let it go, and don't trust yourself easily. The only difference lies in how much S.H.I.E.L.D. knows about itself and what thoughts it has. Sure enough, after Jordan became silent, Hawkeye became a little passive. Several times, he wanted to say something, but he stopped talking. After a while, Jordan looked very free and easy, and said, "I have drunk the wine, you are too boring, and you must be retributed, small belly chicken intestines, too vengeful, I am leaving." Hawkeye. "We were still enemies before, okay, is it appropriate for you to say that?" Just when Jordan was about to get up, Hawkeye couldn't help it after all and said, "Hey, Jordani Jovovich, a gypsy, was born in Belarus. He entered New York in 2004 and killed 49 people. There is insufficient evidence. In September, there was a conflict with the CIA. In March 2005, due to unknown reasons, there was a conflict with the CIA and Osborne, and the casualties were unknown. In April of the same year, the Assassin Mutual Aid Association Killer Cross, Gunsmith, Fox, and the CIA secret forces attacked New York Textile Mill No. 72. Repeatedly making big moves in New York City, was noticed by SHIELD, and Jordan was not surprised. It's just that Jordani smiled mischievously and said, "Mr. Barton, you are skilled enough to recite the information, but the tone is a little harder, more embarrassing than the worst rap." Barton's face went black, and he said, this was not my accusation, it was Collison's. Shit. Joe Danny smiled more and more proudly, and said, forget it, I'm such a nice person, so I won't tease you. Let me just tell you something. You look like a bitch. FK. Patton murmured, glared at Jordanian, and said, are you interested in joining our National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau? Joe Danny looked dazed, and said, what game? Button, National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Joe Danny, what is the land? Patton couldn't help but stretched his hand into his arms. He was already pressed against the gun in his arms. There was a big disagreement, and he shot the impulse of a shot directly into Jordan's face. Joe Danny shrugged and said, well, no kidding, what good will I do if I join? Barton's face twitched, and he said, Joe, people always do something, not everything is good. Our organization exists for people in the world to live a better life. Joe Danny looked mentally retarded and looked at Button until the other party couldn't speak anymore. In front of an adult, if the excuse is too bad, it is indeed easy to be despised. Patton felt that he would never be able to do it, as Collison was so serious, and righteous to say such nonsense. Especially the person opposite is still an old fritters. After thinking about it for a while, Barton drank a glass of wine very annoyed, and said, we organized an investigation of your information and past. You killed all the scum that cannot be sanctioned by law in New York. This is also the basis for the organization's interest in you. Someone will contact you later, he can talk more than I can. Joe Danny sat down again and said, is that Collison in your mouth? Barton raised his eyebrows and said, it should be that the organization is more interested in many things in your hands, and has a good evaluation of your skill and combat effectiveness. Joe Danny laughed, it always feels good to be recognized, and said, your organization is not too blind yet, my combat effectiveness is at least much better than you, isn't it? Button stared instantly, stretched out his hand to pull off his belt, and flicked it into a bow, saying, damn it, come on, I want you to know how good I am. Well, it's a draw. Jordan hurriedly stopped. After finally waiting for Patton's violent temper to subside, the two soon became silent again. Barton is a man who is strong in action, but he is taciturn, and has some little struggles, eager to win, and a man who will be rewarded. As for Jordanian, more than 99% of the skills in communicating with people are used on women. The two met for the first time, and it is normal that there is nothing to talk about. Fortunately, between men, when they are not talking, they can express their feelings with wine. A deep feeling is boring, and a light feeling is licked. Pooh, licking is impossible. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is also licking the Black Widow. The result of fighting wine is that neither of the two have drunk anyone. After all, it is not the time. After 11 o'clock in the evening, the cruise ship docked. When the two were parting, Patton glanced at Joe Danny and said, Joe, hot girls are everywhere. There is no need to ruin his own life for a woman, the super soldier serum potion matter, no matter when, are very serious things. Although the conversation between them was not very pleasant, Jordan and Button got along fairly well. Barton's words can be regarded as a kind of good advice. Joe Danny smiled and said, if there is a chance to save your loved ones, would you give up? Patton was silent for a while, and then categorically said, no, if there is such a chance, I will kill whoever stops me. Joe Danny patted Button on the shoulder and said, so treasure it, next time you meet, maybe you will be your opponent. Button had nothing to say, waved his hand, and quickly disappeared among the street crowds. And waited until Patton completely disappeared. Not far from Jordan, a thickly wrapped woman got up and inadvertently got close to Jordan. A muzzle was already on top of Jordan's chrysanthemum. Mr. Jovovich, it's better to find a more secluded place. We need to have a good talk. Otherwise, I also have a gun. Maybe you can try it. A slightly familiar and hoarse voice rang in Jordan's ear. Immediately afterwards, a black widow, dressed in thick winter clothes and not showing any appearance, like a lover, took one of Jordan's arms. The Black Widow's vigilance and caution are much more than what Jordan had imagined. Chapter 38, The Dangerous Black Widow. The two professions of killer and agent are sometimes very similar, but there are also great differences. The state of the Black Widow at this time has completely lost the appearance of the so-called ace agent, more like a killer, with a dangerous atmosphere all over her body, like a wounded beast. Jordan became very honest at this moment, and brought the Black Widow to his new Chiaoke hotel. After seeing Jordanian at the hotel's front desk, he gave him a wretched look, and stretched out his hand in the air to make the same wretched action. Jordan hated this stuff and decided not to stay in this hotel again. After returning to the room, the Black Widow pushed Jordan to the side of the door very neatly, wiped it from her body, took out two bold straps, and threw it into Jordan's arms. "Foots and hands, tie them yourself." The Black Widow was very alert. While pointing her gun at Jordan, she quickly looked at Jordan's room. For another chance, Jordanian might chuckle the beauty opposite. But now, looking at the tangible and dangerous breath of the Black Widow, Jordan first tied his feet together, and then prepared to tie his hands. "Don't move, tie your hands in front, where I can see." The Black Widow was more vigilant than Jordan had imagined. She pushed Jordan against the wall with one hand and stared at Jordan's hands. After Jordan was tied up, the Black Widow slackened slightly. Followed by a kick, kicking Jordani's knee joint, making Jordani sway and lie down on the ground. Until this time, the Black Widow was acting fiercely, searching the entire room constantly. There is no surveillance or eavesdropping device. But in a suitcase, the Black Widow saw the equipment that looked like a small arsenal. Jordani smiled shyly, and said, "I'm in my business, it's understandable that these babies can't sleep well without these babies." The Black Widow gave Jordan a silent glance, who would sell it to him. Jordan squirmed on the ground like a bug, adjusted his posture to make himself more comfortable. And the Black Widow at this time, just took off her tightly wrapped dress. She didn't deliberately, but she always felt a sense of charm in her every move. Jordani looked up from the bottom, and felt that the Black Widow in front of him was even better than in the movie. Not only was she look good, but she was also great. At the very least, the two long legs were obviously more pleasing than in the movie. The Black Widow seemed to relax and undress, but in fact, she has been paying attention to Jordan's movements. Seeing Jordani's eyes swept toward him three ways without concealment, he couldn't help feeling like he wanted to kill him. "Jordani Jovovich, justice adjudicator, assassin terminator, death-bringer like a warrior. I have heard of your name, the pride of Camp Roma. In the past 2 years, your reputation in Eastern Europe and Russia is very strong. Among the younger generation, many people regard you as an idol." The Black Widow said calmly, and sat on a sofa in the middle of the room. Jordani tilted his head slightly, just in time to see the bold sitting posture of the Black Widow, but unfortunately, the other party was wearing a ballet suit. Except for the safety pants, he could see nothing. "Such anti-human clothes, I don't know which grandson invented it." A look of disappointment flashed under his eyes. Jordanian raised his eyebrows and said, "Natasha, you don't need to be so defensive against me. We have a common goal, and I have no malice against you." The Black Widow ignored Jordan's words and said to herself, "How did you find me?" "In the theater. Who is the circus clown who uses bow and arrow?" Jordan was shocked instantly, wondering if Black Widow was a casual satire, or if he really knew the origin of Hawkeye Button. "But there is nothing to hide," Jordan said, "I have a friend in Camorra. She introduced me to the manager of the Budapest Continental Hotel, Kate Jones. She is the lover of the president of the Honor Society. You should know in this North-Central Europe, there are few things that can be hidden from the sight of the Glory Society." The Black Widow nodded and said, "Where is that circus boy?" Jordan had a weird face and said, that's Clinton Francis Button. He is indeed an orphan from a circus. He uses bows and arrows well. Now he is an agent of the National Land Strategic Defense and Logistics Security Bureau. I only know this. The Black Widow was also a little stunned, but she didn't expect that she was so accurate when she said casually with a mockery. But then, the Black Widow looked at Jordan with a little surprise. Although the Black Widow is in a difficult situation, it is as dangerous as a beast that wants to bite at any time, but she has not lost her calmness and reason. From Jordan's words, the Black Widow can make considerable judgments. And Black Widow could feel that Jordan, who was on the opposite side, did not lie. After a pause, the Black Widow looked at Joe Danny suspiciously, and said, "What do you want to do when you approach me? Don't try to lie to me, if there is no need. I don't want to make things too bloody." The Black Widow put down the pistol and played with a dagger from Jordan's equipment. Joe Danny's face is ugly, just when the Black Widow was playing with the dagger and there was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, Joe Danny moved. 1.5 times the physical fitness of ordinary people, plus an instant burst of adrenaline. The straps on Jordan's feet broke apart instantly, shoveled in the air, got up and kicked, and immediately rushed forward. The two legs broke apart the sofa like scissors, and then hit the Black Widows with a kick. The abdomen slammed away. Unexpected attacks, coupled with powerful physical skills. Black Widow was caught off guard, followed by a series of attacks like Jordan's wheels rolling. But Black Widow is also not covered. Although passive, she abruptly took down two of Jordan's attacks, wiped a cold light with the dagger in her hand, and slammed into Jordan's throat, chest, and lower abdomen. Jump back to dodge. Avoiding the attack of the Black Widow, Jordan did not know when www.readaloud.com had already got the pistol beside the sofa, and his hands were aimed at the center of the Black Widow's brows. The fight between the two is only between the rising of the rabbit and the falling of the stork. Joe Danny showed weakness from the beginning, and hid his physical fitness and explosive skills far beyond ordinary people. Took advantage of the moment when the Black Widow's winning ticket was in her hands and relaxed a little, then she immediately counterattacked and turned over to win. But just when the Black Widow was almost desperate, Jordan had a smile on his face like a sunny white snow, flipped the muzzle, and handed it to the Black Widow. This is a kind of goodwill, and it is also an expression of one's sincerity. Black Widow's expression is wonderful, but in the end she still didn't take the gun from Jordan's hand, and said coldly, "There are no bullets in the gun, what a good person." Jordan was always embarrassed, he didn't expect that his little actions were caught upright. Then Jordan gave a cheeky smile and said, "I just express my sincerity and kindness. I can't really put my life in your hands. I heard that the more beautiful the rose, the more piercing you are." Pain. The Black Widow stared at Jordan with a charming look, and said, "Before you pick up a girl, are you really going to bandage it? I'm afraid you will lose too much blood and die before you wait for the opening." Joe Danny thought for a while, and finally threw the pistol away, pushed up his ass, and said, "I can't possibly see it, so please help." In the previous battle, Jordan was not without any damage. It's like being stabbed by the Black Widow on Jordan's ass. P.S. Thank you book friend DRR for your 1000 rewards. Thanks to the book friend Cora Mashao for the 500 rewards. Chapter 39, Real Natasha. After a battle, after Jordan got the upper hand, he curiously gave up the advantage. This eased the relationship between Jordan and Natasha a lot. Although they were not close friends, they barely established a certain degree of trust between the two. After all, Natasha didn't help Jordani bandage the wound on his butt. The abrasions during the battle were not serious. Fortunately, he is a killer in Jordan, and he is also proficient in handling various injuries. After a brief treatment of the injury, Jordani took out a bottle of red wine he had brought in from Kate, and began to explain his cause to Natasha. Is actually not difficult to explain. At the beginning, Giordani heard about Natasha's defect. He did have a plan to arrest Natasha, and then exchanged with the top Russians and Leviathan for his younger siblings who were still trapped in the Roma training camp. But from Cashin's mouth, Giordanian learned about the changes and appearance of John Smith. This made Giordani realize that there are likely to be Hydra in the top Russian ranks, Leviathan, and even the Roma training camp. This also explains why Jordan has not been contacted at the Roma training camp after his fame in New York. Because the Assassin Mutual Aid Association that Jordan and the CIA partnered with, the old club behind it is Hydra. Giordani dared to pack the ticket, and in the event of the Assassins Mutual Aid Society collapse, he had been targeted by Hydra. In this way, even if Jordan captured Natasha, no matter how much credit he made, he would not be trusted by the top Russians and Leviathan. Threaten others with the ties of family and affection. This kind of thing, Hydra is probably more proficient than anyone or any organization. So when Giordani came to Budapest, he didn't have the idea of capturing Natasha. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Natasha and the Russian side have no chance of easing up. Jordan simply came to get acquainted and see if he could find a chance or something. Sure enough, when meeting Natasha for the first time, Giordanian ran into the SHIELD agent who came to perform the mission, Hawkeye Button. After hearing what Jordan said, Natasha was silent and thought for a long time. After a long time, Natasha asked, "Is your younger siblings important to you? I mean, there seems to be no blood relationship between them and you." Giordani did not expect that after Natasha reacted, the first sentence she actually asked was this. Almost without hesitation, Jordan said, "Natasha, love is a jewel in the human world. You will not understand that in my eyes, they are more precious than the whole world." Jordan said love, but in fact, he is also his two younger siblings. There is not the slightest bit of falsity. Jordan's rare degree of this world is not comparable to two people. This kind of love is not only Jordan's feelings for his younger siblings, but also a kind of salvation for himself. If there is not even one person to love in this entire world, what is the difference from the dead? Sincere feelings will always touch people. Natasha is no exception. Looking at Jordan's eyes, she was surprised for a moment. At this time, Giordanian looked at Natasha, who was a little touched, but he kept thinking about it. The sky was almost over. "Natasha, hurry up and tell your story. The night is long, everyone talks to each other, drinks some wine, treats each other sincerely, and then it's time to hand over that." Randomly, Natasha was silent for a while, and said, with this kind of thought, "You look better than I thought, so next, do you have any plans?" Giordani is a little bit dazed. It's not normal to play the cards. Didn't you say that Westerners will express their emotions, the most emotional, and they will come and feel it? I'm so sensational that I have fed the dog. Slightly disappointed, Jordan still opened his mouth and said, "Do you know about the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau?" Natasha looked at Jordan with hooky eyes. The other party obviously didn't speak, but Giordanian understood the meaning in the other's eyes. Once again mentioning Eagle Eye Button, coupled with the coincidence in the previous theater, the trust that he has worked so hard to build is a little shaky. The agent does not believe in coincidences. All coincidences are premeditated crimes. Giordani smiled bitterly and said, "I swear in the name of a goddaughter that what happened tonight is absolutely a coincidence, but I just know a little bit about Patton's organization." Natasha remained vigilant and said, "It just so happens that I understand a little bit. Why don't you say it first?" Giordani is a bit big, and Natasha in front of me is too defensive. Once the slightest suspicion is born, it is extremely difficult to dispel. I also blame this little lady. The atmosphere was so good just now. If I say this again, I guess it will not be as rigid as it is now. After thinking about it, Jordan didn't continue to talk about SHIELD, but laughed at himself. Picked up the red wine and poured a glass for Natasha. Jordan also got a glass for himself and said, "Natasha, I have said enough today. let's have a drink. Xiao Danny's interest was diminished, and Natasha naturally saw it, but did not pick up the wine glass. Just thinking about it for a few seconds, Natasha's temperament changed, from the previous calm, guard, and seductive, reading www.yuyuganshu.com instantly became weak, full of exhaustion, and said, I understand your kindness, but I am responsible for my decision. If there is any offense, please forgive me. I just want to live. That's it. A word shocked Jordan's heart. From the mouth of people like Natasha, saying such weak words to the limit is almost impossible for Jordanian to imagine. Is just seeking a life. There are not many words, but Jordanian can feel what kind of embarrassment and escape is behind this sentence. Jordani missed it. Natasha is not Jenny Fox. Even if the other party is exhausted and embarrassed to the limit, it is never the help of others, let alone the release. Under its cunning, sexy, and changeable appearance, is full of caution, and tenacity. Being responsible for one's own decisions is being responsible for one's own life. Cooperating with Jordani is okay, but Natasha will not hand over her own knowledge at any time, and even if she doesn't cooperate, Natasha can still survive on her own. After a long sigh, Jordan felt that besides the cognition in the movie, he understood Natasha and the world a little more instantly. I can't explain my source to you, and I hope you can keep it secret for me in the future. Barton's organization, formerly the Strategic Science Corps, established the Roaring Commando during World War II, and under the leadership of a man named Captain America, it destroyed the Hydra organization at that time. The plan to cooperate with Barton was also temporarily remembered. Chapter 40, Cooperation Consensus. Joe Danny's foresight is definitely not in doubt, he is a man who has seen 4 Avengers. The power of Hydra is undoubtedly strong. Even SHIELD has been corroded into a sieve, but Hawkeye Button, and his direct boss Nick Fury, are still worthy of trust in the face of big things. Confided so much to Natasha, Jordan also took a great risk. According to the plot, plus a little guessing, Natasha should be recommended by Barton to enter S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time. Once Natasha entered SHIELD, the news about Jordan was leaked. Jordan could not explain why he knew so much confidential information. If the Natasha in front of me was just the image in the movie version, Jordan would definitely not take such a big risk to reveal so much to Natasha. CIA, Osborn, and Hydra are enough for Jordan to drink a pot. One more SHIELD agency came out of chaos, and Jordan felt that he had no bright future after thinking about it. But compared to his impression of the movie, Jordanian believes more in his own intuitive feelings. At the very least, Natasha in front of him is unchangeable, and has his own independent thoughts. Still the same sentence, the enemy's enemy is a friend. Jordan and Natasha's enemy is Hydra, and SHIELD is naturally standing on the opposite side of Hydra. This is the basis of cooperation. After Natasha felt the sincerity of Jordan from the inside out, her face finally eased a lot. She looked at Jordan and said, "Cooperation is okay. What do I need to give and what can I get?" At this time, Jordan didn't need to hide it, and said directly, "Serum medicine and information." Natasha has Natasha's plans, and Jordanian also has Jordan's plans. Natasha obviously does not have much trust in Hawkeye and SHIELD, and it is estimated that she will not cooperate directly with them. In this way, Jordanian is the broker in the middle. And what Natasha wants is safety and survival, what Jordan wants is a kind of capital to trade with SHIELD. With the potions and materials in hand, Jordanian can trade with SHIELD, and let SHIELD take action, and bring his younger brothers and sisters out of the Roma training camp from the political level. This is similar to the way Jordan Danny used to hook up with the CIA. Natasha obviously also expected what Jordan had asked for, and said straightforwardly, "I only have information. Some time ago I fought with a man with a mechanical right arm. I was injured by him and accidentally broke the potion. What Natasha didn't say was that after the medicine was broken, it melted into her wound. Joe Danny frowned. The medicine and the information are the most valuable. The results are there. The dialogue between himself and Shield is more powerful. If there is only information, it is inevitable to be thin. After thinking for a while, Jordan said, I will contact Patton, with the power of the organization behind it, to ensure your safety. It shouldn't be a problem. Without the potion, Jordan was in his heart, already thinking about taking out some of his own bargaining chips. The power source of the Assassin's Mutual Aid Society, the White Wax Recovery Potion, Richard's Spider Gene Potion data, Jordanian believed these things, and took out the same, together with Natasha's data, enough to impress S.H.I.E.L.D. The transaction between and Natasha barely reached a consensus. At this time, Natasha just raised the red wine and said, I hope we can cooperate happily. Joe Danny also raised his glass, smiled and said, yes, it will never be too sad to get along with beautiful women, will it? For the time being, I can finally relax for a while. Natasha gave Jordan Danny a glance. Although she didn't say anything, she was still quite happy in her heart. Then Natasha looked at Jordan's equipment, chose a few items and stuffed it into her waist, and said, the beauty borrows some of your treasures, you won't mind it. Jordanian looked at Natasha's beautiful figure. This is a fairy, once the dangerous aura on his body is reduced, every move is filled with a charm that makes hormones explode. I still have a big baby, I am happy to lend it to you. Zayat, in fact, what I mean is that you are too beautiful and sexy, making me feel uncontrollable, please forgive me for the offense. Seeing that Natasha was about to go wild like a female leopard with exploded hair, Jordani quickly changed the subject. Natasha, this little lady, looks so and has such a bad temper. Wouldn't it be good for everyone to communicate happily and get a better understanding? Is not open at all, bad reviews. Annoyed Natasha, and Jordan didn't dare to continue dangling in front of him. He went to the bathroom and got a pool of pewter recovery potion. The injury on Jordan's is not very serious, but it is always good to be able to recover quickly. What's more, looking at Natasha's appearance, I am not going to leave tonight, and I am not going to sleep with myself. I am wronged in the bathtub for a night, even if it will be fine. The fighting and chaos of the National Opera House will not last long. Whether Hydra or other agents, it is bound to be traced to Natasha's disguised identity and address through the Opera House soon. It's the best choice to let him stay here. The next two parties didn't have much interest in continuing to talk. In their respective minds, they quickly fell asleep. At 4 o'clock in the morning the next day, Jordanian suddenly stood up from the bath, wearing a big pants, and a special pistol in his hand. www.readaloud.com pointed to the door. Natasha changed into a tights at this time, and her figure became even hotter. She leaned at the door and looked at Jordan's figure with interest. I didn't expect you to bring a gun when you take a bath. Is it a special hobby? No, I brought 2 guns. Really, I thought it was a small earthworm if you didn't say it. Do you know what earthworms are best at? Punching holes. Better than car skills, Natasha felt that she had met her opponent. After thinking about it, she still felt that she was a bit disadvantaged. She turned her face instantly and drove Jordan out of the bathroom. Dog face, it becomes so fast, I don't know how to be grateful. Xiao Danny was spitting out in his heart, but his hands were not slow. After wiping off the water stains on his body, he dressed and armed with a gun quickly. You don't even have to ask for the news to know, after what happened in the Opera House last night. Budapest at this time must have been turned over by Hydra and the agents who heard the wind. Jordan had a hunch that when he and Natasha went to work with Hawkeye this time, things would not go as smoothly as expected. What Jordan didn't know was that on the periphery of the Chiao K Hotel at this time, John Smith, who had exploded his muscles and replaced his mechanical right arm, was commanding more than 100 people with a grinning smile. He was surrounded by the room where Jordan and Natasha were. P.S. Thank you book friend Feng Ling Yusheng 500 rewards. In addition, let's talk about it. Valentine's Day is indeed a very unfriendly day for single dogs. Draw a circle and curse the dog abusers in the circle of friends to breed melons. Sapo rolls around for comfort. Chapter 41, Encirclement and Breakthrough. Hydra's intelligence is stronger than what Jordan and Natasha had predicted, and they acted more quickly. Xiao Danny and Natasha had negotiated to get out of the Chiao K Hotel before dawn, when most creatures were tired. But John Smith, sent by Hydra, immediately after inspecting the scene, through unrecognizable ballistics and other traces, in conjunction with the news of New York Hydra, inferred the arrival of Jordan. When the enemy meets, they are extremely jealous. All night, Hydra's intelligence personnel had almost no news. With the huge political force, they carried out a carpet-like investigation throughout Budapest, and then they found the Chiao K Hotel. Sir, the entire hotel has been armed, and no one can escape. Sir, the assault team has been deployed, ready to launch an attack. Sir, the sniper has been arranged. A series of reports came from the headset to John Smith's ears. Standing on a tall building nearby, John Smith couldn't help touching the suction mask on his face, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes, and the mechanical right arm actually smashed a corner of the wall abruptly. The hotel target is extremely dangerous. When it was right, the commando began to act after 2 minutes. The second squad controlled all exits and authorized snipers to attack at any time. 2 target characters, whether they live or die, go and prepare. The sound that seemed to be a cracking gong and smoke came from John Smith's mouth, even with a little electronically assisted mechanical sound. Even a group of teammates felt a kind of icy chill beside John Smith. 2 minutes later, with the sound of action, in the corridor on the 7th floor of Chiao K Hotel, a heavily armed man with more than 20 people blasted open the door with 1 blow, 2 concussion bombs, a flash bomb, and a smoke bomb. Throw into the room. Go. 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 A series of loud roars awakened the residents on the 7th floor of the hotel one after another, and a lot of riots broke out. At this time, opposite the room where the commando attacked, Jordan and Natasha scanned the scene outside through the cat's eyes. The expressions on their faces were a bit ugly. Is a killer after all, daily necessities, food, shelter, transportation, how can you be careless? Changing the room or something is a little trick, but it's very practical. There are a large number of people ambushing at the exit downstairs, and there may be snipers, unable to break through the window. Natasha was also killed all the way from the blood and rain, moving around the room quickly like a civet cat, took a quiet glance at the window, and then turned back to the door. Do you have any plans? Jordan asked casually. Natasha was speechless, and said, this should be regarded as your home court, I'm just a guest. Joe Danny smiled and said, I have a plan, I'm afraid you are not comfortable with it. Natasha rolled her eyes, wiped her hands from her waist, and took out 2 delicate pistols. Glock 18, standard 17-round magazine with plus base, accurate, safe, and fully automatic shooting. The submachine gun in the pistol is fierce enough. This is a good thing that I have modified at a high price. Not only is it more powerful, but even the bullets are based on special ammunition given by the gunsmith Cashin. This little girl, she must have moved her collection again last night. Joe Danny suppressed his unhappy heart, and said, I'll open the way. If there is a problem, I will adapt and overcome it immediately. I may not be able to take care of you. Natasha is not as strong as Eagle-Eyed Button, and with her softness, she gave Jordan Danny a lovely look. Maid, fairy. While the commando in the hallway was still searching the opposite room, Jordan didn't say a word, just like a tiger coming out of the gate, directly smashing the door, knocking on his knees and kicking the 2 commandos directly into the heads. At 90 degrees, both hands were raised, and the 2 special revolvers roared like a careful hand cannon. Before the upgrade, most of Jordan's conventional weapons were automatic and semi-automatic pistols. But since Jordan's upgrade, his physique is 1.5 times that of ordinary people, and he has enough grasp of the kind of recoil brought by the powerful revolver. Jordan's main battle weapon has become the revolver. As a roaming gunner, if the handsome revolver is not suitable, what is roaming? Shooting, 3 bursts, step shooting, floating volleys, random shooting. A wave of powerful and incomparable roaring guns, 7 or 8 people fell to the ground in the corridor instantly. Jordanian launched physical skills, rounding kicks, knee bumps, instant kicks, fast filling and moving shooting. Wherever he went, Jordan was like a medieval knight in heavy armor charging, with fancy spear fighting skills. Directly in the chaos, he broke out a thoroughfare. At this time, Natasha also followed behind Jordan, like a leopard, sensitive and fierce. Similarly, when she didn't shoot to level A, Natasha jumped and twisted. While using jujitsu to instantly subdue an enemy, with the help of inertia, he held guns in both hands and fired wildly around. The life and death fight is only in the blink of an eye. The more than 20 Hydra commandos in the corridor were emptied in less than a minute. Break to the east, there is a vehicle I prepared on the corner downstairs. Xiao Danny naturally didn't mean to let Natasha take the stairs. The place where he broke through was the glass at the east end of the corridor. It's only the 7th floor, and the person who jumped down www.readaloud.com probably won't die. In the rush of the battlefield, Natasha naturally understood. She accelerated instantly, and with a swiftness far beyond ordinary people, she directly smashed the glass window at the east end of the corridor, stretched her hand on her waist, and nailed a steel wire to the wall, and then moved towards the floor. Landed quickly. At the same time, Jordani inserted his gun in his hand, swiped in his trench coat, and pulled out 4 small melons with the insurance out of it. He just rolled to the door of the room gruntingly. The face of the Hydra member who had rushed into the room instantly changed. Then there was a roar and explosion, and there was billowing smoke mixed with shock waves, shattering large windows. Jordan cut off the enemy's pursuit, and at this time he rushed to the end of the corridor. Compared with Natasha's skillful landing, Jordanian is much more vigorous, and a leap is directly installed on the huge billboard protruding from the opposite building. Immediately afterwards, Jordan, like a tiger in the mountains, leaped more and more, stepped on the billboards one after another, and landed quickly. Hum! A big red Ferrari appeared in front of Jordan like lightning, and the car window fell, revealing Natasha's pretty face. Boy, is this your plan? It's really rough. Stop talking nonsense, walk toward the Rhine, where I have a boat, let's go to the other side. Jordan raised his hand with 2 bullets, arc ballistics. 1 shot directly killed a sniper who was aiming, and 1 shot hit the fuel tank of a jeep around the corner. There was an explosion, and a group of Hydra surrounding them was temporarily blocked. Until this time, Jordanian got into the car quickly, and Ferrari, with a huge roar of street bombings, swept through a beautiful tail flick drift, and hurriedly moved towards the distance. Chapter 42, The Mighty John Smith. It's not that Hydra is too wasteful, but that Jordan and Natasha are really not ordinary people. Jordan's physical fitness is now 1.5 times that of ordinary people, let alone the control of firearms, shooting skills, and physical skills. With the help of the system panel, it can reach a point that ordinary people can't reach. Needless to say, Natasha, this one will join the Avengers in the future. Hundreds of people surrounded a hotel, and the defense system was still weak for Jordan and Natasha. At this time, Jordan also noticed that Natasha's speed, strength, and response were definitely not at the level of ordinary people. But everyone has their own secrets, and Jordan didn't ask much. The red Ferrari is like a fish swimming in the water, advancing flexibly and quickly in the street, but when Jordan and the two have already seen the Danube, a tall and domineering figure appeared in the street. In front of is nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles exploded, and his steel right arm John Smith at this time is carrying a rocket launcher in one hand and a semi-automatic rifle equipped with a howitzer in the other. Boom! The rocket launcher carried by ordinary people's shoulders on John Smith's steel arm, like a matchstick, exploded, and a shell with a line of smoke and fire broke through the air in the direction where Jordan and the two of them were. Are they crazy? Among the Ferraris, Natasha snarled, slamming the steering wheel with both hands, almost by a small margin, avoiding the rocket that broke through the air. Rumbling. Across the reflective realm, Jordan and the two could see that after the rocket exploded in the rear, the fire was blasting into the sky, and a car went directly to the sky, and the road behind it was blocked and collided. Natasha's roar is not without reason. Whether it is an agent, a spy, or a killer, in the course of an action, it has always been able to avoid movement, just avoid movement. Budapest is the capital of Hungary and a famous ancient city in Europe. In such a city, it is enough to directly mobilize a commando of more than 100 people, even RPG directly came up, almost indistinguishable from a terrorist attack. At the same time, there was no panic on that John Smith. Grenade loading, one after another, like a meteorite vented out, surrounds the Ferrari where Jordan and the two are, exploding a piece of mess after another. That means Natasha's driving skills are so good. If you change to Jordan, unless you are driving in bed, Jordan doesn't have such beautiful driving skills. Only a distance of 200 meters, Natasha dodged a full rocket and 3 grenades. At this time, Natasha's face was already cold and fierce, but after a short night of safety and relaxation, the kind of Black Widow who insisted on survival and was as dangerous as a beast came online again. Shift gears and slam the accelerator. For an instant, the Ferrari driving Natasha seemed to have transformed from a clever fish into a great white shark who chose to eat. Dashed and dodged 2 moving cars, and Natasha stepped directly on the accelerator pedal of Ferrari. With a huge roar, the Ferrari where Jordan and the two were located directly slammed into the fierce John Smith. If you don't give me a way to survive, I will kill you alive. Joe Danny glanced at Natasha, who had a dangerous atmosphere like a fountain, and once again had a deep understanding of the word woman in his heart. The Ferrari that Jordan Danny drove was only a mid to low range, but the 100-meter acceleration could be completed within 3 to 5 seconds. The accelerator was stepped on by Natasha, and it was the Ferrari, known for its exquisiteness and swiftness. It was like a wild beast, almost only in the electric light and flint, it was about to hit that John Smith. However, just in this minute, I saw John Smith dodge slightly, avoiding the collision of the front of the car, and a steel right arm embedded into the side of the car like a nail claw. John Smith, transformed by Hydra, is almost inhuman. Jordan didn't have time to think about it. He turned back and drew his gun, shot 3 in a row, and blasted directly at the John Smith. Clang clang clang. A spark flickered. At this time, John Smith had already rolled over, changed his arm to keep it steady, raised his right hand slightly, and blocked all Jordan's 3-shot bursts. Boom! The mechanical right arm accelerated in the air, like a cannonball out of the chamber, directly smashing the glass and half of the car seat, and blasting directly on Jordan's chest irresistibly. As a last resort, Jordan could only use his arms to block it, shooting, rounding kicks, knee bumps, 3 bursts, and arc ballistics. Suddenly, resisting the severe pain in his left arm and the dullness in his chest, Jordan kicked the opponent in the face, slammed the opponent's steel right arm with one knee, and fired 4 bullets in a row. The first 3 bullets still couldn't make achievements, and the other side's steel right arm was just like a bug. Fortunately, an unexpected round of arc ballistics hit the left shoulder of John Smith directly. Unsteady under the force, John Smith fell from the trunk. A series of gunshots exploded, and a dense array of bullet holes were shot on the rear of Ferrari. However, it was only a few seconds during high-speed driving. Ferrari had already opened the distance and disappeared on the straight road. A few minutes later, in an old town alley, Jordan couldn't help but spit out a bruise, his left arm was extremely swollen, and he couldn't help hanging aside. Natasha gave Jordan a quick check, and said, "The upper limb of the left arm is slightly fractured, and the internal organs have been shaken. You are lucky." Jordan was speechless, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. "This is quite fortunate. You came across from Jishan/perfect world, don't you have to open a mouth to get a bone or something to be tragic?" Natasha didn't know Jordan's complaint, but she understood the expression in his eyes. After a slight pause, Natasha opened her mouth with a touch of not-so-good memories. "Before entering Budapest, I had an encounter with this Iron Man. I broke 4 breastbones and broke multiple internal organs. Almost dead. Remember the medicine brought out by the Russian biologist? It saved me." Xiao Dani could imagine that kind of tragedy. After a moment of silence, he said with a shameless look, "Sternal fracture, okay? Do you need me to check it for you? My family's ancestral Chinese doctor, massage is absolutely first class." Natasha rolled her eyes and saw that Jordan was still joking shamelessly, and she was relieved a lot about Jordan's injury. After a lot of vigilance, Natasha said, "It won't take long for someone to catch up. If you don't have any plans, I have a safe house nearby. Any agent, spy, or assassin, after receiving training, 80% of the first lesson they receive is to learn how to cunning rabbits and 3 caves." Was able to tell Jordan about her safe house. Until this time, after a life-and-death flight, Natasha initially regarded Jordanian as a reliable partner. P.S. Thank you book friend Yingyi for your 10,000 rewards. Thank you book friend Fengling Yusheng for the 1,000 rewards. Chapter 43, Deal with Hawkeye. Ran into John Smith's obstruction midway. Jordan's original plan to escape to the other side was completely destroyed. Followed Natasha all the way around for 2 blocks, before they came to an apartment room that looked very sloppy. Various kinds of underwear flew around, and various camouflage props were scattered. When Joe Danny first saw this scene, his expression was really wonderful. "This is a little bit different from the widow sister in my imagination, how delicate a fairy is usually. Why this family looks like a thief." Natasha's face blushed infrequently, and then she said seriously, "I have been chased recently, and I don't have much time to take care of it. I believe you a ghost." Looking at Natasha's expression, Jordan knew that this might not be the real Natasha Romanoff. Regarding this, Jordan Danny didn't say that it was a rare opportunity to appreciate Natasha's taste in underwear. His eyes flashed across a few relatively black panties, and he calmly said, "It's okay, it's very flavorful." "Is a pun, it tastes like your sister, you know it from the looks of it, I'm afraid it's not a scumbag man." Natasha was teased by Jordani, but instead let go, and picked up the messy clothes in the room with one leg, and quickly took out a large box with some first aid supplies. Is not bad. Natasha still remembers Jordan's injury, which makes Jordan's heart warm. Although there is a white wax recovery potion, a soak can take care of the injury, but if you can accept a hand of Natasha's service before that, it will be beautiful, and the little hand touches the body, I want to feel very good. Ran and eggs, Natasha, this little girl, is very charming, but in terms of actual actions, it is always detached, which makes people feel like they have been hooked. Natasha's espionage mode has long been ground into his bones. It is definitely not a day or 2 to want to change. Joe Danny finally applied the medicine himself, and didn't deal with it too much. Instead, he ran to the bathroom and got a large pool of pewter recovery potion. Going out is definitely not easy to go out. The power of Hydra is much greater than what Jordan and the two imagined. What's more, in addition to Hydra, there are also an unknown number of agents from various parties who are also watching the situation. As the night approaches, in order to avoid being noticed when the two move together, Jordan and Natasha disguised themselves and appeared in an amusement park in a bright and dark manner. Jeremy's Circus, this is the contact point that Hawkeye left at the bar before. When fighting with Hawkeye before, Hawkeye used to represent SHIELD and solicited Jordanian. This time, although Jordan still has no plans to join SHIELD, it is still possible to contact Hawkeye through here to solve the current dilemma. For SHIELD, such as Nick Fury, Hawkeye, Collison, and others, Jordan Danny admires. Regardless of whether they are doing well or not, these people are indeed working hard for the safety of the Earth. But if Jordan is allowed to join SHIELD, joining will never be possible. Not to mention a group of old yin beeps, as a super large force, with a strong sense of existence, they are always the one who drags their feet. You will only join SHIELD unless you are mentally retarded. Of course, it's okay to cooperate and use each other occasionally. Christmas is approaching, and the circus is very lively. Joe Danny quickly found the S.H.I.E.L.D.S mark in the circus, walked along, and soon came to a relatively concealed dress-up backstage. An arrow shot abruptly from the corner, flew past Jordan's ear with a cool breeze, and hit the center of a target. At this time, Hawkeye button just appeared from a corner on the roof. Is not provocative, at best, it is just the temper of Hawkeye's little belly. I am afraid that I am still brooding about Jordan's words in the bar. Joe Danny greeted Hawkeye, and said, "Clint, have you always been so stingy?" Hawkeye rolled over and fell from the roof, with a grim expression. "No, this is just to prove that your combat effectiveness and vigilance are just so-so." As expected, it's still a small belly chicken intestine. Joe Danny came to talk about cooperation and trading, and didn't argue with Hawkeye. After confirming the safety of this place, Natasha walked out of the shadow not far behind Jordan. Hawkeye raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this scene, but he didn't do it for the first time, but instead looked at Joe Danny. Joe Danny directly took out a piece of information and said, "Don't get me wrong, come here this time, just want to make a deal with you." Jordan and Natasha came together, and the fool could guess what it was. With such a successful example of Captain America in World War II, the major forces in this world are almost enthusiastic about the research and desire for super soldier serum. SHIELD is no exception. However, Hawkeye did not take the information in Jordan's hands for the first time, but said seriously, "What deal? If you are interested, there is the possibility of cooperation." Joe Danny laughed and said, "Aren't you going to invite us to sit in your birdhouse?" Hawkeye frowned, very upset, and earnestly said, "I like the word eagle's nest better." Joe Danny looked familiar, and said, "It's almost the same anyway, do you have any alcohol? I was scared for a day, and I need a little whiskey to suppress my shock." Much cleaner and tidy than Natasha's safe house. Hawkeye's room is full of various bows and arrows, firearms, and some things that seem far beyond the current technological level. Pour some wine for Jordan and Natasha, and the three drank lightly. Hawkeye then took up the previous topic again, and said, "Joe, the situation of the two of you is not so wonderful now. Why do you think that you can make a deal with us?" Joe Danny looked shocked, and said to his upper body, "Zayat, didn't you say last time that your organization is for world peace, earth security, and other organizations? You don't want to be black." Hawkeye. FK, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The last time you exposed Lao Tzu, it wasn't this face. Hawkeye had the urge to run wild in an instant. Different from Nick Fury's layout and decision-maker, and different from Natasha's changeable and cunning spy, Hawkeye is more like a pure agent, or warrior, a long-range crispy one. No brain output, this is the normal way for Hawkeye to open. It's better than acting, calculating, or eloquence. "You are bullying my eagle-eyed arrow." Seeing that the fire was almost over, Jordanian spoke solemnly, "Clint, our feelings, you make me a little sad when you say these hypocritical words." Hawkeye is stunned. "Who am I? What did I say? Why am I hypocritical? What kind of relationship do I have with you?" Joe Danny continued, "Today's battle, presumably you have already received the news, the people who intercepted me and Natasha, you have also seen the combat effectiveness. For Russia, in the research of super soldier serum, I have seen results. This is the information in my hand. This should be what your organization wants most. Hawkeye's silence is indeed unable to cope with this kind of transaction and negotiation. After thinking about it, Hawkeye still said, "Since it's a deal, you can talk about it first. What do you want to get? P.S. Thanks to book friends Bashang Grassland for their 100 tips. Let me talk about the typos. First of all, I am sorry, and secondly, it may be the author's own problem. I have not checked carefully, there is always a feeling that the writing is not wrong. I have corrected the problems pointed out by the book friends. Finally, I will try my best to review it again. Don't slap your face if there is a problem, just tell me secretly." Chapter 44, Jordan's Determination. What does Natasha want? She is in desperate situation and crisis on all sides, which means she wants to survive. But unfortunately, after Natasha defected, more than 80 to 90% of the information about Natasha's identity, passport, appearance, etc., had been completely exposed. Everyone wants information and medicine, but no one will risk offending the top Russians to protect Natasha. Anyway, as long as the information and medicine are complete, it doesn't matter if a person is immortal. Internationally, there is no need to think about asylum at the national level. The study of super soldier serum is a secret existence, let alone pressure from Russia. There are only a few other forces that can shelter Natasha. Although SHIELD is not well known, there is no doubt that it has this ability. The key is that SHIELD does not think it is worth it. Jordan took Natasha's information and negotiated with Hawkeye. The first task was naturally to solve Natasha's troubles. The battle between Electric Light and Flint at the National Opera. Hawkeye also knows about Natasha's strength. After thinking about it, Hawkeye spoke very seriously. As for Natasha's question, I certainly have no problem personally. I can even act as a guarantor and report to the organization, but the decision is not my own. What can I do? As a result, I can't guarantee. Among the eagle's nest of eagle eyes, Jordan could clearly feel that Natasha beside him was a little uneasy. Joe Danny is a bit daunted. Was it so difficult for the widow in the movie to join SHIELD? Unfortunately, when I crossed over, the Black Widow independent film was still a Lifetime series. After thinking about it, Jordan said, "Clint, you are a good person, but trading is trading. Natasha's safety is the most basic condition for trading. You can contact the organization behind you, but the time will not wait. People, at this time tomorrow, Natasha and I will come again, hoping to have good news." Hawkeye curled his lips. At this time, he obviously had no special feelings for Natasha. For Hawkeye at this time, this is just a mission. The plan is very different from what Jordan imagined. This makes Jordan, who has always been a prophet, feel uncomfortable that things are not in his grasp. Got the information back, Jordanian was about to get up and leave. Going back this time, Jordan felt that he needed to reflect on it. This is a real world. Any small difference will cause a chain reaction. At the same time, whether it is Natasha or herself, there needs to be a backup retreat. Just when Jordan left, Hawkeye seemed to struggle a bit, and said, "Hey, about Natasha, I will try my best to deal with it, man, how about you, haven't you said your terms?" Joe Danny slowed down, turned his head, and said, "You have memorized my information very clearly? I just want to bring my younger siblings back to New York, that's all." Hawkeye was surprised, and immediately said, "With your ability, this shouldn't be difficult." It was almost between Electric Light and Flint, and a thought came into his mind. Maybe I can reveal the Hydra news to Patton and Nick Fury in advance so that SHI. When the footsteps stopped, Jordanian laughed and said, "It seems that the organization behind you is not as powerful as you said. Otherwise, someone in your organization is deliberately blinding the facts. Over the years, 9 heads. Isn't it obvious that the signs of the snake's resurgence are not obvious enough? Hey, maybe it was a mistake to choose to trade with you. After speaking, Jordan didn't give Hawkeye too much time to react, and soon left with Natasha. Coming out of the eagle's nest, Natasha did not choose to move separately, but took Jordan's arm, and the two walked slowly like a couple. What you said about Hydra, is it true? How can I dare to talk nonsense about this kind of thing? The organization that Hawkeye Boy belongs to, isn't it dangerous? Why do you want to cooperate with him? There is no place in this world that is 100% safe. All we can do is to choose places that are relatively less dangerous and grow up slowly. Jordan is reminding Natasha, but also reminding himself. Although one is very careful, in fact, after Jordan's physical fitness improves, it is inevitable that his mentality will swell. The movies in my memory are only movies after all. Even in the movie, the power of Hydra is already huge, but in fact, in the real world, what I know is still only the tip of the iceberg. Only Jordani discovered by himself, the Assassin Mutual Aid Association, Russian high-level officials, and Leviathan all have clues about Hydra. And unknowingly, there is already a lot of concern around me. The younger siblings, Mindy, Big Daddy, May, Peter in the Roma training camp, and then Jenny, Cashin, and Cross. Even Natasha, who has only been together for 2 days, unknowingly, has established a certain degree of trust with Jordan. You have to be more careful in your future actions. At the same time, your powerful approach can't just put hope on the improvement of the system panel. Jordan is very cautious about the current situation, but he is not desperate and pessimistic, but more confident. But Natasha next to Jordan was different. After hearing the news of Hydra suddenly, Natasha was tough to survive, but she was even more pessimistic. Stood by silently and walked halfway. The two didn't know how long they had been away. Natasha glanced at Jordan, who was thinking beside him, and said, "Do we have any plans next?" Giordani was silent slightly, and said, "How about you, didn't you have a plan before?" Natasha laughed at herself, and said, "What good way can I have? I was only going to be in Budapest and give away the things in my hands www.readaloud.com and then go incognito and go to the end of the world. It just seems to be a bit extravagant now." Natasha used to be Russia's ace agent. She knew no less top-secret information than Jordanian, but in the past, Natasha didn't know the existence of Hydra. Now, combined with the Hydra message that Jordan said, Natasha is a bit bitter. As Jordani said, in this huge world, where is it absolutely safe? Perhaps it was because he was aware of Natasha's pessimism. Jordani said, "Natasha, you don't have to be so pessimistic. We know that the details of Hydra have not been exposed. Hydra is just chasing you now. It's just the information and medicines in it. When necessary, throw these things out and hide them carefully. After all, Hydra will not be exposed, and will not continue to chase you at the risk of exposure. This is the worst case. Keep secrets, hide incognito, and live like a mouse." Natasha smiled bitterly and said, "What about you?" Natasha is alone, but Jordan is different. Jordanian now has something he wants to protect. The old sluggishness was swept away, and Jordan said loudly, "If necessary, I would have been a killer. If there is a killer who is concerned, there are constraints and constraints, which is not terrible. The most feared thing is that all hope and beauty will be shattered." Sometimes, Jordan doesn't mind killing countless people for the rest of his life. When the time comes, even if it is a world war or the destruction of the earth, what does it have to do with me? P.S. Thank you book friend Feng Ling Yusheng for your 500 rewards. Chapter 45, Natasha's Choice. Hydra is very capable. When Jordan and Natasha returned to the safe house, the entire Budapest police system had already deployed additional patrol plans. Natasha and Jordani have been listed as highly dangerous persons by the Budapest police. The situation is getting more and more unfavorable for the two, but if the two insist on hiding, Hydra may not be able to catch the two in a short time. When they came out of Hawkeye's nest, both of them seemed very pessimistic. But in fact, although the situation is unfavorable, it is far less precarious. If Natasha didn't have the intention to completely solve her troubles and run away with all her heart, she would be able to hide for 10 or 20 years. Is good at disguising, cunning and changeable. The kind of pitiful and pessimistic Natasha in front of Jordanian may not necessarily mean acting or using Jordanian. And Jordanian knew all this well, but he didn't pick it out, and he also had his own plans. This time through Hawkeye's contact with SHIELD, Jordan still has a source of power, pewter recovery potion, and spider gene potion in his hands. As long as SHIELD has a demand, Jordanian will take the opponent. As for Natasha, in the most critical moment, Jordan needs someone who is in the back, so that Hydra, SHIELD, various forces, etc., will not focus on himself. It's not that Jordan pits Natasha, but this is where Natasha is now. No matter how bad it is, it won't go bad. The helplessness of being a pawn. If Jordan had the same strength and backing as Thor, he could naturally break it. But when he was not strong enough, Jordan never dared to trust others and feelings easily at this time. Was to feed from the whirlpool, and Jordan had already been mentally prepared. No words for a night. At the same time the next day, Jordan and Natasha once again came to Hawkeye's nest. Ask him out and we will set a meeting place. You don't believe Clint? No, just for safety. Well, you are beautiful, you have the final say. The specific meeting place is actually not too far from the Eagle's Nest, and it is still in the amusement park. It's just that Jordan and Natasha have chosen a very lively place, because it is Christmas Eve on Christmas Eve. There are a lot of people here, and it is very difficult to monitor, track, and surround. As an agent and a killer, the only way to last is to be cautious. As for the choice of the two, Hawkeye did not show too much emotion, and the whole person seemed to be a lot dull. 3 people stood side by side in front of a moving meal cart. Hawkeye looked at the kitty cat-shaped ice cream in front of him, and smiled reluctantly. Joe, I didn't expect you to like this kind of thing. In front of Natasha, the ice cream was ticking like a tiger, a little dazed. Joe Danny was happily eating, and said, my daughter likes these very much and eats them often, but later discovered that this thing tastes surprisingly good, but you need to taste it carefully. Is different from Hawkeye and Natasha. What Joe Danny eats is not just pure ice cream, but the warm and ordinary hidden behind. The perception from life, which made Hawkeye raise her eyebrows, and Natasha glanced at Jordanian without a trace. More than half of the ice cream, Jordan put down the spoon, looked at the 2 men who were a little thoughtful, and said, okay buddy, this is the end of feelings, now let's talk about something serious. After speaking, Jordan and Natasha both looked at Hawkeye. Between wise people, it goes without saying that the words are too thorough, and Hawkeye naturally knows what they want. It's a pity that Hawkeye showed a bit of bitterness on his face, and said, Joe, you are right. I now regret that it has been mixed into this matter, and the fire has already burned our organization. Joe Danny curled his lips and said, that's your business, how's the deal? Hawkeye solemnly said, our director can agree to the demands of both of you in principle, but the matter is a bit troublesome. Our director does not want to announce the Hydra incident. He will startle the snake. Natasha didn't care, and said, it's better to say the result. What do we need to pay? Hawkeye heard the teasing and ridicule in Natasha's tone, and said with an awkward smile, our chief wants to establish a direct team, there can be no traces of Hydra, if you can join Natasha, all the troubles on the body will be resolved. Natasha simply said, I need a certain amount of freedom. Hawkeye said, no problem, as long as you join, you can grant you level 6 special agent authority. No one can give you orders except the chief. Natasha did not say anything. There is no doubt that this result is almost the best result for Natasha. You can throw the pot out, and you don't need to be incognito. As for work, life is always a bit unsatisfactory and can be completely ignored. Natasha can work for Russia, and naturally she can work for SHIELD. And leaning on the big tree with her back to enjoy the cool, only 2 days of short contact, Natasha has been able to keenly perceive the power of SHIELD from Jordan and Hawkeye. Thanks to the early exposure of the Hydra news, Natasha's problem was easily resolved. On the contrary, it was Jordan www.readaloud.com who was observing words and behaviors, and an ominous feeling was born in his heart. Sure enough, Hawkeye opened his mouth somewhat ugly. Joe, we investigated your 2 younger brothers and sisters, Pietro Maximov and Wanda Maximov. Not long ago, the 2 of them came from Roma. The training camp left and joined an old castle near Bavaria, Germany. S.H.I.E.L.D's main energy nowadays is all placed on the US side. Jordanian understood the subtext in Hawkeye's words. Regardless of whether SHIELD is really unable to intervene in Europe, the other party does not want to take over the deal with Jordan. What's more, Jordan's younger siblings joined the past voluntarily. Joe Danny frowned. This result was unexpected, and asked, "Who is the owner of this castle?" Hawkeye said, "Wolfgang von Strack, whose ancestors were German hereditary nobles, and the Struck family was even more prestigious during World War II. Even after the defeat of Germany, the Struck family was in the German military and even Western Europe. The OTA and jointly established by North America has great influence." Joe Danny looked directly at Hawkeye and said indifferently, "Clint, I treat you as a buddy. I hope you can tell SHIELD the real reason for not accepting the deal. I know that this will not affect you in any way." Hawkeye struggled a little, and said, "Joe, our chief estimated that the Struck family may be one of the remaining snakeheads of the Hydra from the past. If SHIELD intervenes, the news will leak out, not only to our chief. The plan is not good, and it will be bad for you and your siblings. This is the truth." Jordan could hear it. Instead of the bad excuses that S.H.I.E.L.D. had no energy and could not expand to Europe. Chapter 46, Variables and Surprises. People are not as good as the sky. No matter how good a plan is, it cannot hold back the occurrence of variables. For the kindness he owed in the Roma training camp, and for his 2 younger siblings, Jordan took a huge risk and went to Budapest. Fighting with Natasha and Clint, was chased and killed by Hydra, and calculated a deal with SHIELD. It was never expected that Pietro and Wanda, the 2 irony men, would actually sell themselves to Hydra's lair. "Maid, I have lost a lot of money. I did so many things on my own, only to make the little girl Natasha, an SHIELD. After getting news of his siblings from Clint, Jordan was speechless for a while, and then he was helpless and big-headed. To be honest, Jordanian is not ready for a head-on confrontation with Hydra. This feast of Hydra should be enjoyed by Captain America and the Avengers. Joe. Seeing Jordanian in a daze, Natasha was a little worried while she was relaxed. If Natasha's words and deeds had an acting element, but now that she gets rid of her troubles, Natasha is completely sincere. Regardless of what plans or ideas Jordan Danny has. There is no doubt that Jordan's help and maintenance for Natasha in the past few days is beyond doubt. Joe Danny's palm was held by Natasha, and he soon woke up and said, "I'm fine, Natasha, don't worry, you should enjoy joy and freedom now." To some extent, the deal between Natasha and SHIELD was concluded, even if it was freed from desperation. It only needs to be silent for a while, and when SHIELD Bureau eliminates the official affairs and influence, Natasha will become a free man again. At most, it will be a job change and a new boss. And in this way, the so-called mutual use and calculation between Jordan and Natasha have been completely eliminated, and they have even become true friends, or even closer. After all, the 2 have lived and died together and fought together. Watching Joe Danny congratulate herself in turn, Natasha laughed and said, "Freedom is indeed worth celebrating, but it will take a while, at least to help you save your younger brother and sister later." Joe Danny was taken aback, and said, "Natasha, you..." Natasha smiled, did not speak, just blinked and blinked, looking at Jordan Danny. With a pair of talking eyes, Jordan paused. For 2 or 3 seconds, Jordanian was a little moved, and then he said, "Natasha, I seem to like you more and more. Do you want to see the big gun in my private collection?" The car was driving off guard. Natasha was stunned for an instant, and then gently added her lips, full of provocation. "Sheet." Clint was stunned, feeling that he was forcibly fed a bite of dog food, and said, "So I'm a bit redundant, right? Do you need me to open a room for you?" Joe Danny only noticed Clint and said with a surprised look, "Clint, why haven't you left yet?" "FK." Clint stared, unhappy. After Clint finally calmed down, Jordan said seriously, "Clint, thank you for telling me the real information. You are a good friend." Clint was still annoyed, and directly pointed out a middle finger, and said, "If you drink wine next time instead of eating ice cream, I will reluctantly accept your friendship. But you know, I still have a job after all, so I might not be able to help this time." Boom boom boom. However, just as Clint was about to say something more, several sudden grenades exploded, and the burst of fire instantly flooded a dining car not far from the three of them. At the same time, the huge shock wave also shook the three of Jordani away several meters away. Christmas Eve is not safe. Accompanied by cries and noise, a heavily armed team appeared at the entrance of the amusement park. The head of the team was John Smith wearing an adsorption mask. The mission target is 2 men and 1 woman. Don't let people run away. Free fire and lethal attacks are allowed. In the cold and slightly hideous command, the armed squad quickly entered the amusement park, formed a fan-shaped queue, and burst into the depths of the amusement park. An arrow passed silently through the chaotic crowd, shooting an armed enemy on the spot. In the shadow of a firelight in the distance, Hawkeye flashed and disappeared. Several armed enemies swiftly approached in a 3-3 formation, and surrounded the place where the Eagle Eye had disappeared. But just as these people approached the shadow, in the ruins next to him, Jordanian rushed out like a heavy truck suddenly launched, kneeling, 3 bursts, shooting, instant kicks, and random shots. A series of skills were activated instantly, killing several people immediately before other armed enemies not far away reacted, and then a leap, rushing into the chaos. At 4 o'clock, keep calm and be ready to fire at any time. Someone among the armed enemies soon roared, "Yu reading www.yu. The calm command team quickly pursued Jordan's figure. Surprise! The armed squad chased only more than 10 meters away. In a toy store halfway down the road, Natasha shot 2 people with double guns. Like a swift cheetah, she rapped one person down by inertia, then turned over and rolled into a car behind the catering truck turned over. Until this time, among the remaining members of the armed squad, a flat bomb with flashing red lights exploded. A standard 12-man special warfare team was killed by Jordan's 3 people in less than 2 minutes. John Smith in the distance raised his eyebrows and then sneered. "The firepower suppresses it, and you don't have to worry about casualties, and force them out. Snipers occupy the commanding heights, ready to kill the enemy at any time." Hydra acted very hard in itself, and under the command of John Smith, the entire armed team was even more brutal. In order to achieve its goal, it did not care about the lives of civilians in this amusement park. Da-da-da-da-da. Gunshots sounded like raindrops, and more than a dozen people's machine guns were in front of them, and the barrage resembled a violent storm, shooting in the direction where Jordan and the 3 disappeared. In an instant, more than 20 civilian tourists fell to the ground with casualties, crying and shouting in the entire amusement park. "FK, these beasts!" Behind a small Ferris wheel, Clint scolded with an ugly face, and attacked. While an arrow was shot, a bullet passed by Clint with a slight difference. There is a sniper. Me too. Was caught off guard, and the situation of Jordan's 3 people suddenly became critical. Chapter 47, Escape. According to the truth, the whereabouts of the 3 should not be revealed. Jordan and Natasha have been together these 2 days, either lightly or darkly, paying great attention to any disturbances around them. And the location of the attack was near Clint's eagle's nest. Needless to say, the information must be leaked from within SHIELD. But now is not the time to pay attention to this. In the face of this large-scale attack by John Smith, the situation of the 3 is too passive. Fire suppression, fixed-point sniper. The 3 of them are now almost trapped behind the pillars of the Ferris wheel. The armed members of the Hydra are steadily advancing and must find a way to break the game as soon as possible. Jordan took a glimpse of the battlefield through the reflection of a broken car glass, and immediately shouted at Natasha and Clint, "Help me cover." A moment or so. At this time, the trust between the 3 of them was almost raised to a terrifying level. Natasha and Clint almost didn't even think about it, and swiftly attacked the armed members on the left and right sides of Jordan, and forced them back. At the same time, Jordan slammed the iron pillar behind him, holding guns in both hands, and firing the adrenaline. The bullets were shot out by arc ballistics at extremely fast speeds. Quick reloading, shooting, arc ballistics, random shooting, super precision, 3 bursts. In less than 5 seconds, Jordan almost squandered his physical strength in a squeezing way. At the same time, Jordan also shot more than 30 bullets. Hey! Hey! After a round of forcible eruption, Jordanian quickly leaned against the iron pillar, and a layer of sweat oozes from his forehead. This kind of extreme burst shooting technique is not only a squeeze of physical strength, but also an overdraft of Jordan's observation and brain power. In this process, Jordan's knowing one-shot skills stolen from the Assassin Mutual Aid Society, in a passive way, greatly improved the gun feel and reduced a lot of calculations. Even so, Jordan felt dizzy while his whole body was soft. Fortunately, in doing this, the results that Jordan Danny has played are also extremely amazing. The gunshots from the periphery stopped abruptly, and a dozen firearms were all in the end. Very far, nearly 200 meters away, 2 snipers also lay down on the ground, blood flowing. This is almost the limit of Jordanian. A total of 17 enemies were killed on the spot, and more than 10 others were injured. Abnormal. At this time, Natasha and Clint naturally also discovered Jordan's condition. Clint spit out and flashed out quickly, and the arrow in his hand fell like raindrops. Did not shoot directly at the remaining personnel of the Hydra, but a way of layering on the ground. Boom! The arrow at the farthest point exploded in an instant, causing chaos in the Hydra queue that came up again. At the same time, Natasha had also taken this opportunity to come to Jordan's side. Seeing Jordan's sweaty and pale face, a flash of worry flashed in her eyes, and said, "How?" Joe Danny was supported by Natasha, with a wry smile on his face, and said, "I feel that both kidneys are overdrawn. I'm afraid I won't be able to send one in a short time." Natasha was speechless, but she was relieved. "I can still make jokes at this time." Boom boom boom. The arrow shot by Clint exploded again to block the enemy, and on the explosion arrow shot, there was a delay device that had been set. "Excuse me, both of you are talking about love, but I think it's better to retreat now. If you are hungry and thirsty, I will give you 2 personal safety bags later." Hydra's offense was temporarily suppressed, and Clint was also an individual talent. At this time, Natasha didn't care about quarreling with her. She wiped it from her waist, took out an injection, and pierced it directly into Jordan's chest. This is a quick-acting medicine that temporarily replenishes stamina. "How do you feel? How do you feel better?" "It feels like the kidneys are hot, I seem to be able to send another shot. After safety, I will pay for the room." "That's a deal." In the ridicule, Jordan really felt that after the medicine entered the body, his body began to become a little hot, and the remaining physical strength was forcibly gathered, and Natasha followed Clint, who opened the way, and escaped into the night outside the amusement park. The three of them ran wildly in the dark. And in the amusement park at this time, John Smith led the people through the layers of flames, and came to the place where the three of them had escaped, showing incomparable ferocity and anger on their faces. "Where are the people who are on the perimeter? Why let them run away?" After the big change in body shape, John Smith was extremely fierce, and his strange voice made people get goosebumps all over his body. "Sir, our members on the periphery were attacked by a group of gangs." The deputy commander who was next to John Smith was sweating. After being glared at by the other party, he trembled all over his body. www.readaloud.com. The voice trembled a little. Looking at the deputy next to him, John Smith sneered. "When did even the gang members in the underground world dare to attack Hydra? This excuse is so bad that it makes people laugh." Boom! John Smith slapped the head of the deputy with a punch without warning, his face full of brutality. Sweeping around, John Smith said coldly, "Send someone to chase, notify the upper side, let the Hungarian official block all traffic, send a police helicopter to search. Notify the Continental Hotel Council, let Guang Gronghui give me an account of what happened tonight. Tonight, even if I turn over the whole Budapest, I have to grasp the mission goal." The Hydra, which unleashes its energy with all its strength, is extremely terrifying. Among the senior officials of the Hungarian state, within half an hour, some parliamentarians held the Budapest police accountable, and even the Ministry of Defense began to block all traffic. The Glory Club, known as one of the giants of the underground world, killed 8 high-level officials that night. The underground world members of Budapest across Europe, including but not limited to gang members, were mobilized. It is difficult for Hydra to control a political power on the bright side, because during World War II, Hydra was already nailed to the pillar of the villain on the opposite side of mankind. But if you only use influence, especially in the European base camp, the power of Hydra is beyond doubt. And on the Danube at this time, a small boat that can only accommodate 3 or 5 people, at a steady and fast speed, entered a huge underground passage on a dark river. P.S. Thank you book friend Tangled Tofu for 100 tips. Chapter 48, Nobody and Safe. Joe Danny's breakthrough this time was indeed helped by a group of mysterious people. After escaping from the back of the amusement park, leaning on Clint's explosive arrow to blow up a wall and escape, the 3 people saw the dead body in one place and a mysterious person waiting outside the wall. Under the leadership of the mysterious person, the 3 Jordanians did not even touch a policeman on patrol. Went round and round, and came to the Danube. After entering the huge underground passage, the boat stopped, but it was surrounded by extremely smooth walls, and there was no place to dock. Just when Jordan and the 3 were slightly confused, there was a hum, and the river in the passage quickly dropped away. After a short while, the river dropped 3 meters, revealing a gate made of steel. With the opening of the steel gate, the lights lit up along the road, forming a deep passage. At the entrance of the passage, there was an old acquaintance who thought Jordan was standing. "Nobody, why are you?" The one who appeared in front of the Jordanian trio was Nobody, who had been pitted by Jordanian once among the CIA's Nowhere. During the battle to destroy the assassin Mutual Aid Society, John Smith was still under the hand of the one in front of him. Nobody still had an unruly smile on his face, and his hair was grey, and said, "Joe, isn't it okay to live in New York? Or did your conscience discover it, and come to Europe to give people away?" Natasha and Clint quickly met Jordan's eyes, and instantly became vigilant. Joe Danny stopped the 2 of them and went ashore very angrily. He was cheeky and was about to give Nobody a hug, but Nobody was suddenly pressed against him with a cold face. Joe Danny was not embarrassed, and said with a serious look, "Nobody, I can't blame me for things in New York. We have said that the collection of the Mutual Aid Association depends on means. By the way, I'm sorry about John. Nobody said with a cold face, staring at Jordan for a few seconds before speaking. In fact, we are also chasing John Smith's trail and discovered the battle in the amusement park tonight. Come on, our boss wants to see you. Joe Danny and the three of them followed, and Joe Danny was even more ignorant, saying, Nobody, aren't you the leader of your nowhere? Why is there a boss? Nobody's old face turned black, and he gave Jordan a death gaze without answering, just speeding up his pace. Soon came to the end of the passage, which was a T-shaped intersection. At this intersection, nobody stopped, ignoring Jordanian, but talking to Natasha and Clint. The two are the famous Black Widows and Hawkeye. Here we are. Chief Nick Fury is already waiting for you inside. Clint and Natasha both looked startled, and then glanced at Jordan without speaking or leaving. This makes Jordan a little touched. This kind of action by the two of them, in a sense, can be regarded as a vague determination and protest. There is no doubt that they are worried that after the two of them leave, the people in this mysterious base will have any disadvantage to Jordan. Nobody was obviously a little surprised. It seemed that Jordan Danny had already established a strong connection with Black Widow and Hawkeye in such a short period of time. As a person who has spent half his life in spies and secret service businesses, nobody understands the brilliance of this period best. You two don't need to worry, our boss just hopes to have a private chat with Mr. Jovovich, and Chief Nick Fury will explain it to you too. Nobody smiled at the two, but when he looked at Jordan, his face changed instantly. Joe Danny felt a little bit spit in his heart. This old thing looks so big, how can it be so small? He holds more grudges than Clint's stuff. But Jordan was not very worried, and nodded slightly to Natasha and Clint. A group of people scored 2 points, and Jordan quickly turned left and came to a room that looked extremely technological. The entire room is the size of a basketball court, and almost everywhere is covered with huge display screens. Lines of seemingly complicated lines connect dozens of computers. It can be seen that this place should not be completely completed. Just when Jordan was a little dazed, a woman with blonde hair emerged from a row of screens and greeted Jordan. Hey, boy, come and help. The blonde woman wants to install something behind the monitor. Jordan just glanced at the other's amazingly beautiful face, and then ran over. What does the beauty need me to do? Help me recommend this monitor. No problem. This is a giant screen the size of a blackboard, with the help of a booster, but a normal person, even a strong man who has reached the limit of the human body, may not be able to lift it alone. But for Jordan, this is very difficult, but it is still within the tolerance range. For more than 10 minutes, just when Jordan blushed and his neck was thick and almost unable to hold it, the blonde woman finally bent over from behind the screen. With a startled glance, under the delicate collarbone of the blonde beauty, Jordan saw a touch of whiteness. In a short time, Jordan, who was a little exhausted, actually raised the screen higher again. Immediately afterwards, Jordan and the blonde girl worked together to return the screen to its place. The blonde girl took off her gloves, revealing a pair of white and boneless hands, and stretched out towards Joe Danny. Get to know, you can call me Saifu. Jordani Jovovich. There is no doubt that this is a very delicate woman, with her blonde hair trimmed into small braids, tied into a high ponytail. Not even a single piece of broken hair can be seen. Even if he works in this huge unfinished room, he wears delicate gloves. Before the contact, the blonde beauty behaved very friendly, the behavior of greet Jordanian for help at will, wantonly and polite. But at this moment, the solemn contact, the exquisiteness that the other party showed, is a more powerful and domineering temperament. Friendly rather than polite, exquisite and domineering. Just a short contact, the blonde woman has given Jordan a very deep impression, like a natural queen. www.readaloud.com. Regarding Jordan's surprise, the blonde woman didn't care, her eyes were extremely calm and said, speaking of which, I should thank you. In Nowhere, Nobody and I were originally competitors. The defeat in New York helped me become the master of Nowhere. As you know, nobody is an idiot. If the competition fails, I am ready to resign and find another way out. Joe Danny finally understood why at this meeting, nobody had an attitude of not having a face and a nose, not a nose. Then Jordan laughed unceremoniously, and said, "Sapphire, right? Really, you are too polite. What do you say about agreeing with me? I'm not that kind of person. Why don't we hurry up?" Saifu. Xiao Dani was slightly dazed, and said, doesn't it mean that? I thought you and I met alone for. Saifu, put your clothes on and talk, don't be stinky and shameless. Joe Danny was embarrassed, and said, I have no other intentions, but you take the initiative to invite. If I don't take off my clothes, it seems I don't respect you. Saifu didn't say anything, and pulled out a loaded M1911 directly from behind his waist. P.S. Thank you book friend Feng Ling Yusheng for your 500 rewards, thank your book friend One Leaf Zero Green Grass for your 100 rewards, and thank your book friend Autumn MT Dump Truck for your 100 rewards. Thank you for your support from every book friend in the past week. Adding a chapter, it can be regarded as the beginning of a new week. Please continue to support sincerity. In the main text of the return, Saifu, from Fast and Furious 8, this role film does not explain the origin, so it is added based on the principle of others not giving, and self-sufficient. Finally, I again ask for your support. Chapter 49, Earth Security and Defense Inspectorate. The blonde girl Pai Saifu's aura is too strong, and Jordan has no choice but to rely on spoofing to ensure that the conversation will not fall into the rhythm of the other party. Jordan did not believe that Saifu would really thank himself for the New York Mutual Aid Association. In any case, the CIA is a whole. Although nobody's defeat gave Saifu a chance to take the upper hand, but there is no doubt that the defeat of New York is still a shame to nowhere as a whole. Otherwise, after Saifu took over, he would not keep chasing John Smith. Seeing Saifu's anger, Jordanian quickly started earnestly and said, Sapphire, I believe you must have very detailed information in your hand. Then you should know that I am a very honest person. We are still open the skylight and talk brightly. I really don't like things like routines. Man, open your eyes and speak nonsense without blushing. Saifu put the gun on the side table, faced Jordan, and said, Cooperation. I like direct and honest people, so I want to talk to you about a cooperation. Woman, do you know the hypocrisy? Joe Danny was cautious and said, Cooperating with the CIA, I'm afraid that if I cooperate with the front foot, you will be sent to prison to pick up soap on the back foot. Jordan did not leave, nor refused directly, which means that Jordan does not reject cooperation with the CIA. Saifu's makeup is exquisite, and his azure blue eyes have a sense of fearless sharpness. He stares directly at Jordanian and said, The basis of cooperation is win-win. In order to achieve the cooperation between our two sides, a plan to infiltrate the Strack Castle has been made. After hearing Saifu's words, Jordan's pupils contracted for a moment, and the flamboyant temperament on his body quickly converged. Strack Castle, where Petro and Wanda joined. Xiao Dani calmed down and said, Let's talk about it, what do you want? Saifu blinked his eyes, seemingly a little contemptuous, and said, Mr. Jovovich, you need to know that cooperation and trading are two different things. I don't want to get anything from you, but you need to take it out. It comes from my sincerity and cost. Just yesterday, a legend once known as the King of Secret Agents found me, and he recommended you to me. Jordan Danny can probably guess who the other party said the King of Agents is, and in all likelihood, it is the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury. But Jordan really couldn't think of why the two giants, SHIELD and CIA, would pay attention to himself. Saifu seemed to be aware of Jordan's doubts, and did not hide it, and said directly, It's because of the Hydra, you opened the corner of the Hydra from the darkness. We provide intelligence, goals, funds, and even huge rewards. You take the lead. Whether it is acting alone or building a team, in short, it is up to you to remove the tentacles exposed in the Hydra. Joe Danny frowned and said, with the power of the CIA and SHIELD, you shouldn't need a small person like me to do these things, right? Sifo said frankly and directly, no matter whether it is the CIA or SHIELD, it is no longer safe within the system. We need an outsider to act as a sharp blade and at the same time as a decoy. There is no doubt that Sifo's intentions are already very obvious. Regardless of whether it is Sifo in front of him or Nick Fury, there are enough doubts about their respective systems. Picks out an outsider to set up an outside enemy for Hydra. Can be used to cut off the tentacles of the Hydra, and it can also be used as a bait to draw the snake out of the hole, attracting the respective organizations, and even the high-level Hydra from all parties in the world. Jordan himself is a killer in the underground world. He is strong, and he can't be better as a sharp blade. And after a series of troubles by Jordan, he naturally stood on the opposite side of the Hydra. As long as he continued to engage in trouble against the Hydra, sooner or later, more and more Hydra tentacles, even snake heads, would be drawn out. This is indeed a cooperation, not a transaction. Because this is a mutually beneficial thing for Jordan, the CIA, and SHIELD, and Hydra continues, and the cooperation can continue. Of course, the premise is that Jordan can withstand the counterattack of Hydra. Money, intelligence, official asylum, what Jordan needs, the CIA and SHIELD, all can provide. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s home game is in the United States, and the CIA's home game is outside the United States. The of the two major forces is enough to make Jordanian unimpeded all over the world, and no longer have to live the killer life of hiding. The key is that these two forces only support in secret, and Jordan's identity in the underground world will also not be destroyed. Black and white take all, this is pretty awesome. This matter can be done. Jordan made a decision quickly in his heart, but still maintained the initial calm on his face, saying, this thing can be done, but it must be absolutely safe and not be infiltrated by Hydra. About the amusement park tonight, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com must know the inside story too. Joe Danny said that it was the leak of information from the S.H.I.E.L.D. side that caused the three people to be surrounded by Hydra. Sifo finally laughed and said, so this time cooperation will not be recorded in the CIA, S.H.I.E.L.D., or any other official organization files. There will be a sufficiently powerful, wealthy, and secret organization. In this world, the Earth Security Defense and Supervision Bureau, and I call it the Sky Eye Project. Jordan nodded thoughtfully, and then said, I heard that the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury, is also in the base. It's a big deal. Jordanian must figure out all the things and details. Yes, I am here. Just when Jordan finished asking this question, a tall, one-eyed bald man in a black trench coat with Natasha and Clint appeared in the room. Is completely different from Sifo's exquisite and domineering. Nick Fury's body exudes strong, shrewd, savage, mysterious, and other aura all the time, mixing together to form a weird and powerful temperament. If Sifo is a natural queen in a civilized city, then Nick Fury is the opposite, a hidden overlord in the jungle world. Is also the top predator in the secret agent world. Sifo is the kind of control who can arrange people orderly by order and plan, while Nick Fury is full of mystery, so you can never see the deterrent. On Sifo's body, Jordanian can still see the ambition that can be seen by the naked eye, the desire to control everything. But on Nick Fury, Jordan could only see a fog, and the ubiquitous vigilance and guard. Chapter 50, Nick Fury. In a sense, the CIA is the old club of Nick Fury. It was Nick Fury who achieved the title of King of Agents in the CIA, and then he was picked up by the previous director of SHIELD, Alexander Pierce, and transferred to SHIELD. After Jordanian passed Clint and passed the Hydra news to SHIELD, Nick Fury immediately became vigilant. This time news of the meeting of Jordan, Natasha, and Clint leaked. In fact, Nick Fury deliberately indulged, and scattered Clint's Eagle's Nest address in Budapest in the SHIELDELD, and some people couldn't wait to jump out and bite. In this situation, Nick Fury gave birth to a very serious anxiety and fear. Clint is a level 6 agent that Nick Fury personally recruited and authorized. Even if Nick Fury didn't deliberately keep it secret, this level of information is not accessible to low-level agents. And how many Hydras are among the middle and senior agents? Without notifying anyone, Nick Fury mysteriously appeared in Budapest. He did not choose to contact Clint and went straight to a secret base of his former club. Before the arrival of Jordan and the others, Nick Fury had already discussed with the new boss in the Land of Ignorance for a long time. It just so happens that the newly appointed boss, Saifu, in the Land of Ignorance, is also an ambitious man. Through his own means, he is secretly preparing a Sky-Eye plan to monitor everything through an electronic program and using global network cameras. This coincides with Nick Fury's thinking. After a long discussion between the two, Nick Fury finally entered the funds, and Saifu was fully organized, and the two sides decided to establish a brand new global organization. The Sky-Eye plan to monitor the world and clean up the exposed elements of Hydra is only the first step. From the global forces such as SHIELD, CIA, MI6, KGB, FBI, and Red Room, the two sides jointly reviewed and absorbed talents to establish a brand new intelligence organization. If you come this way, you will get paid. The newly established organization of Nick Fury and Saifu can use the tiger skins of SHIELD and CIA to get rid of being parasitized by Hydra and grow rapidly at the same time. In the initial vision of this organization, there are two combat forces. One is the absolutely loyal Special Forces personnel who have absorbed and cultivated themselves, such as Hawkeye and Nobody. The other is to rely on analysis and comparison, external absorption of special personnel, sharing intelligence, independent operation, in-depth cooperation, and even further incorporation after the credibility is confirmed in the future, which has more room for operation. The appearance of Jordanian and Natasha is the best experiment for such non-staff collaborators. Joe Danny temporarily returned to the CIA's Nowhere to cooperate with the Saifu side, while Natasha returned to the SHIELD Nick Fury side to test and absorb. Wait until the structure of the Earth Security Defense and Inspectorate is completed, and then the merger will proceed. This is also the reason why Jordan and Natasha talked separately after entering this secret base. Now that the two sides have basically reached an agreement, Nick Fury stepped on the opportunity to come to Jordan. Like a powerful predator who has secretly observed Jordanian for a long time, Nick Fury's gaze is much fierce to the game, and with a deep look, he said, "You want to see me?" In one sentence, Nick Fury's strength is undoubtedly obvious. Xiao Danny was upset, his face suddenly showed a dazed look, and he was surprised. Who? Who is talking? Nick Fury narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous aura. Jordan is ready to go, and there is also a kind of sturdy and incomparable momentum to oppose it. A moment of silence in the field is the same as the preemption and preemption in the negotiation field. Whoever loses his breath first will fall into a disadvantage. Although the final result is not necessarily, but the momentum cannot be lowered. After a long time, Nick Fury said, "I still have a lot of things to deal with. If you don't want to say why you want to meet with me, I will leave first." In the last sentence, Nick Fury said to Saifu, "Anyway, this is also Saifu's site." Joe Danny looked surprised and said, "So you are here? Sorry, the light is too dim, I didn't see you just now." For a moment, there was a dead silence in the room. There was a smile on Saifu's face, Clint's eyes widened, and Natasha couldn't help but didn't laugh. Joe Danny's raps, all three have experienced it. Nick Fury's black face became darker, and said coldly, "Is this racial discrimination? Or are you very hostile to me? This is a subtle threat and intimidation." Jordani sneered and said, "Before you say this, think about why Clint's secret safe house was exposed? Or, you just want to borrow Hydra's hand to get rid of me? Some of them Jordan's counterattack was even sharper. If you dare to threaten me, I will directly provoke the discord and instigate your generals. After Natasha heard Jordan's words, her brows frowned slightly, but Clint became more direct, turning her head to look at Nick Fury. But Nick Fury didn't panic. Reading www.uyugonshu.com didn't even look at Clint and Natasha. He stared at Jordanian coldly, and said, "How do you think the person who meets you came out?" "Yes? Something unexpected, someone will rush in to help you out. In fact, you did a good job, and SHIELD has uncovered some Hydra spies for this reason." Only Nick Fury can speak so confidently about using others as bait fishing. As for Jordanian, he doesn't care if he is used by others. The key is whether he can get enough benefits from it. The temptation on both sides ended, and the feeling of tit-for-tat gradually disappeared. Nick Fury took a very cautious look at Jordan and said, "You are deliberately trying to contact me through Clint. What do you want to get?" Of course, SHIELD and Hydra were torn apart, causing trouble. Jordan did not expect that. Through Clint's mouth, he had heard the news of Hydra, but Nick Fury noticed him. But is it too hurtful to say this? After thinking about it, Jordan still decided to tell it frankly. "In fact, I didn't want to contact you. It's just that the situation was critical and Clint was so honest. I just said something casually and prepared to give Hydra it's just a little trouble." Joe Danny said it very tactfully, but everyone present could hear the meaning of disaster. Clint glared at Joe Danny immediately. "I was so small and transparent, and he was still being used by you, and your conscience was eaten by the dog." Nick Fury obviously didn't fully believe Jordan's words, but when he saw that he couldn't ask anything, he didn't ask more. It was just that the guard against Jordanian in his heart became deeper. Chapter 51, Separately with Ghost Flights. Everyone has their own secrets. Even the boss can't ask his subordinates to tell their private secrets. What's more, the relationship between Jordan and Nick Fury can only barely be regarded as a cooperative relationship. Not much intelligence and information can be obtained here, and Nick Fury left soon. After all, the problems just exposed in SHIELD still need to be solved by Nick Fury. Natasha and Clint stayed behind. Regarding Natasha, in the news given by SHIELD, the Russian Red Room sent Natasha's senior sisters to hunt down, and there were more than one. Whoever can hunt Natasha will become a new one, the term Black Widow. As for John Smith, technically speaking, he is not a Russian person, and the Russian seniors may not know it. Nick Fury left a suspended animation plan for Natasha, ready to help her get out of trouble completely. Mysterious disappearance is okay, but Natasha's own information will inevitably continue to be on the wanted lists of major intelligence agencies, which will have a great impact on her future actions. Maybe she will have to use a knife in her face to see people. Feign death is much more convenient. After getting out, SHIELD can also use official power to erase Natasha's information from the major intelligence agencies. After a period of silence, it will be clear and clear. As for Clint, it was Nick Fury who stayed and helped Natasha implement the suspended animation plan. The CIA has a great influence in Europe, and nobody was sent from nowhere to participate in Natasha's escape plan, such as using official power to suppress the incomparable momentum of Hydra. Unscrupulous people like John Smith converged. For this reason, S.H.I.E.L.D. will share the information obtained from Natasha in the Sky Eye organization. Originally, Jordanian was also going to help Natasha's escape plan, but in order to express his sincerity in cooperation with Jordanian, Saifu prepared a plan for Jordanian to save his younger brother and sister. Jordan was a bit urgent, and Natasha's escape plan was quite complete, and the two sides separated. "Natasha, sorry for not being able to help you." "No, Joe, you have been there when I needed it most. I should thank you for it. Why don't we have a shot separately? My kidney is already healed." "Boy! The future is still very long, we have many opportunities, but not now, we all have more important things." Jordan always has cramps from time to time, 2 of the 3 sentences are driving. And Natasha is even more of a fairy, never rejecting Jordan's invitation, but never giving Jordan a chance to succeed. After all, the 2 of them hugged, and Natasha left a kiss or miss to Jordan. After bidding farewell to Natasha, it was Clint. Compared to Natasha's good face, Clint is darker, and he is still complaining about Jordan's use of his own affairs. Joe Danny was cheeky, and hammered Clint in the chest, and said, "Clint, next time we meet, maybe it will be a colleague, so be happy." Clint was cold for a moment, then smiled freely, and also hammered Jordan's chest, and said, "Remember to practice more with your body. Next time, don't shoot a few pistols casually. The kidneys will be weak." Joe Danny. "This must not be real, Clint, your coldness, your seriousness, don't think I can't hear the puns." The 2 looked at each other, then laughed at the same time and said each other's part. In just a few days in Budapest, although Jordan's plan to save his younger siblings ultimately failed, being able to become friends with Natasha and Clint is not without any gain. After secretly leaving from the underground base, Jordanian looked at Saifu, who was born as a Queen fan. "The Sky Eye organization just built, are you sure you just leave it alone? Have I said that there is the Sky Eye organization? It is just a branch of the Sky Eye organization's global base, not to mention that nobody will take it with him for a while in Budapest. Saifu, this woman, is so exquisite and amazingly beautiful. Every time Joe Danny makes eye contact with each other, there is almost an urge to fall for it. This is also a woman who is very good at using her own charm, but it is different from Natasha's way of using it. Natasha uses more of men, but Saifu wants control." Along the way, Jordan didn't get too anxious to ask Saifu's plan. He was more thinking about why the other party valued himself so much. To put it bluntly, he is just a killer, and at best he has a good combat power. Saifu controls the entire nowhere, and even co-founded the Sky Eye organization with Nick Fury, which is about to begin development. There is no reason for such a big boss to do it himself and help himself to save his younger siblings. The so-called cooperation, this excuse simply doesn't hold up until one's own strength has grown. The cruise ship came ashore, and there were vehicles waiting long ago. Before getting into the car, Saifu seemed to see Jordan's thoughts, as cold as always, not emotional, and said, "Don't think too much, anyway, this time I am going to rescue your family, right?" Joe Danny's eyes lighted up, and he was relieved. www.readaloud.com. Yes, anyway, as long as Pirat and Wanda are rescued and shot yourself, what's terrible? Joe Danny suddenly raised Saifu in front of him more beautifully, and suddenly smiled, "Sapphire, I advise you not to have any unruly thoughts about me. We are only cooperating, and I am not selling myself. I, Jordani Jovovich, I am proud and never sell my soul. The Kate Jones incident was just an accident." Saifu is speechless, and getting along with this kind of guy feels very tired. The 2 got in the car, speechless all the way. After a while, Jordan couldn't help but said, "If you really want it, in a humanitarian spirit, it's actually not impossible to negotiate." "Saifu, shut up." Jordan smirked, paused for a while and said, "How do we leave Budapest?" Rarely serious, Saifu came out with a hint of pride, and said, "Have you heard of ghost flights? Use satellites to monitor radars and electronic scans around the world, and through calculations, we can get blind spots and gaps. We can go anytime, anywhere, silently. Appeared anywhere in the world. Is different from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aerospace mothership and Kun-style fighters. SHIELD relies on the huge influence of the World Security Council behind it, and the global authorization allows it to enter and exit the airspace at will, but it can also be monitored. But the ghost flight that Saifu said is absolutely secret." Jordan doesn't understand very much, but looking at Saifu's expression, one can also guess that this is not a great technique. P.S. Thank you book friend Clean and Go for 500 tips. Thank book friend End of Season for 100 tips. Thank book friend for 100 tips. Chapter 52, Confrontation with Saifu. The CIA is far less wealthy than S.H.I.E.L.D., and what kind of Sky mothership program is being pursued? But as a leader of a department, whether it is Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Saifu of Nowhere, they are all money-making experts. Nick Fury obtained a large amount of dollars from the Security Council to build safe houses and secret bases all over the world. Saifu took a different approach and converted the money he obtained into a super passenger plane, which flew in the air around the clock, making it even more fascinating. The landing plane relies on low-altitude manned aircraft, and the departure from the plane relies on parachuting. Meticulous is indeed meticulous, but it is a little troublesome. After getting on the plane, Jordan followed Saifu to a modification lounge, and then Jordan asked the question he had been holding back for a long time, and said, "Now you can tell me, do you have any plans?" In his nest, Saifu has a touch of homely temperament when he is outside. Seeing Jordan's eagerness, Saifu showed a satisfied look and said, "We go to the Eastern European Roma training camp and enter the castle of Baron Strack. We need someone to lead the way." Roma training camp, Jordan's birthplace, the second hometown deep in my heart. Hearing this name, Jordan's expression became more serious, even a little annoyed. In fact, if it weren't for the special nature of the Roma training camp for Jordan, Jordan didn't need any external help at all. He could have gone in long ago and brought Pirat and Wanda out. 8 years of life and brainwashing, Jordan had already accepted his identity as a gypsy. Shot on his own people, Jordan can't do it. Saifu seemed to have guessed Jordan's thoughts a long time ago, and said calmly and provocatively, "Are you really familiar with the Roma training camp?" "Pilot and Wanda, right, Giongo Maximo husband's children, your savior, you don't really think that they joined Straker Castle voluntarily, do you?" Joe Danny's eyes narrowed slightly, and an extremely dangerous aura began to emerge from his body. Saifu's words have the meaning of bewitching. But the credibility of it is beyond doubt. Before, Jordanian didn't know the existence of Hydra. When the troubles get more and more, the traces and feet of the Hydra exposed become more and more obvious. In fact, Jordan had already guessed in his heart, but he was unwilling to think about that. Until now, what Jordan didn't want to face deep down in his heart was revealed by Saifu. Jordan had to face the fact that the Roma training camp, Leviathan, the Russian high-level Hydra, and Baron Strack, the connection between them is too obvious. Jordan struggled, but Saifu's words continued. "We already have enough definite evidence in our hands. The Roma training camp is based on the name of being placed under Leviathan. Every year, a large number of people are deployed and arranged in various places in the underground world, but in fact, a lot of this is involved. The number of manpower, all secrets disappeared. Now we have enough definite evidence to show that the Roma training camp is a training camp where Hydra is parasitic in Leviathan, and it is even a candidate for various biological research human experiments. Struck Castle is heavily guarded. Your younger brothers and sisters were secretly sent to Straker Castle in the second month after you left the Roma training camp. They are just ordinary ones in the Roma training camp. People, being sent away, the only possibility is the human body modification experiment." Boom! Just as Saifu was chatting, a vein burst out on Jordan's forehead, and he slammed his punch through the table between the two, staring at Saifu like a tiger who chose to eat. There was a mocking smile on Saifu's face, and he leaned forward slightly. There was only a slight difference between him and Jordan. "So what are you looking forward to, hometown? Clan? Family? Or a joke? You are a killer. These things will only become your weakness. Once you have a weakness, your gun will slow down and become weak. Emotion is just a subjective response of the human brain to the value characteristics of things." Saifu's bewitching sound stopped abruptly. A pair of azure blue eyes were extremely clear, but in a very short time, countless emotions flashed out, and finally returned to peace. The two separated their lips, and Saifo looked at Jordanian quietly, as if there were no fluctuations. Saifo just looked at Chiaodani quietly and said, "Because of what? Anger? Or is it impulsive, revenge?" After kissing, Jordan actually calmed down. "This time I really lost the passive skill in the system panel, the ancient will. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's not going to fall into the hands of Saifo, this little girl." Jordani is still not sure what Safer's final plan is, but he has already seen some of the characteristics of Safer. Underneath its glamour and exquisiteness, it is an extreme suppression of emotions and compulsory reason. He smiled, and Jordan said, "It's not as serious as you said, but it's too close, and I can't help it." Saifo was seemingly indifferent, but he took a deep breath and said, "So how does it feel?" Chiaodani looked serious and said, "It is soft and cool, with a glutinous feeling, and I can feel that your heartbeat has accelerated just now." www.readaloud.com. Saifo felt that he could not suppress his anger, said coldly, "Then can you remove your hand now?" Jordani looked surprised. He withdrew his hand on the opponent's chest, a little embarrassed. "You may not believe it, sometimes I can't control my hand." Saifo continued to take a deep breath, and said, "Then can we continue talking about business?" Jordani laughed and said, "I remember well, how business should help me save my family, instead of letting me abandon my feelings and be turned into a machine. Your hypnotism is quite powerful." The scene was silent, and the two of them looked at each other. At the end, Saifo looked like a okay person, took out a miniature headset, and said, "You should prepare it, and you will be over the Camp Roma immediately. Take this, and I will show you the way." Chiaodani smiled and said, "I know Camp Roma better than you just need to say who the target person is." Saifo spoke, stared at Jordanian, and said, "Ulysses Crow, this is an international arms dealer that the CIA has been tracking all the year round. Sometimes, he will do some part-time human trafficking jobs. I have received information that Ulysses Crow will appear at the Roma training camp today. If he is caught, he can help you enter the Strak castle." This person's name is familiar to Jordan, but that's all. Since the Roma training camp was revealed by Saifo, Jordan finally had to face this fact and situation. Just a moment of silence, Jordan looked at Saifo, and said, "I need a gun, a lot of guns and ammunition." Saifo smiled at the corner of his mouth, and said, "I have some private collections, maybe you need them." Chapter 53, Roma Training Camp. Roma Training Camp is an ordinary gypsy wandering camp in the eyes of ordinary people. Such scenes can be seen in many places in Europe. At most, the wandering camp is a little bigger. But Jordanian, who came from the Roma Training Camp, knows best how dangerous it is in this camp. If needed, the Roma Training Camp with a population of more than 30,000 can gather an army of more than 12,000 at any time. Is just a killer who came out of death training like Jordani, and there are at least nearly 1,000 people. Behind the Roma camp, Leviathan, the high-level Russians, and the incomparably hidden Hydra all have a lot of interests mixed in them. The deal between Ulysses Crow and Camp Roma is directly connected to the Supreme Counselor of Camp Roma. There is the most heavily guarded place in the entire Roma camp. Faced with his former club, Jordan naturally did not dare to underestimate him. 2 special revolvers are stuffed into the holster under the arm. These are the weapons that Jordan used to attack when encountering strong enemies, and they are also the most proficient weapon. 2 Soviet-made Tokarev pistols hang upside down. This weapon is the easiest to find supplies in the Roma camp. 2 Glock 17 pistols are hung on the outside of the thighs, with extended magazines and micro-injection rate of fire, which can help Jordan to suppress fire when necessary. An M1911 is hung on the chest of the CIA special body armor, which is used for temporary repair. A pocket-sized HPK-7 pistol is tucked into the trousers under the feet, which is used to prevent accidents. 18 various types of magazines are all over the waist. This time Jordan Danny did not wear the usual suit-style body armor, but a standard special team appearance. Everything is practical, fast, almost armed to the teeth. In addition, a SG-550 assault rifle, a Remington shotgun, a remote-controlled M137 green machine gun, Gatling, and a number of grenades. These things will be dropped into a wasteland 3 kilometers away from Camp Roma by airdrop. On the ghost flight, no matter how sensible and calm, Saifa could not help showing a shocked look after seeing the preparations selected by Jordanian. "Mr. Jovovich, are you going to fight a war?" It's not to blame Saifa's surprise, so many weapons can almost be regarded as the reserves of a miniature arsenal. Joe Danny gave a wry smile and said, "Perhaps it is more tragic than the war. You won't understand the meaning of the word home to gypsies. For a gypsy camp, there will never be words such as intrusion and infiltration. Want to enter the camp of the gypsies, either to offer friendship or to offer war, and nothing else." Saifa really couldn't understand the thinking of the gypsies. For the first time, he felt that things seemed to be beyond the scope of his plan. In Sever's plan, this time the action was to hypnotize Jordanian to subdue Jordan, sneak into the Roma camp and capture the international arms dealer Ulysses Crow. Not only can he reap a general, he can also cut off one of the tentacles of the Hydra, and when he brings Ulysses Crow back to the CIA, he can finally get himself from the CIA headquarters and gain another layer of benefits. The plan of several birds with one stone, from the time I met Jordanian, did not seem to go smoothly. Hypnotism is about to succeed, but the opponent suddenly breaks away. This doesn't matter. In the future, there will be opportunities to subdue the opponent. And the plan to capture Ulysses Crow has already been worked out. What about this guy? He wants a war on this tense territory in Eastern Europe. Yo Shao! How could I be fooled by Nick Fury? This Jordan Jovovich, what a super booster, is clearly a thorn. The king of agents is the king of agents, and calculations are everywhere. Saifa was a little frustrated, but there was no need to stop Jordan, although in Budapest, through the power of Hydra, he analyzed and evaluated Jordan's combat power. But it is not impossible to come to a fierce battle for a second evaluation. As for failure, does it have anything to do with his self? A scumbag like Jordan, it would be better to die. The ghost flight will stay in this airspace for 24 hours. If you can't return to the designated pickup location tomorrow night, it will not wait for you. Oh, woman, just took advantage of me, is it ruthless to turn my face? Saifa forcibly resisted the urge to kill Jordan, and blankly photographed a button on the tail belly of the cabin. Parcel number 1 has been delivered. After 5 seconds, parcel number 2 will be delivered. 54321. Joe Danny jumped down from a height of 10,000 meters. Even with an adsorbed oxygen mask and flight helmet, he could still hear the roar of wind like a dragon. 10,000 meter skydiving is a form of air penetration by many special forces in wartime. In order to avoid being detected by the enemy, the landing place is often several kilometers away, or even tens of kilometers away, and the umbrella is opened at a height of 100 meters, which is extremely dangerous. The landing place is 7.8 kilometers northwest of Camp Rom, which belongs to the Jungle Mountain area. Different from the small gypsies' stray camps, the Roman camp is the largest gypsies' stray camp in Eastern Europe, and it usually migrates once every 3 to 5 years. 2 years before Jordan went to New York, Camp Roma had just migrated. It has only been more than a year since Jordanian left, and Camp Roma is still in the environment that Jordanian is familiar with. There is not much nostalgia. The 24-hour mission time is very tight. Jordan quickly faded away the parachute and aerial equipment from his body, but just discerned the direction, and quickly followed the guide on the wrist to the airdrop equipment box. Wherever you are. 2 hours later, in the outer jungle resembling a bustling town. Reading www.uugonshu.com. Jordan, carrying a huge weapon and equipment box, looked towards the familiar and unfamiliar camp. Different from ordinary gypsy wandering camps, the Roma camp at the moment is more like a besieged city piled up by cars, carriages, tents, and other means of transportation. Among these peripheral vehicles like city walls, each one is a family. Clan people are stationed in the city walls, and the camps are mostly open areas. Unless they can fly, no matter how powerful a sneak master is, there is no possibility of sneaking in secretly in this environment. After entering this world and confessing his fate, Jordan had truly regarded himself as a part of this place. In a sense, here are all my own people. But now, this original hometown in Jordan's heart has become a huge prison in his eyes, more like a scam. Is named after the largest gypsies' camp, and constantly attracts gypsies into it. Then subtly indoctrinated, brainwashed, cultivated groups of killing machines, and even sold people out secretly like pigs. Another seemingly beautiful lie was punctured. From now on, I may no longer have any clansmen, and only a few relatives and friends are left. P.S. Thank you book friend Death Honor for your 2000 rewards, thank you book friend Lilyheart for your 100 rewards. Actually, I have seen a lot of discussions on the issue of strength development, and I have been panicked a long time ago, but when I said it, it was spoiled. It was boring. Anyway, there will be signs in these 2 days, so everyone will continue guess it. Hehe. At the end, please ask for votes. Chapter 54, Scream. Rom Camp is Jordan's second hometown. Even after leaving for more than a year, after returning to the camp, he quickly regained the familiarity. Large-scale gypsies wandering camp. Because of the extremely heavy family concept, most of the camps are plum blossom shaped and are divided into groups. In such a camp, not only is it not easy to be sneaked in, but once a riot occurs, it can quickly gather a large-scale combat force. After Jordan arrived near Camp Roma, he did not immediately attack the camp. At the foot of Eula Mountain near the east side of Camp Roma, Jordan quickly assembled the remote-controlled Gatling battle base and planted several broadsword mines in the nearby mountains. This is the first line of retreat that Jordan set up. Entered the mountains and forests and used the methods he had learned in the killer camp to set up large-scale traps and act as a second line of defense for retreat. When the arrangement was completed, Jordan had circled a full hundreds of meters away, taking advantage of the darkness, and approached the wall formed by the arrangement of large vehicles. Vehicles are vehicles after all, not real city walls. Gilyalu. A total of 7 or 8 melons with the insurance removed rolled along the bottom of the car and were stuffed into the camp. Immediately afterwards, Jordan Danny ran towards the surrounding for more than 100 meters without looking back. It was only then that huge explosions sounded loudly. The burst of fire burst into the sky, and a full 4 or 5 vehicles were blown up. Throughout the Roma camp, many people close to the explosion site quickly gathered. Even the people hundreds of meters away, walked out of their homes one after another, looking towards the explosion site. The sound of hit the west, waiting for a full 5 minutes. There was chaos in the camp. Jordan, just then suddenly turned over and jumped into the camp from the top of a tall vehicle. At this time, people within a range of hundreds of meters have all gathered towards the explosion site. Joe Danny was lucky. After entering the camp, he didn't encounter any people hanging out. He just discerned the direction and headed towards the death training camp. In more than a year, the Roma camp has not changed much. Rushing along the road for hundreds of meters, Jordan only relied on physical skills to put more than a dozen people, and it did not cause much movement. For these ordinary people in and out of the camp, Jordanian didn't want to kill too much. But sometimes, there is always something involuntary. Xiao Dani didn't even think that when he had just entered the Roma camp less than a kilometer away, he would actually meet his acquaintances in the camp. Is a hidden pile bunker near the death training camp. Joe Danny turned over and sneaked in. A strangling technique grabbed the neck of the man at the door, kicked it out, and hit the other person's throat, slamming it against the wall. Sergei? Ivan. The two guards in the hidden pile bunker were two of Jordan's training camps during the same period. Can't be said to be a friend. There was even a bit of hostility and rivalry at one time, but at least this is the person that Jordan had walked together from death training for several years. Jordani? Did you do the explosion just now? Do you want to take Pilot and Wanda? Jordan still kept suppressing the two of them, but Sergei and Ivan had strangeness, vigilance, and strong hostility on their faces. There was a moment of silence between the three. Jordani hesitated a little, and said, "Don't play tricks, I promise you won't hurt your lives and your family, I just want to take away the people I want." Pilot and Wanda are no longer in the camp. Sergei and Ivan are the secret pile guards near the death training camp. It is impossible not to know the news. The two must have ideas. But Jordanian doesn't care. As long as the two don't resist, Jordanian doesn't want to kill them. However, Sergei, who was in control of Jordani's hands, didn't think so. Taking advantage of the moment when Jordani hesitated, his hands wrapped around Jordan's arm, making it unable to exert force, and then he slammed into the ground. Kick towards Jordan's waist. Wrestling skills and judo skills, use the strength of the body to suppress the enemy's strength, and then use the ground skills to lock and kill. This is Jordan's once incomparably deep memory. You are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Sergei thought he could use his wrestling skills to overturn Jordan, but Jordan's strength has improved a lot more than it was more than a year ago. The muscles of both arms were exerting force, and Jordan's arm collapsed like a boa constrictor. Before the technique was activated, Sergei had his neck broken directly by Jordan Nile and his head tilted to the side. Among the hidden bunker, only Jordan and Ivan are left. Ivan was put his feet on his throat by Jordani, his face turned purple, watching Sergei fall to the ground and die, but a crazy smile appeared on his face. Jordani, you don't even know who you are against. In this Roman camp, you will never get what you want. What you do today will bring your family 10 times, 100 times the suffering. What Ivan said was Pilot and Wanda. Unfortunately, Ivan didn't know that the purpose of Jordan's visit this time was Ulysses Crow. Hydra, long live! The more Ivan said, the more unhappy Jordanian was, and the greater the strength on his feet. But when Jordan was about to smash the opponent's throat directly, Ivan's purple cyan face suddenly showed a touch of excitement, his hands spread out, and a small melon fell to the ground. Thanks. Almost without even thinking about it, Jordan turned over and threw himself down, blocking Sergei's corpse by his side, curling up into a ball. Boom! The flames flooded out from the bunker, and after more than 10 seconds, Jordanian staggered out of the bunker in embarrassment. Jordan at this moment www.readwn.com. Although the body did not suffer much injury, there were continuous buzzing in the ears. Jordan did not expect that Hydra's penetration of Camp Roma had actually reached this point. Even the peripheral piles of the death training camp have been brainwashed by Hydra, and the Hydra force in the entire Roma camp can already be imagined. Since they are all Hydras, the so-called Ulysses Crowley's population transaction in Camp Roma does not hold. Saifu, the little lady, put herself again. Some thoughts flashed in his mind, but Jordanian had already noticed that from the direction of the death training camp, a large number of people came towards the hidden pile bunker. In an instant, the gunshots were heard loudly. Jordan didn't have any other thoughts anymore. 2 grenades were accurately thrown out, the gun was quickly drawn, and 3 shots were fired in a row. The tactical grenade exploded in the sky above the enemy, and the dense steel burst out like raindrops. Among the crowd rushing over, there were instant casualties. The grenade brought by Jordanian is not the low-powered grenades in the Roma camp. The lethality is many times higher. When the gunfire paused, Jordanian jumped out and ran like a crowd. Shooting technique, instant kick, triple burst, knee hit, round kick, random shooting. Jordan in the battle, with the rage of a lion, and with the precision far beyond ordinary people. In the chaos, dozens of people who rushed out in the early stage were destroyed on the spot. Vaguely, a large number of figures rushed out again in the death training camp. Joe Danny is not the immortal body of King Kong after all. He cleared a wave of soldiers and did not dare to stay in place. He swept around, and in a blink of an eye, he had rushed into a gathering place of vehicles. Chapter 55, Ulysses delivered. The most common home for wandering gypsies is vehicles. If you have money, you can use a RV. If you have no money, you can pull the car by yourself. The variety is amazing. Jordan Danny rushed into a cluster of vehicles, and the target was a large modified van that looked extremely heavy. Inside the car is the bedroom. There is no obstruction. A young couple is engaged in the business of reproducing offspring. Seeing Jordanian rushing in, the young couple suddenly screamed. Joe Danny quickly rushed to the driver's seat, a gun was aimed over, showing a hint of apology, and said, "Although it is a bit abrupt, I think you two will give me the keys, right?" The young couple was pointed at by the muzzle, they stopped screaming, did not dare to say anything, and pointed violently in the direction of the sun visor. Jordan opened the sun visor casually, and a bunch of keys fell off. Until this time, Jordanian glanced at the figure rushing in the distance, then turned his head and said, "I can give you about 14 seconds, whether to put on clothes or take valuables, you choose yourself." The young couple probably have never seen such a polite robber. The man hesitated and said, "Can you choose both?" Jordan was speechless, and said, "There are still 10 seconds. After speaking, Jordan directly started the car and shot a series of shots at the figure rushing forward. 3 or 4 people fell on the road on the spot. The young couple are shameless people asking for money. One took the cash, the other took the jewelry box, and jumped out of the car. Joe Danny was too late to comment on the young couple's choice, watching the figures approaching from all directions, and directly stepped on the accelerator pedal. The modified box truck is thick and strong enough. Amidst the roaring roar of a beast, Jordanian drove into a tunnel, shot a gun in one hand, and controlled the steering wheel in one hand, and ran into the entire camp of Roma. A large number of bullets tilted like a torrential rain, and the car was sifted into a sieve in an instant. Boom! A bullet splashed, almost rubbing Jordan's head, and landed on the car seat. Jordan didn't even think about it, the arc ballistics was activated, and a bullet whirled, killing a young killer who was secretly aiming behind the bunker. Pulling the trigger is easy, but it is very difficult for an ordinary person without strict training to hit a high-speed moving object. Even in the army, out of 100 people, it may not be able to train a sharpshooter. The conditions in Camp Roma were very difficult before. Only during the death training process, those killers who were elite enough had the opportunity to conduct a lot of shooting training. The others, even if they don't say it's faith shooting, they don't have much need for deliberate defense at all. During the rampage, Jordan only needed to guard against and kill the elite killers hidden in the crowd, which was enough to ensure a considerable degree of safety. The entire Roman camp quickly became chaotic. Jordan's combat skills are perfect, but his driving skills are more touching. It's okay to drive on the street for a while, but he can do fierce firefights and dodge, and he can't do anything about it. Fortunately, the modified vans were extremely sturdy, and the gathering points one after another were smashed apart, and the vehicles under Jordan's seat still did not stop. Regardless of what Safer's plan was, since Jordan had already entered the Roma camp, he didn't plan to go back empty-handed. Shot and killed a killer who was picking up a car halfway, looking at the death training camp that was already close at hand. Joe Danny almost didn't hesitate, stepped the accelerator directly to the bottom, like a completely frightened buffalo on the grassland, crashing into it. The gate guarded by many people was smashed open, and the vehicle stopped on a huge stone pillar. Very quickly, more than 7 or 8 people gathered around, all with a typical AK-47, in a close-range manner, constantly strafing in the direction of the driver's seat of the vehicle. After a burst of fire for dozens of seconds, the driver's seat of the vehicle was almost beaten into a hornet's nest. Just when the gunfire faded, Jordan slammed out of the car, got up and kicked, shot, triple shot, step shot, instant kick, and mobile shooting. Jordan's purpose is to catch people, not to fight with the more and more killers in the death camp. The Glock 17 pistol has a fierce rate of fire, which is almost comparable to that of the Micro Rush. Jordan's shooting skills are even more amazing. On the road running wildly, from a distance, it seems that Jordanian was suppressed by one person. It looked like dozens of people lived in a long passage. A large number of bullets were leaning out, and the magazine around Jordan's waist was madly emptied by Jordanian in less than 10 minutes. By this time, Jordan had already come to the periphery of a gathering place that looked extremely exquisite. This is the place where the most elite killers and the highest council are located in the entire Roma camp. He flung out the 2 Glock 17 pistols in his hand, and smashed the 2 figures who came out. Jordan backhand pulled out 2 Tokarev from his back. The violent gunshots directly smashed their heads. In the core council gathering place, it was much more relaxed than Jordanian had imagined. After listening carefully, Jordan found that there was continuous gunfire on the opposite side of the gathering place, like a downpour, and there seemed to be a group of people who were also attacking Camp Roma. The battle there was more fierce than Jordanian's. Many. Just as Jordan was running around with doubts, at a corner in the distance, suddenly a group of people panicked towards the direction of Jordan. Is different from the previous enemy that rushed in. This group of people is more like a group of professional bodyguards, or desperados, guarding a white man with a big beard in the middle, seeming to want to retreat somewhere. Ulysses Crow. After seeing the figure of the panicked escape, Jordan was a little confused. www.readaloud.com. What's the situation? Afraid that he could not find it, so I ran over to give the head away. In fact, Jordan didn't have to think too much. After the group of people ran over, they saw Jordan, but they didn't even think about it, they shot a wave of shots at him. Joe Danny rolled over and hid behind a car, did not rush back, but quietly analyzed the gunfire. After 7 seconds, there was a moment of stagnation between the gunshots on the opposite side, and Jordanian stepped out. In no more than 2 kinds of time, a full 14 rounds were fired. The desperados guarding Ulysses Crow fell to the ground instantly. Jordan Danny threw away the 2 Tokarevs that had lighted the bullet, took off the M1911 from his chest, and beckoned to Ulysses Crow at a distance of more than 10 meters. Boom! In response to Joe Danny, Ulysses suddenly shot with a grim face. Then, Ulysses ran away regardless of whether he hit or not. Bang bang! 1 shot fell the incoming bullet, and 1 shot hit the ground in front of Ulysses, picking up a smear of dirt. Boom! Was another shot, knocking out the gun in Ulysses's hand. Boom! Another shot, interrupting Ulysses's index finger used to pull the trigger. FK, this is one of my last 5 fingers, fuck ma. In a series of roars, Ulysses clenched his fists and yelled at Jordani. Joe Danny didn't care about the other party's scolding, but he beckoned again. P.S. Thank you book friend New Balance shoes for the 11,000 rewards, thank you book friend Lonely Undead for the 100 rewards. Chapter 56, Cunning Ulysses. Ulysses is just an arms dealer. His greatest ability is his connections and intelligence between countries. Being a broker is very qualified, but fighting is commonplace. Rebelled and ran away once, Ulysses paid the price of a finger. After Jordan beckoned for the second time, Ulysses, whether angry or roaring, did not act too much, but came to Jordan's swearing. Are you also a Black Ops member of the Air Maneuvering Agency? Ulysses is a very fierce man with a shaggy beard and looks wild, but when he looks at Jordan, he has doubts and doubts on his face. Airborne maneuver? Black operations? What do you mean? Jordan looked dazed, completely unaware of what Ulysses was talking about. In fact, Jordanian could guess it. Ulysses must have said that it was someone who attacked Camp Roma in another place. It was just an air maneuver that Jordanian had never heard of. Ulysses also noticed Jordan's special, and said, "You are not English? Then who are you? Do I look so staid?" Jordan poked his lips and continued, "No matter who I am, you need to come with me." Ulysses seemed to cooperate, and was pushed into a car by Jordani, and rushed towards the periphery in a rampage. At this time, the east side of Camp Roma was almost emptied by Jordani. The vast majority of the combatants in the Roma camp have been concentrated in the battle on the west side, and most of the remaining people are ordinary people carrying guns and guarding themselves for self-defense. For these ordinary people, Jordan didn't attack each other, and the other party did not aggressively charge. It's just that there are still a lot of battle traces that have been turned over along the road. There are many dead bodies lying there. It shows the fierce battle that Jordani encountered when he came all the way. Ulysses looked at the traces along the road, and learned more about Jordan's battle. After a moment of silence, Ulysses looked at Jordani and said, "Who are you on earth?" Jordani said blankly, "CIA." Ulysses sneered and said, "The CIA is a group of women, they will never learn what is called a man's fight, you are not from the CIA. CIA is good at infiltration, assassination, and intelligence acquisition. This kind of fierce battle is really not the style of the CIA." Jordanian curled his lips indifferently. After driving to a place with relatively few people, he pulled Ulysses out of the car, ripped off the burden on himself, and pulled out a few pieces of clothes from the car. Once wrapped up, he quickly became an image of a gypsy tramp. On the west side of the Roma camp, there were people carrying the pot and fighting with the main force of the Roma camp. Jordan, naturally, there is no need to still appear so high profile at this time. Taking advantage of the chaos, relying on his familiarity with the Romani camp, he can naturally walk out of the Romani camp easily. Watching Jordani speak fluent Russian, and familiar Roma habits. When Ulysses was pulled into action by Jordanian, his fierceness in his eyes became more and more vigorous, and he suddenly said, "You are Jordanian Jovovich, I saw it on the glory wall of the Supreme Council of Camp Roma over your picture. FK, you are a killer, and a killer who walked out of the Roma camp, do you know what you are doing?" Ulysses kept yelling. Jordani paused in his footsteps, glanced at Ulysses, and suddenly said, "Strag Castle, someone told me that you have a way to enter Strag Castle." Ulysses stunned for a moment, then furiously said, "You are not here for the shadow bomb. Do you think I'm from Baron Strag? FK, 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 which is hurting me. Boy, you messed with the wrong person, you don't even know what you are messed with." Ulysses roared cursively. Although Jordanian had noticed that the little lady of Sifo had put himself together, after hearing Ulysses' roar, he still felt a deep discomfort in his heart. Boom! A bullet burst out of Jordan's muzzle without warning. In a thrilling way, with a trace of curvature, Ulysses also broke the index finger of Ulysses' other hand. "I feel upset, I always want to vent. The little girl Sever can't offend her, and she won't be here anymore, so it can only be you, brother Ulysses, sorry. It doesn't matter who I provoke, the point is that you'd better not provoke me. FK. You are crazy." Another index finger of Ulysses was suddenly interrupted, he was taken aback for a moment, and then he roared in panic and anger. And in all these emotions, but there is no pain. Jordani gave Ulysses a thoughtful look at his right hand. It was stiff and dry, but there was no blood stains. It was a prosthetic hand. But if it's just a fake hand, Ulysses, an arms dealer who doesn't even care about his own life, has no reason to be so angry. The muzzle in Jordan's hand touched Ulysses' waist silently and said, "Perhaps you should explain to me, what is hidden in this artificial hand." Ulysses's expression froze, then he calmed down from his fury and looked at Jordanian fiercely. "Tough guy." Jordan curled his lips, his gun slid down and landed on Ulysses' chrysanthemum, and said, "This tough guy, I'll give you another opportunity to explain, otherwise, you need to press a fake ass." Ulysses shuddered suddenly, and amidst extreme aversion and anger, he chose to surrender. Stretched out his right hand, Ulysses twisted his left hand. Read www.theyugonshu.com prosthetic hand was removed, revealing a strange mechanical device, which looked like a black technology muzzle. Ulysses put his prosthetic hand in his pocket calmly, stretched out his right hand, and said, "This is my last defense, a kind of miniature sonic cannon." Jordan casually removed a small piece of weird battery from Ulysses' arm. After removing the energy, Ulysses's sonic cannon quickly made a faint buzzing sound, and then there was no movement. Immediately afterwards, Jordani hooked his finger at Ulysses again. Ulysses looked annoyed and angry, and said, "FK, all my secrets have been told to you, what else do you want?" Jordan did not say a word, but the gun on the Ulysses chrysanthemum flipped the safety, making a slight kata sound, and the threat was self-evident. Ulysses' complexion changed several times, and the whole person was obviously shaking with anger. Finally, Ulysses took out his prosthetic hand and said, "There is a miniature tracker in it, and the electronic chip I need to trade this time." Jordani took the artificial hand and smashed it directly. Sure enough, he found a locator flashing with rainbow light and an electronic chip the size of a thumb. Putting away the electronic chip directly, Jordan crushed the locator and said, "How long will it take?" Ulysses showed a grinning smile and said, "From the moment I twisted and removed the prosthetic hand, the signal will be launched within 3 seconds, and my hand will receive the signal within 10 seconds. As for the time, you have no time." Along with Ulysses' last words, in the direction of the death training camp, a heavily armed convoy, with the roar and roar of motors, appeared in Jordan's sight. Chapter 57, Jordan's Backhand. The old boy Ulysses, after seeing his manpower and team, was obviously a little bit awkward. But what surprised Ulysses was that after seeing the chasing convoy, Jordan did not show any panic on his body. "Boy, it's not too late to choose to surrender now and return the things to me." Ulysses's meaning was already somewhat threatening. Jordani felt that he had to give the other party an uplifting memory, smiled and interrupted a finger of Ulysses again, and said, "Man, if you have anything to say, think about it before you say it. It's easy to kill you, and it's even easier to kill you again, okay? Everything must be prepared with both hands. This is a survival criterion for assassins and special agents." Jordani dared to come to the Roma camp alone. Naturally he had his own backing. Ever since Jordanian crossed over and figured out his own environment, he has been thinking about how to get out of the control of Camp Roma. During the 2 or 3 years that Camp Roma moved to this wilderness, Jordan himself didn't know how many bombs he bought in the corner of the camp. These things were originally prepared by Jordani for the main forces in the Roma camp. But now it looks like it's probably for Ulysses's hands to taste it. At this time, Jordan's planned retreat route was not far away, and he took Ulysses out of the car wall of Camp Roma. Jordan solemnly took out an old flip phone from his body armor. "Come. Want to see my homemade fireworks?" Jordani said, thinking of his previous arrangements. No matter what Ulysses' expression was, he quickly dialed a phone number. Time bombs, remote-controlled bombs, these are what Jordan once learned in Camp Roma. Jordan even believed in God for a while, praying that he would never explode the things he had placed in the Roma camp in his life. But the results right now are not bad. Most of the Roma are fighting another group on the west side of the camp. These things of his own were used on Ulysses's hands, and Jordanian wouldn't feel guilty. Beep, beep. The phone has been dialed, but there is no explosion in the Roma camp. Jordani frowned. Ulysses was nervous for a while, but when he saw that there was nothing moving, he suddenly laughed mockingly. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, fires full of 7 or 8 meters high rose from the Roma camp, and the violent roar was like the muffled thunder in the sky. Even if it is hundreds of meters away, I can feel the tremor from the ground. The heat waves rolled in the air, and even a large number of fragments of vehicles shattered by the explosion flew out hundreds of meters from the sky and landed not far from Jordan and Ulysses. The explosion is powerful, but the scope of the explosion is not very large. When Jordan made and installed these bombs, it was not mainly for destruction, but for destruction and riots. After a bomb exploded, Ulysses' motorcade was obviously frightened. But Jordan was not particularly satisfied with the result of this detonation. He apologized and smiled to Ulysses beside him, and said, "It's been too long, I may have missed the position, I will try again." It is indeed a misrepresentation. In this Roma camp, Jordan has set up 9 scattered explosion areas. After more than a year, he has mistyped the number, which is excusable. Jordan didn't think it was a big deal, but for Ulysses next to him, the impact was too great. Roma camp ranked first for several consecutive years. It took 8 years to pass the entire death training. Although Ulysses had not paid attention to it, he had heard of it. So many bombs were obviously installed a long time ago. You must know that it was only more than a year since Jordani walked out of Camp Roma. In other words, Jordani once lived in this bomb-covered area. Ulysses widened his eyes and said, "You lunatic, are you not afraid to blow yourself up too?" Giordani's movements took a while, and he remembered the years when he was in the Roma camp where life was not as good as death, and said, "You don't have the heart to do this. Something is rotten here." Jordani is not talking about Ulysses, but himself. A killer's daily life is either to knock on the door with death, or to knock on someone's door with death. After the blood was stained on his hands, some things rotted away and I couldn't go back again. Boom 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 boom. Jordan sighed, but the movement on his hand did not stop. This time, a series of explosions sounded. Although it was still not ideal, the majority of Ulysses's team was finally shrouded in flames. The terrifying roar suddenly overwhelmed the sound of fighting on the west side of Camp Roma. Ulysses watched Jordani throw away the phone and stood in front of the endless flames like a thorn. For the first time, he felt a sense of fear in life. Lunatic, this is a lunatic through and through. The war was not over yet, and Ulysses's men were not completely destroyed by the explosion. More than a dozen jeeps rushed out of the flames. Jordani glanced at Ulysses, his guns rushing. Ulysses seemed to feel Jordan's killing intent, so he squatted under a tree not far away and said, "Don't worry, this is your show. I won't make trouble." UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Besides being cunning, this person is so witty. Pulled away the camouflage he had placed, and a steel pedestal as high as an ordinary person's chest appeared in the jungle. On the steel base, a brand new Gatling gleamed. Originally, Jordanian had installed a remote-controlled shooting device, but this time at the heart of Camp Roma, Jordanian was first pitted by the little ladies of Safer, and then delayed by Ulysses. This makes Jordan feel very upset, and he urgently needs a hearty battle to vent. Touching the violent and cold steel with his hands, a strange excitement rose in Jordan's eyes, and then with a little disappointment, he said, "Sure enough, this thing is a man's romance. If you knew it a long time ago, you would have to switch to big guns and machinery. No matter how bad it was, it would be ammunition. Transferred to roaming gunner." This is the pain that Jordani will never forget after learning that he is in the Marvel world. Slightly sighed, Jordanian pressed the trigger, and Gatling in front of him, with a faint mechanical rotating sound, began to eject a roar of flames. The fierce flame is loaded with a 12.7 mm armor-piercing incendiary bomb, which can instantly penetrate the hardest steel plate on a car. The warhead is pierced into steel, and after being squeezed, it squeezes the incendiary agent and explosive, and once it bursts, it will be a large piece. It's just that in less than 10 seconds, more than a dozen jeeps that had been chasing wildly were instantly turned over by a violent bomber. P.S. Thanks to the book friend reader 15619815211085996 for the 500 rewards. Thank the book friend to study hard and don't think too much for the 100 rewards. Please recommend. Ask for collection. Chapter 58, Space Backpack. From the beginning of the journey, Jordan's heart has always been restricted by a fire. From weakness to gradual rise, to becoming the first person in the entire death training, for 8 full years, Jordan has been suppressing a beast in his heart. Until this moment, anger was vented. Along with the tongue of fire, Jordan's heart became wilder and wilder, and he pulled a Gatling directly from the steel base. The cartridge case bounced out with blue smoke, and fell behind Jordan's footsteps. Boom boom boom. Under the violent roar, the jeeps were sieved into sieves, and even the frames were swept away, and they collapsed directly. Crazy shots for nearly a minute and a half. The barrel of the Gatling gun in Jordan's hand was red, and Ulysses chased his men, and only a few people were left, shivering behind the broken vehicle. With the big gun in his hand still on the ground, Jordanian pulled out his last 2 revolvers, like a demon who walked out of hell, and came to the broken battlefield without delay. Boom! Bang bang! Sporadic gunshots sounded from time to time. Whether they were alive or dying, they were sent to by Jordani's knife. Swept all the chasing soldiers, and the ground was full of gunpowder. Jordan took a deep breath, and the anger in his heart gradually disappeared. In fact, Jordan could vaguely feel that this strange power hidden in his heart is related to his career, and may even be related to his later awakening. Gatling is fixed on the steel base, and ordinary people can hold it up, and it has considerable strength. I want to tear Gatling off the steel base. This is not the power that Jordan has at this stage, but Jordan did it. This force is too violent, and it is filled with the smell of death. This is also the reason why Jordan has always suppressed this force. On the one hand, he can't control the temptation of death on him. On the other hand, Jordan doesn't want to be a monster. Killing is okay, but there is no need to be obsessed with death. Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, Jordan and Ulysses trembling quickly entered the Iola Mountains and went to the designated retreat location on the wrist guide. This is a valley in the deep mountains. It has already entered the depths of the Iola Mountains. Going east, it is the Siberian Plateau. Jordan Danny has sent a signal, and Saifo's guide will arrive within 20 minutes. Taking advantage of this time, Jordani decided to have a chat with Ulysses, who was extremely honest along the way. This guy's actions looked different from his fierce, wild, and cunning appearance. Jordani thinks so, but Ulysses doesn't think so. Before the fire was launched by Jordanian, the appearance of death filled his body. The most ferocious lion that Ulysses has ever seen in Africa is frightening. What do you want to do? Watching Jordan walk towards him, Ulysses shivered instinctively, like a little daughter-in-law who had fallen into a bandit's den. Jordani stared at him, and he thought of Lao Tzu as someone. Brother Ulysses, how did you become an arms dealer like this? I'm afraid it wasn't for selling ass. Took out a battery from his pocket, and Jordan asked unhappy, where did you get this stuff? This battery is the energy battery on the sonic cannon in Ulysses' right hand. When he first came into contact with this thing, Jordan had a feeling that he could swallow the energy in the battery. The closer the contact, the stronger the feeling. It's just that the source of this thing is unknown, and the danger has not been escaped before adding it, so Jordan didn't take care of it. Until it was completely safe, Jordanian only remembered this thing. Ulysses looked dumbfounded. According to the truth, if it is an interrogation, shouldn't you ask the question about the electronic chip and the shadow bomb? With a bewildered face, Ulysses's mouth is not slow, and said, this is a battery I bought from the black market through European channels 2 years ago. Jordan's face turned dark. Is this Nima mocking Lao Tzu, or feel that I have never seen a battery? Jordan wanted to shoot. Ulysses panicked and hurriedly said, Strack Castle, I heard that this thing is a kind of energy battery flowing from the Strack Castle, with extremely strong endurance, is rumored to be the eternal energy legacy left by the Hydra organization during World War II. That's the kind of energy block that Hydra creates with the Cosmos Rubik's Cube in Captain America 1. In other words, this thing is the energy of space gems. Joe Danny hesitated. He could feel his body's desire for this kind of energy, but he was afraid that this thing would cause any danger. After thinking about it, Jordan still decided to give it a try. Holding the energy battery in his hand, Jordan didn't know how to absorb the energy in it. He just obeyed his instinct and held the battery tighter and tighter. Immediately afterwards, Jordan felt a very erosive heat flow, quickly spreading from his palm. This is pure spatial energy. Once it leaks out, it can directly beat people into nothingness, and even send people directly to unknown places. But just before these spatial energies burst out, Jordanian felt that strange and uncontrollable power burst out again in his body. Like a snake preying, the two energies only flash in a flash, and die instantly. Jordan opened his palm and found that the battery in his hand www.readaloud.com had been crushed into a piece of scrap iron the size of a peanut. Is this gone? I have been worried for so long, and I almost smashed my legs into one word, and then it's all done? This time really, the chrysanthemum does not hurt, the egg hurts. Just when Jordan took a spit out, in the blink of an eye, the discarded battery in his palm suddenly disappeared from Jordan's sight. After Jordan blinked, the discarded battery suddenly appeared again. Joe Danny looked surprised, and then reached out to Ulysses with his palm. The discarded battery disappeared for a while, and then appeared. Have you seen it? Have you seen it? Joe Danny shouted with excitement, both novel and weird. Ulysses looked at the excited Jordanian pitifully. After thinking about it for a long time, he came with a stiff smile, applauded awkwardly, and said in kindness, I saw it, a very good magic trick. Magic? Your sister? Jordan was completely speechless about Ulysses. After several experiments, it was discovered that the waste battery did not disappear suddenly. But in my own perception, there is a void, ubiquitous space, not big, just the size of a peanut. When I thought about it, the waste battery was caught in the space. A thought flashed through his mind, and Jordanian quickly concentrated his consciousness on his system panel. 10 lines at a glance. Soon, Jordani found the changes on his system panel. The space backpack opened, with a volume of 1.45 cubic centimeters. P.S. The chapter name was swallowed, it has been corrected. Chapter 59, Sifo this woman. It is natural for Jordan to be able to open things like a space backpack, but this space backpack is really a bit magical. 1.45 cubic centimeters of space backpack, what do you use to hold a bullet for yourself? Do not make jokes. It is also possible that the absorbed space energy is too small, so it can only be opened so much for the time being. With the urinary nature of my own system of unreasonable feelings, this is not impossible. Ever since I came into this world, my own system seems to have been observing energy conservation. If you don't give yourself, you will never be promoted. On the way back to the ghost flight, Jordan had been thinking about this question. The final answer is that there is no solution for the time being. Only when similar energy is obtained again, can it be verified. It didn't take long to take the ghost flight. Jordan and Ulysses were taken to Munich, Germany. Is still a very secret base. It seems to be much more complete than the secret base in Budapest. There are already a lot of personnel operating in the base. Ulysses was quickly imprisoned, and Jordanian came to where Sifo was. Is not a place of work, it is more like a bedroom or a small bar. Sifo, an exquisite woman, obviously has a better life than Nick Fury, holding the money from the public house and living a life of decadent capitalism. Compared with the meticulousness of the last time I saw Sifo, this time Sifo is much more laid back. Joe Danny also sat down on the side of the small bar very rudely, took a bottle of whiskey and poured himself a glass, and looked at Sifo, aren't you going to explain the accident in this operation? Saifu was very attentive to mix the wine, only glanced at Jordanian in the gap, and said, has Ulysses been brought back? I don't know what the accident you are talking about is. The little ladies are very calm and don't panic at all. Jordani drank the wine in one sip and sneered, for example, the British Air Maneuvering Agency during the operation, for example, Ulysses is not a hydra at all. Saifu ignored Jordan's question, but concentrated on blending his own cocktail. For a while, Saifu was holding a glass of azure blue cocktail, twisted a green plum from above, and looked at Jordani. Face to face, eyes to eyes, this is the psychological offensive that Saifu is good at. But just when this action was made, Saifu seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly stopped. The guy in front of him was shameless, he was like this last time, and then he was taken advantage of by the other party. The action was interrupted, and Saifu was not embarrassed. He changed his hands and fumbled on the glass, saying, the operation of the British Air Maneuvering Agency was indeed sent by me. At least, it helped you, didn't it? This is undeniable. If it weren't for the Air Maneuvering Unit and the Roma camp, Jordan's action this time would definitely not be so easy. Jordan's eyes remained unchanged, and he said, what about Ulysses? Saifu smiled slightly and said, have I ever said that Ulysses is a hydra? No, Saifu just said that the capture of Ulysses would allow Jordan to enter the Strack Castle and help Jordan to rescue Pilot and Wanda. It seems that this is just a game of words by Saifu. Jordani was not in a hurry, he just stared at the other person and said, I'm waiting for your explanation. Saifu took a sip of the wine, frowned, pushed the wine aside, and said, if I guessed correctly, the shadow bomb secret key on Ulysses has fallen into your hand, right? Jordani took out an electronic chip the size of a thumb and said, is it this? Saifu's eyes lit up. Jordan, keenly aware of Saifu's mood swing, smiled slightly on his face, and the electronic chip in his hand suddenly disappeared. Although our space backpack is not big, it is not a problem with such a small chip. Saifu looked at this sudden scene, raised his brows, and then slowed down, saying, nice magic, but do you think this trick is useful? Jordani smiled more and more proudly, it is indeed a trick, but do I need to take off my clothes for you to check it? I promise you can't find it. Sever's veiled threat, Jordan is not afraid of it. Dealing with this kind of spy boss, don't take any precautions, and dare not get into other people's cars. Jordani is 80% sure that the other party did not really use force against him, but this involves a question of who is the dominant player. The two sides cooperated. From the very beginning, Jordanian was in a weak state, and Saifu was led by the nose. This is abnormal. The ultimate reason is that Jordan's power is too weak. Now I just got the space backpack, although it is only 1.45 cubic centimeters, but it is okay to use it to dangle a shot and add a bit of mystery. Saifu judged the meaning in Jordan's words, but after a while, his expression became more solemn. After tapping his fingers twice on the bar, Saifu said, it seems that your little secrets are more than I thought. Let's talk frankly and frankly. I am deploying a future electronic information strategic deterrent plan, and Shadow the Bomb is part of my plan. You helped me get it, and I helped you save the family. It was a very cost-effective deal for both parties, wasn't it? Jordani doesn't care about Saifu's plan, only his family, but this is not the reason why he can be used by others. The electronic chip appeared and disappeared at Jordan's fingertips, flashing non-stop. Just a pause, Jordan said, if you still don't have a proper explanation, you will never get it. After speaking, the electronic chip on Jordan's fingertips just disappeared. Saifu's face finally changed a little, saying, Shadow Bomb, which is an electronic magnetic ripple bomb. Once activated, Yukanshu www.uyuganshu.com can effectively paralyze all electronic devices within a considerable range. Do you think we haven't tried to attack Strack Castle? They have an energy weapon left over from World War II, and they can even be used in conventional operations. We need to use shadow bombs to paralyze the opponent's electronic control center. Otherwise, unless you use the army, you will never be able to rescue your family from that castle. I have to say that Saifu, the little girl's plan, is really one link after another. First sent out information to make the air maneuver to attack Camp Roma, and then sent Jordanian to fish in troubled waters to steal Ulysses, and get the electronic chip to perfect his strategic plan. By the way, he was able to capture Ulysses and serve in the CIA, helping Jordan to enter the Strack Castle to save people. Jordan didn't even know if the other party had other alternative means and plans in addition. This is a very powerful woman. Regarding Saifu's little abacus, Jordani didn't care about it. After thinking about it, he took out the electronic chip and put it on the bar, and said, "When can I start saving people?" With the electronic chip in hand, Saifu finally showed a sense of relaxation. Glancing at Jordani, Saifu said meaningfully, "The sincerity in you is very moving. We can start saving lives at any time, but you still have a very powerful helper yet to come." Jordan was surprised, and said, "Natasha? Clint?" Saifu said, "Not only that, the Cross and the gunsmith are hard to imagine, but after a short contact, they regard you as a good friend. P.S. Thanks to the book friend, are you still there that year for the 100 rewards? Thank the book friend Shens Hixie for the 100 rewards." Chapter 60, Prototype Team Assembled. Saifu looks at people very thoroughly. The biggest advantage of Jordan is not how powerful and intelligent he has, but the unique charm of treating people sincerely without being fooled. To Jenny Fox, Jordanian behaved very directly, even smashing the Mutual Aid Association and uncovering the other party. To Cashin, to Cross, and even to Nobody of the CIA, Jordanian would play tricks, but what he said would never deceive people. Nobody is miserable, but it's just that the means can't be better than Jordanian. Not to mention in Budapest. To Natasha, Jordani was absolutely heartbroken. Even if Jordan was planning to capture Natasha and go to Russia for substitutions before, Jordani did not hide from the other party. Several life and death battles, Jordan's performance is also good enough. In a world full of lies and deceptions such as killers and agents, Jordan is definitely an alternative. Was telling the truth, but he was not killed or scammed to death early, and even made a lot of noise a few times, and got a lot of benefits. Once or twice can only be said to be good luck, but like Jordan's this time and again, it is a skill. This is also the reason why Jordan can get everyone's friendship. Did not wait too long. Saifu is a very powerful person, and it is even easier for a few people to arrive in Munich silently. On the second day when Jordan arrived at the secret base, Cross, covered in dust, took his son Willis and came to the secret base. "I am delighted to meet my old friends, and the only embarrassment is Willis." Jordan was too familiar and too thick-skinned. After seeing Willis, the first word he opened his mouth was yelling "Big Nephew." After the Mutual Aid Society collapsed, Willis finally saw his father. It may be a genetic problem in the killer family. After Cross took Willis to New Mexico, it didn't take long for Willis to provoke a local drug gangster. After thinking about it for a long time, Cross trained his own son personally, so that he has a certain combat effectiveness. There is no way, these days, I'm too cocky not only to be bullied, but also to be unable to have a girlfriend. Cross can't watch his son and 5 girls all the time. This time, in the rescue operation of Strack Castle, Saifu sent someone to contact Cross without notifying Jordanian, and solved the trouble between Cross and his son. After hearing the matter had something to do with Jordanian, Cross and his son rushed over directly. In a tavern on Kafinger Street in Munich. Cross was a little more angry than the silence in New York. He had a drink with Jordanian and said, "Fox has some trouble in Los Angeles. He may be absent this time, but she asked me to tell you and wait for you. If you have time to go to Los Angeles, she will compensate you, the kind of compensation you like. Danny smiled and said, in fact, if it weren't for Seifer, I'm not going to let you over. This action is probably more dangerous than the one in New York. Cross didn't care, and said, I'm even more curious, how did you get together with the CIA again, because of that delicate girl? Danny was speechless, and said, I have to admit that sometimes their methods are very sharp, but you brought your son here, are you going to let me teach my nephew a lesson? Willis rolled his eyes next to him and gave Jordan a middle finger. No matter whether it is a killer or a secret agent, sometimes, it is difficult to live a life of ordinary people when stuck in it. Cross wants to retreat, but Willis is longing for it. Every family has hard-to-read sutras, and it's not easy to be a father or a mother. 2 days later, Cashin, Natasha, and Clint also came to the secret base. Cashin quit Kermora's security job and left Gina with a blood oath emblem, and decided to join the team that Jordan was preparing to build. The religious luxury and corruption life of Rome is not suitable for Cashin after all, and the fanatics of Kermora are not very friendly to Cashin, a black guy. And among the crowd, Cashin is the longest-known friend of Jordanian. The word friend is especially ridiculous in the killer and secret service industry, but once it appears, it is also precious. After Danny was preparing to build a team, the first thing he thought of was Cashin. He had no daughter-in-law, no children, no care, and he didn't pull the other side. He didn't know who would be killed on the subway in the future. As for Natasha and Clint, not to mention them. In addition to the friendship established between Jordan and the two in the Life and Death War, the two are also internal members of the Sky Eye organization, but they are temporarily attached to SHIELD. Attacking Strack Castle is not an easy task. Everyone came, and Jordan was grateful, but he was not hypocritical. After finishing for a day, everyone came to a combat meeting room in a secret base in Munich. Seifu is indeed very powerful, backed by the powerful intelligence organization of the CIA, not only obtained the internal topographical map of Strack Castle, but also obtained a defense map around the castle. Above a huge electronic screen, towers, bunkers, and defense points are all marked with red light spots. A hill with a radius of more than 10 km. www.readaloud.com. Strack Castle is built on the mountainside. In the direction of the top of the mountain, there are a large number of fortresses, checkpoints, and even ground and air missile defense mechanisms. Without sufficient troops and firepower, they cannot be breached at all. The offensive route chosen by Seifu for everyone is a trail in the mountains and forests. There are 14 towers and 7 dark forts. It is not easy to build a fortress on this mountain trail, but the opponent has sent more than 400 people to patrol and defend. This is not counting the electromagnetic energy cannons in the castle that can directly carry out long-range strikes. FK, I know that things are not that simple, we need the support of an army. Cashin looked at Seifu's introduction with a dumb face, a black face turned purple. Natasha sat next to Jordani, with a charming look, almost stuck to Jordan's face, and said in Jordani's ear, "Your black friend doesn't seem to understand what we are facing." "Enemy, haven't you told him?" Natasha's voice was not loud, but not too small. The combat meeting room was so big that everyone looked over. Danny looked serious and said, "Of course I said." Cashin's eyes widened, as if he was trying to fight Jordani. Danny smirked and said, "Cashin, no matter how bad the environment is, this is indeed a hostage rescue operation, isn't it?" Everyone gave Jordan a contemptuous look. At this time, with the self-confidence that all is under control, Seifu said, "In fact, this is indeed a hostage rescue operation. We have coordinated the KSK in Germany, the French National Gendarmerie Intervention Team and the United Kingdom. They are the main offensive force in the air maneuvering area, and they will attack from the front of the mountain.